much choice right now." Della shrugged and fell silent. After another 3 miles, they saw a sign advertising a convenience store ahead. Steve was watching the road and didn't realize what he was seeing until they had passed it. "Did you catch that?" Steve asked. After a chorus of negative answers, he ordered they tear the paper from the windows and help him watch. The terrain opened up and Steve used the hand control to accelerate. Everyone grew excited at the thought of getting out of the van. It had been hours since they had peed alongside the road. The 2 girls had complained and fussed until Della pulled them into the bush with a stern. The speedometer crept up to 60 miles per hour. Jimmy clung to the back of Steve's seat, looking over his shoulder. "There!" he called from behind Steve. "We just passed it. To the right, on that last road, maybe a quarter mile down, on the right."
"I saw the shell sign."
Steve stopped the van and put the vehicle in reverse. He pressed the gas lever and used the rearview camera to ease back to the intersection. He turned the wheel onto the blacktop facing the afternoon sun. It was hard to see with the glare, but the road looked empty ahead. Steve put the van in drive and released the brake. He accelerated and the van began moving toward the oasis of fast food and gasoline. When they got 50 feet from the driveway, they saw 2 cars and a truck. 2 of the vehicles appeared to be customers, while the third, an old Camry, was parked in the shade of an awning at the side of the building. The BMW had stopped at the end of the pump island and both doors stood open. The inside of the vehicle was covered in dark brown gunk, and red splatters and smears streaked the windows. The late-model Ford truck sat next to the pump closest to the building with no one in sight. It was eerily quiet. No patrons or employees could be seen moving about. The lights glowed, shone from inside the store. "I don't like the looks of it." Steve glanced down at the gas gauge. He sighed. "But we don't have a choice. We have to stop." He reached for his wallet to retrieve a credit card. He slowly approached the pumps closest to the road. No one appeared from the front of the store or the vehicles. When the van was stopped, he turned to the back seat. "I'm going to get gas, then we can check out the store." "I have to go to the bathroom," Sandy commented. "Me too," chimed in Martha and Della. "Okay, but we do this smart. First, we get gas, then check out the store. Stay in the van until then," Steve ordered. "All of you keep an eye out and let me know if you see anything move." Della nodded. "Got it." Steve eased open his door, then teetered his way to the gas pump. He slid the card in the reader, hoping the pump was turned on and would accept payment. He punched in the appropriate zip code on the keypad and selected the grade of fuel, then stuck the nozzle into the gas tank. He set the release control open, then stepped back to the van door. "Any movement?" he asked Della. "Nothing. Isn't that kind of strange? A little weird with the car doors open," Della answered. The only noise was the steady clicking of the gas pump as it measured out gasoline. "When the tank is full, I'm going to take a look," Steve announced. "No, you can't. If anything happens to you, we're all screwed. I can't drive your van and neither can anyone else," Della retorted. "Yes, you can. The gas and brake pedals are still functional," Steve argued. "Just ignore the hand controls." "Okay, that may be, but we need you. I don't know where Randy lives." Della paused, then continued. "When you've got gas, maybe we can drive closer to the door and take a look." Steve answered, "No, I don't want to limit our maneuverability. I'll pull the van away from the pumps, then you and I can walk back and check out the store. If it's safe, we use the head and get whatever we can find to eat." The pump clicked off and Steve hobbled back to hang up the nozzle. He closed the gas tank cover, then started the van engine. He made a right turn after the pump island and stopped about 20 feet from the glass door. When the vehicle stopped, Della told the kids, "Stay here. Jimmy, get behind the wheel. If something happens, drive away. Just use the floor controls," Steve ordered over his shoulder as he opened the door and began to ease out with a steel rod in hand. Della opened the passenger door and walked around to meet Steve at the back of the van, carrying her own stainless steel rod with the ceramic knee joint on the end. They approached the storefront, glancing from side to side as they walked. "You're getting better on the blades," Della whispered. "Don't have a choice. I didn't pick up my walking legs." "I did. They're in the bag I've been lugging around," Della answered. Steve paused and looked toward Della. "We're running for our lives and you stopped to pick up legs? I thought it was food and water in the bag." Della shrugged and nodded toward the glass door. "There is some of that. I just threw in those, too." She looked toward the convenience store. "How do we do this?" "You pull open the door, then stand back while I check it out. If anything happens, get to the van and get the kids out of here." Della nodded, then placed her hand on the door handle. She looked into the gloom of the store. "Even with the lights on, I can't see anything," she whispered. Steve stepped inside, using the door frame to steady himself. He looked from side to side, then deeper into the recesses of the store. A thick, coppery smell hung heavy in the air. Amid the smell of blood was the odor of voided bowels mingled with the stale beer. A quick glance toward the register and counter provided no hint of the clerk's whereabouts. "I'll clear the store, then you can signal the kids." Steve took another couple steps into the store and saw the reason for the heavy scent of alcohol in the air. At the end of the countertop, a 6-pack of beer bottles lay shattered on the floor. Steve raised his weapon when he looked behind the counter and saw a man slumped at the end of the cigarette display. He clutched a petite girl in his arms. The back of her head was damp with blood. Next to him lay a handgun. The man looked up when he heard Steve behind him. "Fucking bitch killed my Sadie. The woman in the BMW was sick and attacked my girl. I shot her, but when I was pulling the body off Sadie, the man came from the back of the store and bit me," he moaned. Steve hadn't heard Della come into the store and walk up behind him. He jumped when she spoke. "We have to help him." "Stay back, Della." Steve watched the man as he took a deep, halting breath. He looked around for the other people the man mentioned. "I threw their bodies out the back door. I have to get Sadie home before she turns." He sighed deeply. "I'm bit. I'm not going to last long." Della stepped around Steve and pulled a bottle of water from a display. She grabbed a handful of paper towels and poured the water on it. She wiped at his face and offered him a drink. He smiled back at her sadly and shook his head. He struggled to his feet. "I can't stay." He grabbed the young woman under the arms and pulled her to his chest. With a grunt of pain, he pulled her into his arms. Della stepped forward, but he waved her off. "I got this." When the young woman's arms fell away, Della saw a small engagement ring on her left hand. "I'm sorry," she whispered. The man looked up. "I'm taking her home." "Take what you need. The world has gone to shit anyway, and I don't give a damn." Without saying anything more, he shuffled out of the store and to the open door of the red truck. He eased Sadie inside, then slipped in beside her. He slammed the door and fired up the engine. He spun out, flinging gravel across the parking lot, and pulled out on the blacktop. With black smoke billowing from the muffler, he sped down the road and disappeared over a small hill. Steve and Della had followed the man outside. Della waved at the kids. The van door slowly opened and the ramp unfolded and lowered. The 4 kids spilled from the van and hurried toward the store. Steve turned to Della. "Get all the food and water you can. Look for anything that is usable. I'm moving the van closer to the door, then looking for some gas cans." With that, he stepped out into the late afternoon sun. A few minutes later, he parked the van in front of the door, opened the ramp. Almost immediately, Zach and Jimmy carried cases of bottled water into the van. Della and the girls each carried a variety of packaged foodstuff in plastic milk crates. The boys continued to load water behind the back seat, while the girls stacked the food crates behind the front seats.
Steve walked through the store, looking for any usable items, then headed into the storage room at the back, where he found 2 5-gallon fuel cans. He carried them outside and filled them with gas. He called Zach over, and together they balanced the cans on the back bumper and used 2 pilfered bungee cords to secure them. They finished anchoring the can, headed back into the store when Steve straightened and stopped. He cocked his head and listened. After another shot rang out, and he knew it was gunfire, he called into the store. "Time to go, people. I just heard gunfire."
Della, get everyone in the van. I'm checking the car. Steve ran to the BMW and searched the front of the car, opening the glove box, console, and reaching under the driver's seat. He pulled a 9mm from under the seat, checked the load, then shoved it into his waistband. He pushed the trunk release, then hurried to the back of the car and rummaged through the trunk. He found 2 boxes of shells, a tire iron, a blanket, some glow sticks, and a first aid kit. Yuppies. Well, they were prepared for a few things, but not the undead, I guess. He commented with a crooked smile. He was heading back to the van with the last of his poached supplies when movement at the back of the van caught his eye. His concern ratcheted up several notches as he set his armful of supplies in the floorboard of the van and picked up the crowbar. He headed around the back of the van just as Della appeared in the doorway of the store. "Look out!" Della yelled.
Startled, he turned back to face a woman covered in blood and gore. A narrow strip of scalp hung from the side of her head, and rivulets of blood streamed down her shirt. The monster stumbled toward Martha, leaning in the open van door. She turned at Della, warning, and jumped back just as Steve grabbed the infected woman's shoulder and spun the monster toward the cinder block wall. He stumbled back against the van, slamming the tire iron against the van. "Get in the van, now!" he shouted at the open door. Steve struggled to get his balance, standing still on the blades. He pushed off the van and raised the tire iron. Martha and Sandy stumbled back from the door just as the infected woman raised and turned to attack Steve. He swung the tire iron. It slammed into the side of the bloody head of the woman, and she collapsed on the ramp. The girl stood inside the store, screaming at sight of the bloody body sprawled across the ramp. Steve grabbed a leg and dragged the body a few feet away from the door. "Let's get moving." Della turned Martha from the body and pushed her into the van. "Shush now, you're all right, Martha." The rest of the kids appeared and rushed into the van. Martha wailed, "We're gonna die." Zach pulled Martha toward the back seat. "Stop this shit, Martha. We're all afraid, so get over it." He pushed her down onto the seat and looked at her with a hardness that hadn't been there before. "Now get a grip." Martha grew silent and slid the back of her hand under her nose while tears streamed down her cheeks. She pointed at the body slumped against the storefront. "Is someone going to bury her?" Zach stepped out of the van and answered, "No. Get off your ass and help us." He and Jimmy picked up the remaining crates of food and loaded them into the van. Sandy and Martha got up and moved the scavenged supplies behind the back seat. "Anyone need a final bathroom break?" Steve asked. Everyone shook their head. "Well, I have to go." He stepped around the corner of the building while Zach and Jimmy got back in the van. When Steve reappeared, a sudden boom in the distance stopped him in his tracks. "In the van, everybody!" Steve called out. "Look!" Sandy shrieked as she pointed to billowing smoke above the treetops. "Now, let's move!" Steve ordered as he raced around the van to the driver's door. Della jumped in the passenger seat while Zach slammed his palm against the red button above the side door. The ramp eased up, and the door slid closed. "Should we try to help?" Della whispered. "People might be there." Steve steered the van out of the parking lot and toward the billowing cloud of black smoke just beyond a stand of trees. The van raced down the road, with the speedometer reaching nearly 70 miles an hour when they cleared the trees. A red pickup sat in front of a 2-story farmhouse fully engulfed in flames.
Steve reduced speed until he finally drew to a stop.
"I guess we know where the guy took his daughter. That must have been him when I heard the shot earlier." "Better than turning," Zach commented. "We have to find a place to stop for the night." Della whispered as she moved her right hand in the sign of the cross. To the rescue. It's okay, baby girl. I got you. Matt comforted Amy. He carried the child from the bathroom to the Humvee and eased her through the open door to the back seat. When she eased her grip on his collar, he pulled her hands from his neck. Matt whispered, I am so sorry, sweetie. I will never let that happen again. Jake and Larry mirrored the concern etched on Matt's face. Jake huffed. Man, what the fuck happened? Matt answered, I fucked up. There was an infected woman in the room behind the bathroom. She almost got the kid. Shit, hissed Larry. Is she okay? She didn't get bit, but... Okay, I don't know. Matt studied the two men in front of him.
Larry turned to Matt with his face creased in a deep frown. You have to get your head out of your ass. You're hungover and not paying attention. It almost got that little girl killed. Jake interrupted. We can't take things for granted anymore. It's going to get someone hurt. I know. I screwed up in the sandbox, but I won't be doing the same thing here. Matt dumped 3 white pills from the bottle of Tylenol into his palm and dry swallowed them. Both men nodded. You got a plan. We get the kids to a safe place as quickly as possible, Matt answered. Larry, drive. Jake and I clear the gate. We keep it tight and quiet. Larry chuckled. It's about time. Matt nodded at Jake. Let's do this as quiet as we can. Jake pulled his machete from its scabbard. I agree. No point in drawing attention. Through Larry's open door, Matt looked into the back seat and smiled. It's going to be all right, Amy. We're going to take care of you and find your mom. Amy gave a tentative smile while Claire cooed and grabbed at her bare feet. Matt straightened up and tapped the window frame. Button it up. Matt and Jake made their way around the back row of storage units and jogged toward the entrance. The red sports car rested where it had crashed into the post. The gate leaned against the side of the vehicle. The impact knocked the wheels from the track, and the gate only hung by a length of bicycle chain running from the edge of the gate to the power box. Jake whispered, The truck can roll right over the gate, but we have to move the car. Just what I was thinking, Matt responded. Matt looked back over his shoulder to see the Humvee had moved to the edge of the building and Larry cut the engine. He could watch them and roll in if things went south, but the sound of an idling engine wouldn't draw attention. We can lay the gate on the pavement and crack a few skulls, then put the car in neutral to push it off the post. Once it's clear, we can run it into the ditch. Jake whispered, I count 5. You take the 2 on the right and I'll take the 2 at the back and that poor bastard in the ditch. When Jake shrugged, Matt pointed his machete tip toward a shambling figure on the opposite side of the road in a shallow trench. The shredded-faced creature seemed confused by the steep slope of the incline and unable to make its way up to the road. Blackish gore covered his shorts and a sports shirt, a sandal with a tire-tread sole dangling from one ankle. The infected started up the incline, stumbled, then landed face down on the asphalt. He embedded more gravel into his raw face as he wallowed on the rough road's edge until he got to his feet again. A few steps later, it happened all over again. When he hits the ground next time, I'll take him out. I don't want him stumbling out of the gully when I have my back turned. Matt whispered, Let's get the gate down, then clear the rest of them. Matt remained behind the brick support post at the side of the gate, while Jake duck-walked behind the sports car to the opposite side of the gate. When he got to the brick support, he nodded at Matt, and together they reached up and tilted the gate upright and off the rail. They slowly eased the wrought iron over and to the ground with only the gentle clatter of the chain. An infected woman wearing a pink house dress covered in blood turned from the remains in the car. She stuck her nose up in the air, sniffed twice, then went back to gnawing on the arm clutched to her face.
A large man in gray overalls and a plaid shirt nudged the woman aside and reached into the driver's midsection. He raised a chunk of dark liver to his mouth and tore a piece from the bloodied organ. He chewed as dark red blood ran from the corners of his mouth.
Matt walked up to the pair and kicked out at Pink Dress's right knee. She fell to the ground in a heap. He turned and swung the machete at the second monster, splitting the top of the man's skull. The woman rolled to her side, and Matt raised his leg and slammed his booted foot into her head. The skull shattered and gray gunk exploded from the inside. Matt turned to see Jake finishing off the second of two infected golfers. Both had had substantial damage to their legs, so they were barely mobile. One had been clutching a 9-iron in his gloved hand, and now it lay on the ground next to him. The infected man in the ditch turned at the commotion and began fumbling to his feet again. Matt took 3 quick steps to the prone figure and jammed his knife into the top of the man's skull. He hurried back to the sports car and tried to ignore the gore that had once been the woman driver. He jammed the shifter into neutral and manhandled the steering wheel to the left while pushing back against the door frame. With the gentle slap of Jake's palms against the front fender of the car, the vehicle moved. They pushed the sports car around a bright yellow parking barrier and into the grass-filled ditch. The engine of the Humvee roared to life in the distance as the car crashed into the ditch, leaving only the bumper, back axle, and truck visible. Matt turned and waved at Larry, and the Humvee moved forward. That was a crime against a good-looking car. Jake brushed his hand together with a grunt. You really wanted to ride around with what's left of the last driver still inside? Matt asked as he turned to walk toward the Humvee. A distant moan drew both men up short. Matt turned back to the road. He heard the crunch of gravel underfoot, but could only see the dim shadows of morning light. Jake followed his gaze and pointed as 6 figures emerged from the gloom, stumbling toward them. Matt held up his hand to stop the Humvee. Jake and Matt jogged into the road and studied the dead as they approached. They would have to take them out or go over them once they got in the vehicle. This sucks, Jake commented. Matt held up his machete for Larry to see, then pointed at the approaching dead. He took several steps away from Jake. I'll take the 3 on the left, then if you need help with the others. Jake snorted. Like I need your help with anything. He grinned as he stepped forward and took a roundhouse swing with a machete at a thin, stumbling man with half his face frayed. The top quarter of the man's head caved and the body slumped to the ground. Jake stepped over the body and a second swing took out a lumbering, overweight woman with arms covered in dozens of bites and patches of missing flesh. With the impact of the machete, the gurgling moan from her torn and ragged throat silenced. She fell to the ground in a quivering heap. Matt lopped off the head of a teen, stepped back, then stabbed his machete into the eye socket of another. The monster stumbled over the gate and landed face down at his feet. Matt slammed the machete down and split the crown of its head. He looked up just in time to see a pair of bloodied hands inches from his shoulder. Matt spun around and jammed his elbow into the middle of the face, shattering nose and bones around the eye socket. When the infected stumbled back, Matt swung the blade into the middle of its forehead. He turned just in time to see Jake kicking the knee from under the last infected. When the blonde-haired woman slumped to the ground, Jake slammed the knife into the side of her head. Both men stood together, panting as they stared at the mayhem they had visited on the miserable beings that had once been living, breathing people. They had been people with lives, loved ones, and futures. Now they would all stay where they had fallen. Matt looked at the last of them. The woman had been pretty before the gray complexion and blackened lips. Her neck and bare chest hung in shreds, exposing a single silicone implant. The other side of her chest was nothing more than a gaping wound. "And I thought Iraq sucked," Jake commented, as he wiped the black sludge from his blade on the woman's skirt. "Let's go,"
Matt answered as he swiped his blade against the back of another monster. Larry drove up in the Humvee and threw damp rags at them. They climbed in the vehicle after wiping blood and gore from their clothes. He guided the vehicle through the quiet morning streets, avoiding the roaming infected as much as possible, until they left the suburbs and found a farm-to-market road. They drove for an hour before it looked safe enough to stop and change the baby, fix a bottle, and eat some breakfast.
Matt dug in the stash behind the seat and opened plastic trays of pasta to pass around. Larry accepted a meal, then scrunched up his face toward the back seat, making Amy giggle. "I'd rather have cereal for breakfast. You couldn't have picked some Cocoa Puffs?" Matt held out his hand. "No milk. If you don't like it, hand it back. I'll eat it." He laughed. Larry pulled the tray back into the front seat. "You're mean." He made a thumbs-up sign at Amy, and she mimicked it, laughing. Jake and Matt chuckled at Larry's antics. Once the meal was finished, Amy changed Claire, and they tossed the diaper into the grass. She looked embarrassed, then whispered, "I have to go to the bathroom." Matt sighed. "We're going to have to do things a little different now. We don't have a bathroom handy. Have you ever been camping, Amy?" She moved her head from right to left. "No." Matt took a deep breath. "We had to learn in the Army. Now we're going to show you how it's done." He looked toward the front seat.
"Larry will show you while Jake and I keep watch." Larry snorted, then opened his door and climbed out of the vehicle. He opened Amy's door and helped her out of the Humvee. He held out his hand and she took it in hers. She followed him around the front of the vehicle. It was all Matt could do not to burst out laughing when Larry demonstrated squatting and waving at his butt with a wad of toilet paper. After a quick look around, he pointed to a nearby bush and deliberately turned his back. Amy disappeared out of sight. A few minutes later, she reappeared with a grin on her face. She and Larry walked back to the Humvee. "All set?" Matt asked. Amy answered with a thumbs up. They drove while the rising sun climbing toward the apex of midday. They made terrible time. They had to turn around and take side roads when they neared major roads. The roads were all congested with traffic, and any place with traffic was overrun with infected.
Matt figured they had traveled less than 50 miles when they stopped again to eat. After another bathroom break, they got back in the Humvee to head northwest again. After a few minutes of driving, they reached the top of a hill, and Larry stopped the vehicle. They sat on the asphalt strip of highway, staring at a graveyard of cars along both sides of the road. At the side of the road near the base of the hill was a roadside rest park that stretched back from the road at least 300 yards to the edge of an open field. Scattered across the parking lot were bodies of the dead and the undead alike. The three men studied the open fields around a rest park, trying to make sense of the scene when Jake pointed at the center of the chaos where several buses had been parked. This must have been an organized evacuation by the military. They probably picked up a few infected among the survivors before they realized what was going on, Matt commented.
"Only explanation I can imagine." "It would explain what we're seeing," Larry sighed. "There are military tents and a vehicle or two." The trio debated about traveling through the confusion of vehicles. They saw the vehicles had been pulled off the road and parked in a neat row at the edge of the park. The remains of a temporary camp had been strewn around the center of the park. Several civilian vehicles were sitting with doors open at the back of the park, while 3 military vehicles sat amid the disorder at the road edge. "We don't have a choice," Matt finally whispered. Larry slipped the vehicle in gear and let it begin to move forward while they watched the chaos in front of them. Movement could be seen among the scattering of vehicles. A few walking bodies took notice and began to move toward them. Then more and more they began the halting march toward the Humvee. The moaning rose above the sound of the Humvee's engine. "Look, a striker on its side," Jake interrupted. "Infected or bunched around it." "Do you think anyone is in there?" Larry asked as he stepped on the brake. Matt studied the vehicle tipped on its side at the side of the road. "If there is, they're trapped with all the infected around." Larry reached for the radio on the dash. He pressed the transmit button twice. "Hello? Hello? Is someone out there?" A voice called out from the speaker. Several voices could be heard, then a male voice responded again. "Transmit again, please." Don't we ever get a break? Larry turned toward the back seat. Matt leaned forward and reached for the mic. After clearing his throat, he spoke. "Who am I speaking to?" "PFC First Class Mark Jenkins, sir. There's 7 of us in here." A second voice broke in. "We're trapped in the Striker. You gotta get us out of here." "Okay, Jenkins," Matt answered. "Tell your boy to calm down. We'll do something. How many men with you? How soon can you get us out of here, sir? First, don't call me sir. Matt is fine."
To answer your question, there's only 3 of us and a couple kids we rescued.
2 kids?
A female voice gasped.
You only got 2 kids out of the bus? Oh, God.
The voice lamented. Kids out of the bus? What are you talking about? We had the kids with us. We haven't gotten any kids out of a bus.
You have to help us get to the bus next to the bathrooms. When things went to shit last night, we put a bunch of kids in the bus. I came back to get a driver, but Major Bishop ordered us to evacuate. When we refused to leave them, he rammed the Striker out of his way.
Jenkins answered. We got trapped in here with all the infected. The prick took off and we haven't been able to get back to the bus. Matt mulled over what he was hearing as he saw dozens of the undead begin shambling in their direction. He pointed to the bus and Jake brought binoculars to his face. He studied the vehicle surrounded by at least a couple dozen of the undead. We are so fucked, Jake commented.
They're in there. It looks like a taco truck at a construction site. There's at least a couple dozen infected standing around or pounding on the side of that bus. Matt sighed. Okay, Jenkins, give us a minute. He looked at Jake in the front. We can't take a chance going in there with guns blazing. Larry shrugged. The Humvee is big enough to carry half a dozen men on the roof and running boards, if we can get to them without getting overrun. It would be a rough ride to the bus, but then what? There's the infected around the bus, too. His voice trailed off. Matt pressed the button on the mic. Jenkins, do you think you can open the back door? Jenkins answered. Yes, sir. The ass end of the Striker is tilted up, but I'm pretty sure we can prop it open and get out that way. I take it you guys have an idea? Matt added, take as much ammo and weapons as you can carry, but remember, you'll have to ride on the roof. We'll still have to take out stragglers around the bus. Are your men up to it? We're good for it. If you can get us there, we'll take care of the rest. After a moment, Jenkins added, oh, if you can make a big boom and light a couple fires on the other end of the park before you come for us, it might help. They get real interested when there's noise and something burning. Good to know, soldier, Matt answered. Oh, be sure to take any radios and chargers with you when you head out. Be ready. We won't be coming back after we pick you up. Matt outlined the plan, and with a few adjustments, they were ready to go. With a nod, Larry eased the Humvee around a Passat, clipping off one of the open doors with the front bumper. He cut the wheel and headed across an open grassy knoll next to the park at a pace slow enough to ensure the infected stayed interested. I guess we've got as many of them following us as we can attract. Head out into the open field before you head back, Matt ordered as he pulled a black-labeled bottle from behind the seat. When we draw them out as far as we can, we'll take off back to the 2 cars on the far side of the park. Matt clicked the mic. We'll be back in a few minutes. Be ready to exit the vehicle. The radio crackled. How will we know when? Trust me, you'll know. Matt laughed. They lumbered over the open field trying to avoid the deepest of the ruts. The infected followed after the Humvee. It was a stumbling parade of the dead. Larry kept just far enough ahead to keep the infected interested. When they got a quarter-mile from the buses, they turned and drove back to the camp as fast as they could. The girls bounced and jostled, but in the vehicle stayed well ahead of the horde. Larry jerked to a stop between the two parked cars specified by Matt. "Sure hope this draws the rest of them away from the bus," Jake commented as he jerked open the door with a rag and grenade in hand.
"Wasted JD for damn sure," Matt groused as he stepped to the ground and poured the amber liquid over a t-shirt, then passed the bottle to Jake. He soaked his own cloth, then passed the bottle back to Larry. Matt went to the left and Jake to the right. They each carried a hand grenade, an alcohol-soaked cloth, and a strip of duct tape across their sleeve. They stuffed the rags into the gas tank and taped the grenade to the opening. With a nod from Matt, they each pulled the pins and ran like hell toward the Humvee. They hit the seats at the same time Larry stomped on the accelerator. The big tires of the Humvee threw chunks of sod and grass as it raced toward the front of the camp. They were nearly 50 feet from the cars when the first grenade went off and flames blossomed from the ruins. The second detonation filled the air with even more debris and a second whoosh of fire mushrooming from the explosion. Larry ignored the small missiles hitting the hood as he drove back across the parking lot to the Striker. Larry leaned over and pressed the mic button. "Now, dickheads!" The back door of the Striker dropped open, and soldiers spilled out of the vehicle. Larry skidded to a stop. 4 soldiers jumped to the roof of the Humvee, while the last 2 jumped to running boards on either side of the vehicle. "Go!" yelled the soldier outside Larry's window. Matt rolled down the window and prepared to pick off any infected that got too close. Jake rolled his window down and aimed a gun out the window. The Humvee roared through the grassy roadside divider and hit the asphalt of the parking lot with a leap of the front wheels. The vehicle landed with a bone-jarring crash, then raced across the parking lot. The soldiers on the sides of the vehicle aimed and fired AKs at approaching infected while clinging to the rail at the top of the vehicle. When the Humvee got 20 feet from the bus, Larry slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop. The soldiers jumped to the ground and took up positions to begin taking out the infected still hanging around. Jake and Matt jerked open the door and stood on the running boards covering the soldiers' back. Jenkins and his team quickly disposed of the remaining infected blocking the bus door and formed a perimeter around the door. Jenkins kicked 2 open luggage doors closed, rushed to the bus door, then slammed his flat hand against the glass. "Come on, kid, let's go." A boy of about 15 had started pulling suitcases from the steps and passed them to a couple more teens behind him and stowed them in empty seats. The youth jerked open the bus door and slid back between 2 seats. Jenkins stormed into the bus and quickly cleared the way for the rest of the soldiers to enter. When the last soldier stepped inside, the door was slammed closed. Matt and Jake jumped back into Humvee, slamming the doors as the infected from the fire noticed the activity at the bus and began wandering back. Larry depressed the mic button and instructed, "Fire it up and let's get out of here, Jenkins." Matt looked back at the bus just in time to see a bloom of black smoke billow from the tailpipe. A blink of lights, and the bus pulled out. Chapter 18. Hidden Away. Steve had made random turns until they found themselves in a rural, wooded area and had not seen a moving vehicle or an infected in nearly 20 miles. The afternoon light faded as the sun disappeared below the tree line. The road felt claustrophobic as Steve steered between the overgrown brush and trees encroaching from the fence line on either side of the crumbling asphalt. "It's going to be dark soon. We can't just keep driving," Steve announced. "Look for a place to spend the night, a vacant building, a barn or something." Steve guided the van around potholes and decaying asphalt while Della and the kids peered down each of the side roads and infrequent clearings. 10 minutes later, Della pointed to a weathered structure in the distance. "There, a barn," Della announced. "We should check it out. We're all exhausted, and I don't see how we can all spend the night in the van." Steve nodded. "I know. Let's check it out."
Steve turned the van down a narrow trail, barely more than 2 dirt paths overgrown with grass on either side and in between. Trees and brush on both sides of the path scratched against the sides of the van as they followed the pothole-riddled path of bare dirt. Driving on the rutted path tossed the occupants of the van back and forth. As they drew closer, they saw a weathered gray 2-story building with a double door at the front.
When they pulled up to the barnyard, they saw the doors met at the center of the opening with only a few inches separation. The knee-high grass in front of the barrier gave no hint of recent uses. "Doors are closed," Zach noted. "That's good, right?" "Yep, buddy." Steve stopped the van, turned off the engine, opened the van door, and stepped outside. "I'm going to have a look inside." "One of us should be doing this," Della protested. He reached across Della to the glove box and pulled out a flashlight. "No, I can run faster with the blades than anyone else in the van. Besides, my ass is killing me," he added with a wink. The aged wood of the barn had not been painted in years, and only a hint of the original barn red remained. It looked to be an abandoned structure. The double door at the entrance had been patched from time to time, and not with any great amount of care. After an easy jog to the structure, Steve pushed open the door and disappeared inside. He turned on the flashlight and swept it over the inside. Shafts of the afternoon light filtered through gaping holes of damaged and broken boards. It was far from an airtight structure, and that was a good thing, as warm as the weather had gotten. Most of the slats of wood in the 2 cupolas were missing. He ended the perusal with a quick examination of the ground at the doorway. A single set of tire prints entered the aged barn. No footprints of the driver closing the door were evident, so it had been a while since human activity. Steve took the time to walk the interior and decided no one had been back in quite a while, with the dust and dirt on the hood of a truck parked in the structure. The barn was being used to store hay, but looked as if it were not a recent cutting. A few minutes later, he reappeared from the barn with a relieved smile on his face. He pushed the second door open and headed for the van. When he got inside, he struggled back into the driver's seat and closed the door. He fired up the engine and made a K-turn and backed into the barn next to the old pickup truck with a camper on the back. Once inside, Zach slammed the button to open the side door and ramp. He caught up with Steve at the doors and stepped outside to pull one of the doors closed, while Jimmy did the same with the other. Steve picked up an 8-foot board and hauled it to the door. With both boys' help, they slid the length down onto the open-topped wooden door handles to secure the ends in similar wood stops on the door frame. When they finished, the doors were secure. Della saw the camper and tentatively approached the back door. She turned the knob to find the door unlocked. She took a breath, then knocked on the window of the door. When she heard nothing, she knocked a little harder. With only silence in answer, she cautiously turned the door handle. She accepted the vite from Steve while he raised a weapon. She pointed the beam inside the dark interior of the camper. She gasped, delighted at the contents. Martha and Sandy came back from looking around the stalls and the hay mount overhead. Martha complained, "This place stinks. I'm hungry." "Me too," Sandy echoed. Della called out softly, "Get over here, girls, and help me. We'll get food together that much quicker." The girls walked to the camper, and Della began handing supplies out of the camper. She pulled out a camp stove, camp chairs, 2 camping lanterns, and a stack of bedding. Steve, Zach, and Jimmy stumbled through the gloom to where the girls were busy sorting through supplies. Della stuck her head out of the camper and pointed at the lamps. "Can you use this stove and lamp?" "As long as we're careful, there's plenty of ventilation." Steve grabbed the Coleman and gave it a shake, then asked, "Is there any fuel in there?" After a minute or two, she leaned back out of the camper with a bottle in her hand. "Is this it?" "There are 3 more bottles under the sink. Do you need the light a minute?"
Yes, to both, Steve answered. He had Jimmy hold the flashlight while he poured liquid fuel into the lamp reservoir. When it was full, he lit the mantle and adjusted the light to a dim glow. Jimmy took the light back to Della and then wandered off to explore the gloom. Zach carried a case of water from the van, then went back to retrieve a case of the canned food. With that done, he set up 2 camp chairs and a couple stools. Jimmy brushed loose hay from the circle with a ratty barn broom he found leaning against the wall. When he was done, he wandered off to check out the barn himself. Seeing there was not enough seating for the group, Zach disappeared into the back of the barn and came back with 2 square bales of hay, 1 in each ad.
He made 3 more trips, and they ended with bales in a semicircle around the dim light. He returned to stand by Steve. "Can't it be any lighter in here?" Martha whined. Steve answered with a sigh. "No, we don't want anyone or anything to know we're here." He began going through the supplies, setting out 6 spoons and an aluminum pot. Jimmy reappeared. "That might not be so easy. I saw a house across the field and back. There are lots of lights over there," Jimmy announced when he stepped out of the shadows. "Maybe we should go check it out." "No," answered both Della and Steve at the same time. Steve turned down the lamp to a dim glow. "We need to stack up bales of hay on that back wall. You girls can help." The tone in his voice brooked no argument. 15 minutes later, bales were stacked against the back wall of the barn, over head high. Zach and Steve walked outside and around to the back of the barn to examine their work. "Well?" Zach asked.
"It'll do, but we'll keep the lights turned down." They walked back inside the barn to hear an ongoing conversation. "I don't understand why we don't go over there. It's people," Martha commented. "Because we don't know who they are," Della answered. "But they probably have running water and we could get cleaned up," Sandy added. "Even if it's a bucket of water, it's better than nothing. I feel gross," Della sighed. "We do what Steve says. End of discussion." Steve leaned over the camp stove and lit one of the 2 burners while Della dumped containers of canned pasta into an aluminum pot. "Isn't this a fire hazard?" Della asked. Steve turned to her and answered, "Not if we're careful, since I cleaned the floor." "Oh, makes sense." Steve looked toward Sandy. "As for why we can't go over to that house, we can't be sure everyone will be friendly and not take advantage of the chaos. The government won't be able to control this situation."
Most of the soldiers on the bases are dead, and those in charge will pull back any personnel they have to create a buffer zone. We'll end up being on our own. When resources get scarce, survivors will be in danger from thieves and bandits, as well as the infected dead. "Look what happened in New Orleans after Katrina. People shot each other, stole food, killed, and raped," Della added. "Society breaks down, and people once controlled by the fear of law enforcement will be free to do whatever they want. It won't be easy for any of us." Martha began to cry. "But my family, Brad?" "All you can do is hope that they survive. In time, people will come together, and when they do, maybe you can find them again," Della advised. "Right now, all we can do is survive and find a safe place." Della began spooning content to each of the individual containers and passing them out to the waiting hands. When she got to Martha, she refused the offering. The air was heavy and still in the massive structure. The smell of animals that had once been bedded there still lingered, amid the aroma of dry hay. Steve settled on a bale of hay and wiped beads of moisture from his face. "I sure am hot," Zach commented around a mouthful of warmed pasta. "Too bad this barn doesn't have windows. Maybe we can do something about it." Steve glanced up to the hay mount above the double wooden door they had come through. "There's an access door up there that one of you boys might be able to open. It might allow a draft with the vents on the other side of the hayloft. That'll be the best we can hope for." With bellies full,
The kids wandered off to find their own comfort while Della and Steve settled next to each other on bales of hay to talk. "So you picked up my legs?" Steve asked. "The blades were new. Figured you might need your old prosthetics. They're in the bag. You want me to get them?" Della answered.
You need to give your legs a break.
I know. Steve pulled his leg up and eased the blade's prosthetic cuff from the stump on his right leg. With a sigh, he pulled the silicone sock from the stump and began massaging the reddened flesh. Della leaned forward. "Is it getting sore?" Steve raised his hand. "A little. It's all right. I'm just tired. You have to be extra careful to avoid pressure points. We can't afford to have you unable to walk." "Believe me, I know." Steve grinned. "I can't afford to be a cripple. If something happens to one of the blades, well, no worries on that account. Remember, I made them, and I can fix them." Della smiled. Jimmy climbed to the loft and opened the access door above the double door. He came back down, and they could see the remnants of a rope dangling from the roof. As they sat in the dim light of a single lamp, the barn fell quiet. Jimmy and Zach settled down to rest.
The group huddled around the lamp, each lost in their own thoughts, when a distant shriek shattered the silence.
"Was that a scream?"
Della whispered. The group tensed and waited. Steve turned the lamp off.
"What the hell?" Zach began, but Della shushed him. When they heard nothing more, Steve commented, "We need to keep an eye on that bunch across the field. There's some slatted windows at the corner. I can climb the bales at the far end of the hayloft and keep watch from there." Jimmy volunteered. Steve nodded. "Take turns. If you see any lights, head this way, let me know immediately." Jimmy and Sandy climbed into the hayloft and made their way to the back wall facing the distant lights. They broke 2 slats from a vent to watch the house and outbuilding in the distance. Zach stretched out on a bed of hay. Martha disappeared into the shadows where they could hear her sniffle from time to time. Stay alive. "Damn it, Liz!" Harry cursed as he stepped away from her.
That wasn't a kid. The kid died when one of those monsters tore out his throat. John looked at her with a pained face. "You did him a favor. Trust me. If it happens to me, I'd want you to do the same thing. Blow my fucking brains out."
Liz nodded. "I know. But I can't help but think of my girls. It's making me crazy." Harry turned back to face her. "Your daughters are fine. They're with 3 men that are better equipped to survive this than anyone else I know. Our job is to stay alive until we find them." After an impatient swipe at the tears streaking her face, she nodded. "You're right. I'm sorry." They searched the back roads the entire afternoon, and when it started to get dark, they decided to spend the night in an abandoned gas station. At first light, they headed out again. Despite wandering the back roads, they saw no trace of the Humvee. By mid-afternoon, they were exhausted and back on a 2-lane backtop, stopped to discuss where to head next.
They stood around, drinking warm water and eating energy bars.
Harry commented, "I think we're ahead of them. It's the only explanation." "There hasn't been any sign of the Humvee," Liz answered. "Maybe—" "Shush! I hear something," John interrupted. All 3 stood with their heads cocked to listen beyond the normal sounds of chirping crickets and birdsong. "Motorcycles," John commented. "At least a dozen heading this way, coming fast." "John, give me your jacket," Harry ordered as he handed Liz her helmet. "Keep the helmet on while we talk. Liz, tuck your hair inside the jacket. Don't speak until we find out what we're dealing with." Harry reached into one of the saddlebags and drew out a sleeveless denim vest with a Harley emblem on the back. He threw it to John. "Put this on." "What do you want my jacket for?" John asked as he peeled out of his leather. "It's way too big for her." "That's the point. Harry took it and gave it to Liz.
I don't want anyone noticing she's a woman.
Liz twisted a band around her hair and set the helmet over her head.
She slipped into the jacket and then settled behind Harry on the bike. They took off fast, heading west on the narrow blacktop. We can't turn and outrun them. Slow down and follow my lead. Harry called out to John. John, try to look tough. Within minutes, they caught their first sight of the gang racing toward them fast. John turned back with a fake-looking scowl on his face, then burst out laughing. Mean enough for you? Harry scowled. Man, get serious. This could be bad. Liz's heart raced as the first biker on a custom Harley-Davidson Softail motioned for his fellow riders to spread out. The road ahead of them was blocked by 12 bikers. They all looked rough and mean. 2 of the bikers pulled up in front of John and Harry. They sat facing the trio, gunning their engines, letting the gang surround them.
When there was no escape, they killed their engines. Liz clutched at the front of Harry's jacket. He gently eased her hands free of the leather. Hang tough, kid, Harry whispered through the helmet mic. Whatever happens, don't speak. Liz loosened her grip and straightened up on the seat. She glanced around and counted a total of 16 riders surrounding them. They sat quietly, turning off their engines. The gang facing them suddenly began moving apart to let a single rider approach. The rider was a bear of a man with wild black hair, barely controlled by a do-rag covering the top of his head. He pulled aviator glasses from his face and studied Harry, then John. Finally, he commented with a sardonic grin. Hell of a good day for a ride. Harry pulled his helmet off and rested it on the gas tank in front of him. If you don't mind all the dead bodies walking around, I guess. Right. He made a loud guffawing sound. No fucking joke. My name is Willie Ryder. Most people just call me Ryder. Where'd y'all come from? East, Harry answered. You? A lot of places, Ryder answered. Who you got riding with you on that tricycle? Harry's face reddened by the remark. My kid. He's only 14. He saw his ma get her throat ripped out by the fucking neighbor. Harry continued. I found him in a closet and he hasn't spoken since. Ryder eased his bike up between John and Harry and slammed a fist into Liz's shoulder. Gonna have to man up, kid. It's a rough world out here. He ignored the flinch of pain and continued. Where you headed? Way the hell away from here, Harry growled. We got family in Montana. You got supplies to go that far? Ryder reached out and grabbed a bottle of water from the back of John's bike. John snorted a protest. Harry answered before it could cause offense. Hey, not likely. Thought we would scrounge what we needed as we go. You looking for supplies? Liz looked over her shoulder behind them. Several of the rough-looking bikers had trailers attached to their machines. She raised her hand to Harry's side. He pressed his arm against her hand to reassure her. Ryder pointed to the men with a wave. Fuckers eat a lot. We can always use more supplies. You got anything to share? We can't carry much, but we passed a jackknife trailer outside of Bozeman near a railroad overpass. It had pallets of food inside. We took a few things, but the trailer was loaded with stuff. I can tell you how to get there. Ryder laughed. We aren't real good with directions. I think maybe you need to take the time to lead us to the place. Fuck no, John blurted out. That wasn't a request. Ryder pulled a handgun from his waist and pointed it at Harry. We need supplies. You know where they are. So to make sure you don't try to double-cross us, turn over your weapons. Hey, man, no need for that. We're glad to see you get stocked up, then we'll part ways.
None of us will be the worse for the detour. Harry answered with a forced grin. Ryder held out his hand pointedly. With 6 guns pointed at them, they had no choice but to comply. Afraid they would search her if she didn't produce a weapon, Liz pulled the pistol from her waist and handed it to a greasy little man with bad teeth.
Turn around and let's go, Ryder ordered. Harry made a quick nod and cranked his bike. In orderly chaos, all the riders cleared enough space for Harry and John to turn their bikes around and head back the way they had come. With helmets back on and the roar of bikes to cover their voices, Harry spoke to John. "Hey, you have to take it easy, John. Don't give these guys any shit or we're dead." "Pricks," John interjected. "Yeah, but we have to deal with them. Liz, if we stop, keep away from the group and your head down. Keep the jacket on and the collar pulled up. You're small enough to pass for a kid.
Don't speak if you can help it." Liz tapped his side to let him know she understood and whispered, "Got it." When we get a couple miles down the road, John, try to ease up on the gas. We'll try to work our way to the back of the pack. I don't want to be up front when they hit the pack of dead that was following those soldiers if they're still hanging around the trailer. "Got it," John answered. Silent tears slid down Liz's face as she imagined her girls being driven further and further away. They were losing a full day of travel going back to the trailer. Whatever prayer they had of finding the soldiers in the Humvee disappeared as the sun began to sink into the west. Liz was exhausted by the time Ryder decided to check out a massive fueling station near an interstate intersection. He ordered 3 of his crew to keep an eye on their guests while the gang cleared the facility. They charged off amid the roar of bikes as if it were a 2-wheeled rodeo.
Whoops and hollers rose above the sound of the bikes and sporadic gunfire. Liz was appalled as she whispered into the mic, "They like this?" Harry shrugged. "Definitely not the cream of society. We have to be careful here." "We're so fucked," John chimed in. The gunfire grew more intermittent, then faded to silence. Ryder reappeared at the edge of the road. His gang stopped amid a volley of curses and laughter when he raised his arm to call a halt. The biker closest to Harry nudged him in the ribs with a rifle. "Get moving, Pops," he nodded toward John. "You too, shithead." Harry and John cranked their machines and moved out with their escort on either side and behind. They accelerated up the ramp leading into the fueling station. The front riders flocked around the fueling islands, each taking turns at the pump. The escorts guided Harry and John to do the same. Once all the bikes were fueled up, they were escorted to the front of the novelty shop. Harry made a wide turn and walked his 3-wheeler bike next to John's ride, facing away from the building. When he cut the engine, he stepped off the machine and turned back to Liz, but she brushed away his hand. She climbed off the bike and stepped behind Harry. The escort guided them into the store and nudged them toward a bank of tables and benches at one end of the room. Harry grabbed bags of jerky, cheese sticks, and bottles of water as he walked by a display. They walked to the furthest table, and Harry nodded to the bench facing away from the room. He guided Liz inside, then fell in beside her. John slid into the seat facing the room. "We're lucky the electricity is still on," John commented. "Won't be much longer," Harry answered. The men removed their helmets while Liz sat still without following suit. Harry nudged her with his elbow, and she removed it. She made sure the collar of the jacket jutted up to near the top of her ears. "I have to go to the bathroom," she whispered.
John stood and whispered, "Let me check it out." He crossed to the hall with a sign overhead proclaiming the restrooms and was halted by one of Ryder's men. The bearish-sized brute stood at the hall entrance, his massive shoulders blocking the way. "Where you think you're going, dickhead?" John jabbed his thumb toward the sign. "Unless you'd rather I piss on your boots, no matter to me." He made a show of going for the zipper of his pants, and the guy stepped aside. The man stomped away with a scowl on his face. "Get in, get done, then get your ass back to the table." "Got it," John answered with a wave. "No problem, big guy." When he got back to the table, he whispered, "Everyone is ignoring the family bathroom off to the right. You can walk down the hall and she can dodge in there. She can wait until you come out of the men's, then come out and both of you head back this way." "Might work," Harry commented. "They're all hitting the beer pretty hard." Harry stood and stepped aside, facing the rowdy gathering. Liz slipped out of the seat and stepped behind Harry. He strode toward the restroom without looking back. He was not challenged at the hallway entrance, so he strode forward without glancing at the gang members celebrating the cache of alcohol. When he got to the family restroom door, he hesitated while Liz stepped around him and slipped inside. She pushed the door closed and activated the lock. She quickly used the toilet and then looked in the mirror over the sink. Her hair was a dead giveaway. She fished in her pockets until she found the Swiss Army knife she had been given by Harry at the bar. She pulled out the longest blade and checked the edge. It was surprisingly sharp. Liz dropped the jacket and finger-combed her hair around her face. She grabbed a handful of locks at the side of her head and slid the blade down the strands.
A few seconds later, she was holding a handful of hair. She let it slip from her fingers into the toilet, then repeated the procedure until she could finger-comb the remains around her face. She worked at the back, resulting in the ragged hair brushed at the top of her collar. She gave the front a last brush toward her face, then closed the knife. When she was finished, she used a damp paper towel to wipe what she could of hair that had slipped from her grasp and dropped it into the toilet. She glanced around one last time, then flushed. With a push of the handle, the water rose and swirled as Liz watched her past disappear in the blast of water from the tank, swirling into the bowl. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her musing as the water washed away her life. She opened the door and saw Harry's shoulder. "Enough time?" Harry asked. Then his eyes opened a bit wider when he noticed her hair. "Oh." Liz slipped on the jacket. "Well," Harry winked. "I got a good-looking boy," he chuckled. Try to keep your head down, though. No telling how many perverts in this bunch. Liz answered softly. "No problem, Dad." They made their way back to the table where John was now making sandwiches. He had a loaf of bread, lunch meat, mustard, mayo, and bags of chips. He also had several bottles of drinks, everything from water to a collection of sodas. Liz slipped in the booth and accepted the offered sandwich. It was all she could do to muffle a sigh. The bread was getting stale, but the thick globs of mayo and mustard made up for the dryness. She ate half of the sandwich and then drank a big gulp of water. Around a mouthful of sandwich, she mumbled, "I didn't realize how hungry I was." Harry nodded as he reached for the makings of another sandwich. "It's gonna get ugly in here if they keep drinking." The party cranked up a notch in the novelty shop when two of the bikers started taking pot shots at the mounted deer heads on the walls amid the open rafters. One bullet took out the left eye of the mounted head. Both men laughed and jabbed at each other. Ryder walked up behind the shooter and cracked him on the head with the butt of his handgun. The other man stepped away quick enough to miss the same assault. Ryder followed and slammed his fist into the man's face, breaking his nose. The man fell to the floor with blood spilling from his face. "Stupid fucks." Ryder turned away and crossed the dining room to within a few feet of Harry and John. "It's hell having to control a bunch of stupid people." He took a swig of beer. "Well, kid, are you getting enough to eat? Looks like you could use some meat on your bones." Liz kept her head tilted down and answered, trying to lower her voice. "Yes, sir." She cringed at the squeak at the end of her answer. She ducked her head even lower. Ryder reached over and slapped Liz on the back. "God damn, kid. It'll get better. Give it a year and you'll sound like a man." He tousled Liz's hair, then nudged Harry. "I can see why you don't say much. Little shit sounds like a fucking pussy." He walked away laughing. Harry's breath exploded from his mouth. "You okay?" he asked Liz. She nodded as she gauged on the bite of sandwich. A tear slid down her face. She struggled with the bit of bread and meat, wallowing it around in her mouth until she took a long drink of water and swallowed. Finally, Liz whispered, "Fucking asshole." By dark, Ryder had found the breaker box and turned off the electricity. He said it was to keep from attracting attention, but Harry figured it was to shut down the party.
Strategically placed emergency lights left the interior of the building with dim light scattered throughout the structure. Ryder had his men duct tape posters and newspapers over the lower portions of the windows, then upturned tables against the glass. Harry, Liz, and John helped, then settled at the table again.
Darkness shrouded the interior of the store when Ryder posted guards outside the building after securing the back door. Harry and John and Liz stayed at the table, opting to stay as far away from the rest of the gang as possible. Harry mused, "We're as secure as we can be inside of a building with a glass front." "That's not saying much considering whom we're in here with," Liz answered. Harry, John, and Liz moved to the back of the room, tried to get comfortable at a table shoved up against the back wall. Liz folded her arms in front of her and leaned her head down. She could no longer fight the exhaustion. John propped his head on one hand and soon settled into slumber as well. Harry slid around to watch the gang members as they settled down for the night. A couple of the bikers crashed on the carpet in the eatery with them. Chapter 20. Only Ones Left. "What are we doing here?" Larry asked as the Humvee moved out. "What we have to," Matt answered. "Get us about 5 miles or so from here, then find a place we can stop. We need to know what we have to work with back there." They drove for 3 miles, leaving the horde of infected behind. Then Matt picked up the radio. "Jenkins?" "Sir?" Jenkins answered. "What's the status back there?" Matt asked. "We're checking out the kids, and most seem to be pretty hungry and dehydrated. It was hotter than hell in here, and the water tank ran out yesterday. If we can find a place to offload the waste tank, it would help a lot." "You got a bathroom?" Matt asked. "Think airplane bathroom?" Jenkins chuckled. "The sanitation tank hasn't been emptied in a while. They did have a few bottles of water, or all this would have been a wasted effort." "Got it. We'll be stopping soon. Just hang on a few more minutes." "There's one more thing," Jenkins began. "Oh, never mind. We can sort it all out when we stop." "You sure?" "Positive," Jenkins answered. They stopped alongside the road 10 minutes later. After a quick perusal of the area and seeing no infected, Matt and Jake carried 2 cases of water to the bus. When the door opened, the smell of feces and urine made Matt nearly back into Jake. 2 soldiers accepted the water with a shrug and climbed back in the bus. Jenkins stepped out of the vehicle. "Holy shit." Turning away, Matt took a deep breath. "We need to empty the fucking tank." Jenkins nodded toward the bus. "I know it's not good, but we gotta get as far away from here as we can. If Bishop begins to worry about survivors and someone reporting him for deserting his post, he might come back to send a rocket up our ass. He'd recognize this bus." "There are some campgrounds southwest of Kerrville. If we take back roads, we can be up to the area in a couple hours," Matt commented. "A campground would have connections for the water and the sewer line," Jenkins answered. "If you can spare a couple more cases of water and something for the kids to eat, we're good." "I wish we could do something about the waste tank," and Matt began. "No worries. We got the windows open. My team has been using an ammo can for the last 3 days. This ain't much worse." Jenkins grinned. "You got us out of a tight spot. We're grateful." Matt and Jake brought back more water and 2 boxes of snack foods to the bus. As Matt walked away, he turned to Jake and shrugged. "I guess you can get used to almost anything." "Not me, man. That's bad. Really bad." 3 hours and more than 100 miles from the roadside park, Larry turned off the highway onto Goat Creek Road. 10 minutes later, he pointed at a Camp Verde campground sign. "Should we try it?" "If you think it's got what we need," Matt answered. "It was pretty rough back in the day. It's been years since I was out here working at the camps," Larry answered. "Let's do it. We have to stop. Those kids won't last much longer." "We should be off the beaten path enough to be safe unless it's got a bunch of infected wandering around the campgrounds."
Matt answered before he pressed the transmit button on the radio. "Hey, Jenkins, we're going to check out the campsite. Try to sit tight." "These kids can't take much more. They need out of here and something more to eat." "Roger that. Hang back while we make sure it's safe." Larry guided the Humvee onto a narrow asphalt road. They drove around a narrow curve and faced a newly painted sign advertising a secluded, recently upgraded campsite that included electrical, waste, and water hookups. Matt nudged him in the arm, and Larry guided the vehicle onto a gravel road and up the gentle slope through the open gate of campgrounds. They found the fenced compound a mile from the highway. There were only 2 buildings inside the secured campgrounds.
A large concrete structure in the center of the compound had signs advertising public restrooms with showers and a recreational center. Toward the back of the grounds, they could see a small brick building with a sign identifying it as the rental office. Beyond the office, they could see a fenced paddock and a couple more outbuildings. The place looked deserted. "If there's anyone here, they'll be in the buildings," Matt commented. "I don't see any vehicles." "That's a good sign," Jake answered. Larry stopped the Humvee at the front door of the rec center. Matt and Jake slipped out of the Humvee, closing the doors. "You know the drill. Anything bad happens, get the hell out of here." Matt pulled the machete from the scabbard on his gun belt. Jake, with a crowbar in hand, went to the door and pressed his ear against one side of the double wooden door of the rec center. He turned back to Matt and moved his head from left to right and placed his hand on the doorknob. He gave his wrist a slow turn. It was unlocked. Matt pulled a flashlight from his belt and gave a quick nod. Jake opened the door and pointed his flashlight to the left while Matt pointed his to the right. They both peered into the gloom. After a quick scan inside the massive open space, Jake kicked the doorstop in place to prop the door open and followed Matt into the gloom. They made a quick circle through the 1,500-square-foot room, then each headed for a bathroom. Matt walked into the men's bathroom with the machete ready to strike when he heard scratching. He stopped and listened. For a full minute, he heard nothing but his own rasping breath. Then he heard the scratching sound again. He stepped up to the first stall and eased the door open. It was empty. He made his way from stall to stall, stopping at each stall door and gently pushing it open. Each time he found an empty, clean toilet. He rounded the corner to the showers and stopped mid-step when he realized the sound was really close. Matt felt moisture slide down his back and wished he had a drink to settle his nerves. He stepped up to each of the curtains, eased it back, and peeked around the corner. Each time the stall was empty until he got to the last one. Just as he slid his foot forward, he heard the scratching and a screech. He took a deep breath, then peered around the final curtain. The light flashed across a small, furry animal as it darted across Matt's feet to escape up the wall and through an opened window. "Fuck!" Matt gulped air and fell against the wall. Matt stumbled from the bathroom, still struggling with his racing heart rate. Jake looked back from the blinds he was opening. Light spilled into the room from the head-high row of windows on both ends of the building. The room was slowly brightening with each blind being tilted open. "Man, you look like shit. What happened?" "Nothing. Just a fucking ground squirrel scared the shit out of me." Matt forced a laugh. "I thought I was going to have a heart attack." Together they walked to the opposite wall and opened the blinds. The room filled with light from the high windows. When they were finished, they walked out into the afternoon sun and waved at Larry to follow them to the manager's office. When they got to the building, they knocked on the front door. The door was locked. Matt called out, "Hello, in the house?" There was no sound from inside, and glancing through the window showed the inside of a small office. The room was neat and clean, as if someone would appear at any moment ready to do business. "Let's see if the back door's open before we break in."
Matt walked around to the back of the building and, under a covered patio, found a sliding door with a folded white sheet of paper taped to the window. Matt opened it and read, "The door is unlocked. We're leaving and don't figure on coming back. Use what you can."
Generator in back will run the water pump and water heater if power fails. Extra gas in the shed. The note included a few instructions to switch to generator power and a scrawled signature. Matt slid open the slider and stepped inside the building to see an office, a living room, kitchenette, small table. He walked to the back of the building and found 2 small bedrooms. "Dibs on a bed." Jake laughed. "Sure, it's half your size, asshole." Matt answered as he stepped out the front door and opened it. He waved Larry closer and then called out, "Call him in." Matt turned back to Jake. "When they get inside the compound, close the gate and get a couple men to walk the perimeter and make sure that deer fence is secure. I don't want any surprises walking in on dinner. Larry can get the girls settled. Jenkins and his men can help me get the kids out of the bus and fed." Larry pulled the Humvee to a stop in front of the manager's office. He helped Amy to the ground, then released the carrier from the car seat and pulled Claire out of the back seat. Amy retrieved the diaper bag and followed Larry into the house. She stepped into the living room, sat down the bag, then made a quick tour of the interior of the house. Amy looked into each of the rooms, opened doors, and looked into closets. Having satisfied some question concerning her surroundings, she sat down next to Claire's car seat, released her from the harness, and laid her on the couch to change her diaper. Larry carried a case of water, a case of food, and box of baby supplies inside, then squatted down next to Amy. "Little mama, I'm going outside to help the others. Can you take care of your sister?" He walked to the window in the living room and opened it, then headed into the kitchen and opened one above the sink. "I'll be outside if you need me." Amy called out, "We'll be fine. Claire Bear needs a bottle."
"I can take care of her."
"There's water and food if you're hungry. I'll be back soon."
Amy gave him a thumbs up, and Larry added,
"If it gets too hot inside, you two can come outside once the bus is parked."
Across the campgrounds, Matt guided the bus around several picnic tables and smattering of trees to a camper hookup near the public building. By the time the bus was parked, Larry had backed up the Humvee to the picnic area. He opened up the back. Matt and Larry began carrying cases of food and water to the nearest table. Matt pulled a knife from his belt and slid open the plastic wrap. They broke out packages of single-serving pasta, plastic spoons, and began setting them out at the tables. As Matt went back for another case of food, he saw the bus door swish open, and the first of the soldiers descended the steps, each carrying a child and leading another. The first 4 children were under the age of 6. The men set the small children on a bench.
Jenkins rumpled the hair of a little boy with big blue eyes.
"Okay, Timmy. My friends are going to get you something to eat and drink. When everyone is out of the bus, we'll start getting everyone to the bathroom. Just give us a couple minutes." Timmy looked up at Matt and Larry.
"Yes, sir."
Larry opened a package and slid a pasta meal toward the kid. He passed the little boy a spoon. After a few words, the child accepted the spoon, despite the faraway look in his eyes. Matt walked behind the next child and placed a meal in front of them and placed a spoon in her hand. Like the boy, she sat staring blankly. Matt handed the 2 children bottles of water, and 3 more kids arrived at the picnic table. He glanced around and realized there were at least 24 children from age preschool to teens. He opened packages of crackers and laid them on the table. The children sat stone still until Amy, with Claire in her carrier, arrived.
She settled on the seat next to Matt and sat Claire down next to her. She pulled a tray of pasta to her, and Matt gave her a spoon and package of crackers. She picked up the spoon and took a bite of the cold pasta. Amy took a big bite. Amy turned to Timmy and commented, "You know, I kinda like it better hot, but it's not so bad. Besides, I really like picnics." She turned to another child. I got Oreo cookies. If you eat all your dinner, we can have some. Mr. Matt lets me have one when I eat all my lunch. Do you like cookies? Uh-huh. The child across from Amy nodded. She picked up the spoon and took a tentative bite of pasta. After a quizzical look, she smiled and took a big bite. Within seconds, all the children, including Timmy, began eating with surprising enthusiasm. Do I get a cookie? A child asked from the next table. Matt laughed. Sure. Everyone gets to have a cookie. Drink some water, too. That bus was pretty hot, and you were in it a long time.
Half a dozen older teens came out of the bus to settle at yet another table. Amy jumped to her feet to carry meals to the new arrivals while she chatted and offered the prized cookies if the meals were eaten. With tentative smiles and a soft giggle now and then, the kids began eating while she coached them to drink more water. You have to drink all the water if you want cookies, she called out as she headed for the Humvee. Matt winked at Amy. Thanks for the help, kid. I'll keep an eye on Claire Bear if you want to keep doing what you're doing. All these kids need to eat and drink lots of water. When one of the soldiers walked up and placed a small girl on the bench, he announced, That's the last of the kids. You need my help? Just keep opening food and water. They're really dehydrated, Matt answered. 3 more people stepped from the bus. One of the girls had a tear-stained face. The other walked as if in shock.
The pair was being pushed toward the table by a third. Each picked up a tray, spoon, and bottle of water. They settled quietly at the nearby tables to eat in silence until Amy showed up and began offering cookies. You have to drink all your water, Amy advised each group. If you gotta go to the bathroom, it's over there. She pointed at the bathroom entrances. We got a playground. It has swings and a merry-go-round. She hurried to the next table and began her one-sided dialogue all over again. With the meals devoured, most of the children looked around as if confused about what to do next. Finally, a few of the younger children wandered toward the playground to sit in the swings. Matt had been so focused on seeing the children fed when an adult hand grabbed for a meal, he caught the wrist and growled, This is for the kids. Yeah, well, it's still for a kid, the woman shrugged. She looked exhausted, but tried to smile as she placed her free hand on the bulge around her middle. Sorry, I can wait. She started to turn away, but Matt held out the dinner. Sorry, no, please, take it, Matt responded. My name's Amanda. You gentlemen saved our lives. The soldiers told us what you did. If we'd spent another day, we would have died in that damned bus. Matt shrugged. It was Jenkins. He and his men fought their way through the infected to get to the bus. They didn't even know for sure anyone was still alive, but they were determined to try. I know what PFC Jenkins and his team did. I also know without your help, they would never have made it to us or even had a chance to save us. Amanda spooned a mouthful of tomato sauce-covered pasta into her mouth. She brushed away strands of greasy hair from her face. Matt handed her a bottle of water. She took a long drink and settled on the end of the picnic table. We're all dirty and smell. Is there any chance we can pull whatever luggage is in the bus and then shuffle kids through the showers? The soldiers with Jenkins came up to the table and picked up bottles of water. Jenkins asked, Enough food for us to have a meal? Sure. Matt looked over his shoulder toward the Humvee. He knew their supplies were disappearing at an alarming rate. He looked at each of the soldiers and realized 2 of Jenkins' team were female soldiers. The kids began to wander away to the bathroom, then found a quiet place to rest in the shade. Jake and Larry walked up and grabbed a meal each. Matt broke out boxes of cookies and walked from table to table. He studied each group and realized there were 7 or 8 kids under the age of 10, 6, 11, or 12-year-olds, and 6 older teens. And then there was the pregnant woman, Amanda. He sighed. When we get done eating, I want 2 of you breaking out any luggage still on the bus.
Try to find things for the kids.
Amanda, if you and Privates Lawson and Pierce can organize showers and clean clothes for the little ones, it will make the kids feel a lot better. The older kids can take care of themselves. We need to be sure they all get rehydrated while we get the power on and water heater working. Yes, sir, we can sort that out. Lawson and Pierce responded in unison, then headed toward the cargo doors at the side of the bus that had been moved to a camper pad, where one of the men had hooked a hose to empty the waste tank. Amanda followed at a sedate waddle. Matt turned back to the remaining soldiers. I need someone to get the power on. One of Jenkins' men raised his hand. I'm pretty good at stuff like that. There's a shed behind the house with the generator. See how much fuel is on hand. He handed the soldier the paper that had been on the glass door. The soldier looked at the paper and grinned. Nice of the owner to leave directions. The man took off at a trot.
Matt turned back to the remaining men. I know we're all tired, but we'll need to go on a supply run, and it has to be now so we can get back before dark. We just depleted half our supplies. He nodded at Larry. I'll take Jake, Jenkins, and one more of your men. The rest of you, get with Larry. Put the supplies from the back of the Humvee into the manager's office, then get the generator running. Set up guard posts and secure the compound. Look around, see if there's anything we can use. Larry led his team away, and Matt pulled a map from a pocket of his pants leg. He spread the map on the table, placing bottles of water on each corner. After a few minutes, he pointed at a point on the map. We're here. We have 3 towns within 30 miles. Any thoughts here, Jenkins? He pointed at the map. No point in going that way. That town had half a dozen fires burning when we drove through. How in the hell it happened so fast is beyond me. He studied the map a minute. Maybe Martinsville.
Bishop was heading north, and I think it would be smart to avoid him. Besides, I don't really want to be brought up on charges for killing the asshole. If I run into him, I plan on shooting him. Matt nodded. Martinsville is further west, so we shouldn't have a problem. A piercing scream shattered the quiet of the afternoon. Matt and all of the men drew weapons and raced toward the sound of terrified shrieks and shouting. Another shriek, and someone began screaming over and over again. "Jenkins!" A woman's voice called out. Matt and the crew at the table were the first to race around the front of the bus. Lawson was flat on her back, struggling to hold back the gnashing teeth of an infected juvenile on top of her. She was shoving against the monster's throat, while Pierce stood aside, screaming. Blood poured from a long gash in Pierce's arm. Jenkins made it to the infected first. He grabbed the kid's belt and threw him off Lawson. While he was still down, he made a quick stab of his K-bar to the kid's head. The child laid still. A thick black fluid leaked from the wound. Jenkins reached down and pulled Lawson to her feet. "You hurt?" Jenkins asked. "No, but Pierce got bit." Lawson rushed to Pierce. Pierce had quit screaming and cried softly while Jake wrapped a field dressing around her hand. "I thought he was just scared. I thought he'd been locked in the luggage compartment and all." Pierce sniffed. "I reached for him and—" She took a breath and sighed. "I don't want to turn into one of those things." Lawson led her away from the bus and sat her on a picnic table, away from the others. Chapter 21. The UPS. Kid Tate drove for nearly an hour before she could find a place to stop the rig after leaving the horrors of the bloodied horde. She parked on an overpass with a clear view of the road ahead and behind. She imagined the steep incline on either side of the road would give her plenty of time to jump back in the truck and escape any wandering infected. She climbed out of the rig and down to the road. She walked to the side of the asphalt and squatted in the dirt. Once the pressure of her bladder was relieved, she buttoned her pants and walked away from the stench of the infected clinging to the rig. She pulled her cell from the truck and tried to call her mother, then her sister. As before, all the circuits were busy. She didn't have a number for her cousin Randy, but had directions from State Road 180 and Pine Canyon Drive north of Van Horn. She paced back and forth, wondering what to do next. She had food and water for several days and nearly a full tank of gas. But where should she go? The radio still advertised refugee camps north of Austin, Waco, Wichita Falls, and Navasota. Where would her family go? Would they know to go to Randy's?
Or would they be bused to one of the refugee centers?
Tate climbed back in the truck and opened the navigation screen. She expanded the screen view until she figured out she was approximately 60 miles southwest of San Antonio. Houston was evacuated. No point in trying to go east. She had told Charlie she'd be going to stay with Randy. In the end, that was her decision. The last time she had seen him, Randy had acted really strange. He was talking about the end of the world. When his mother passed away, he sold the family home and everything in it. He had moved to land that backed up against the Guadalupe National Park and moved into a cabin. She didn't even know if it had running water. The closest town was Van Horn, a town of 2,000 people. Van Horn would be lucky to have a quick stop and a liquor store. She was 400 miles from the little wide spot in the road, and normally that would be only an 8 or 9 hour drive. Now, all bets were off. She picked up Charlie's state map and looked at the warren of side roads that got fewer as the further west she looked. She figured the major roads were probably choked with traffic and the infected. The narrow asphalt road she was on seemed clear enough for now. She could travel from one blacktop to the next, always heading north and west until she got to Van Horn. From there, she could drive straight north to find Randy's place. Or she at least hoped she could. As she pondered her situation, she climbed back out of her truck and walked around the front. She cringed at what she saw. Remnants of human bodies were wedged into the grill and brush guard at odd angles. She walked back to the toolbox and pulled an old pair of gloves on. She spent the next 10 minutes pulling limbs from the gap between the guard and the front grill and from around the bumper. She wished she had the water to wash away the remaining blood and gore, but she didn't. If she found a stream, she'd use a towel and try to clean it better. Satisfied she had done all she could to eliminate the smell clinging to the truck, Tate got back in the cab and pulled the basket of cold chicken and biscuits from the back of the cab. She picked up a wing and tore off a mouthful of cold meat. She chewed while she studied the road ahead. She saw rolling hills and granite outcroppings in the distance. She would be driving through limestone and granite formations with massive boulders and a thin layer of topsoil that could only support yucca, prickly pear cactus, cedar scrub, and Texas live oak. Several tributaries of the Colorado River, including the Llano and Pedernales rivers, crossed the region. The area also included a number of caverns, the deeper of which formed aquifers which served as a source of water for the region. Tate tossed a bone outside and opened a gallon of water. After a long drink of tepid water, she capped the bottle and cranked the big rig engine. She clutched and shifted until she was doing a sedate 45 miles per hour on the narrow blacktop road. She turned on the radio and after a few minutes only found one station still transmitting, and it was repeating evacuation instructions. Nothing seemed to be broadcasting active reports. She leaned over and turned down the radio and turned on the CB radio. At first, all she heard was static. She made sure she was on channel 19 and adjusted the squelch. The static began to clear, and a faint voice called out, "Infected, blocking. Out of fuel. Crushed. Fucker bit my leg. Gonna run over as many of the bastards as I can before I turn. Breaker 19 for a 1033. Breaker 19 for a 1033. Go ahead, 19. A deep male voice answered. Tate leaned closer to the receiver. One of the voices pulled at a memory. It sounded familiar. Emergency 1 mile west of intersection 16 and FM 46. There's a kid on top of a UPS truck. Got eyes on him, but I can't help him. He's trapped by a dozen or so infected.
I wish I could help, the deep voice responded. I'm out of commission, man. Sorry. Tate waited for someone to jump in, but there was only silence. Finally, she picked up the mic. Breaker 19, I'm 1051, 3 minutes east of FM 46 location. Who is that? Tate? The deep voice called back through the speaker. 10-4. Is that you, Doyle? Tate asked with a hint of excitement in her voice. Someone she knew? The deep voice laughed. Yep, I'll be damned. Little girl, you take care picking up the kid. I'll get back with you when I have the kid. You gonna be around? Got no choice. I'm out of fuel just outside Bandera Falls. Maybe I can help with that situation when I'm 99. 3s and 8s, Tate. Tate left the CB turned on, but laid down the mic. She had just passed State Road 46 and knew she was getting close. Up ahead, she saw dozens of vehicles scattered across the road in a traffic jam. In the middle was a brown panel truck.
She downshifted and slowed the rig. She studied the collection of vehicles around the panel truck. The infected milled around the truck, staring up at a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the panel truck. The kid was rocking back and forth with one arm stuck out and the other strumming air. Dipshit's playing an air guitar, Tate mumbled. She picked up the mic. Not sure this dipshit is worth saving. He's sitting on the van roof playing an air guitar while a dozen infected look up at him like he's a Big Mac. Doyle came back. 10-9. Come back? Never mind, Tate answered. I see the kid. Give me a few. If I don't get back to you in half an hour, send in the Rangers. Tate dropped the mic. She studied the trail of vehicles leading up to the panel truck. Left of the red car, right yellow, between the white and black, around the blue to the right. Tate grinned to herself. Then pull alongside close enough for him to climb in the window and mow down any infected that get in my way. It ought to work, since it looks like someone else cut a path through the vehicles before I got here. She stomped the clutch and shifted as the truck gained speed. Tate blew the air horn. The kid looked up as the rig rolled toward the collection of vehicles ahead. He pulled white earphones from his ears and waved his arms above his head and jumped to his feet. He began jumping up and down, his arms flailing and obviously shouting. The infected grew even more agitated. They were frantic to get to him. Tate blew the horn twice more, and he stopped dancing around to watch her approach. The orange bitch rolled down the hill and clipped the back fender of the first vehicle, a red hatchback with a flat tire. The little car skittered out of the way just in time for the truck to smash into a yellow Camaro and ripped the back quarter panel off as if peeling an onion. Tate threaded the bitch between a white sedan and a black SUV, then rolled over half a dozen infected that had turned and made their way toward the truck. She downshifted, easing the truck into the back of a blue sedan sitting next to the panel truck. She used the guard to push it to the edge of the road and out of the way. She stepped on the brake and came to a stop. She shifted into reverse. The engine whined as she backed up to stop next to the panel truck. Tate pushed the button to lower the window a few inches. The kid grinned. That was way cool. Shit, you're a woman. No shit, Sherlock. Are you bit? No, hell no. Been sitting on that truck since last night. The kid answered. You jacked my car back there, the red one. Get in, I got another dumbass to rescue, Tate ordered as she opened the window all the way. The kid slid to the edge of the panel truck and eased down until his feet landed on the open window. He stood there for a full minute, shuffling his feet and trying to figure out how to get into the cab. Finally, Tate called out, For Christ's sake, grab onto the mirror, slide down on your ass, and get in here. With a little maneuvering, he did what he was told, then flopped into the passenger seat with a sigh of relief. Tate raised the window to block out the moans and stench of the infected. Okay, what's your story? How did you end up on the truck? I tried to go around this mess last night. I ran over something and got hung up and my tire went flat. Before I could get away, the creeps showed up. Actually, I think they were already here. I just didn't see them. Tate shifted into first and the rig began to move forward. She maneuvered around a pickup and a sedan, then around the back end of a panel truck. She shifted again and clipped a caddy, taking out the taillight on the driver's side. After clipping a green van and brown sedan, they were through the maze.
Tate stopped the truck and watched the 3 remaining infected continue stumbling after them. She opened the door, pulled her handgun from the holster, and raised the sight to the closest monster. She took a breath and fired. The first infected, a woman, still wearing green scrubs, fell to the ground. After 2 more shots, a teenage boy with black hair and an old man in dress pants and blood-stained white shirt lay on the asphalt. She holstered her gun and turned back to the kid. "What's your name?" Tate asked. Ben Lawson. Hey, you mind if I plug in my iPod? The thing is almost dead." Barely taking a breath, he continued. "Is this your truck? What's your name? I've never seen a woman drive a truck like this. It's sure got cool seats." He slid his butt around on the leather. "Smells like chicken in here. You got food and some water to spare? I haven't had anything to eat in 2 days. I was scared to stop and get—" "Christ!" Tate interrupted.
You keep talking and I'll take you back and put you back on that truck."
"Sorry."
Ben looked longingly at the charging port. "Yes, you can plug in your iPod. It's my truck, and my name is Tate Hamilton. That's drinking water in the jug at your feet. Don't backwash. The food is in the basket behind the seat. Help yourself." Tate got the rig moving again, slowed as she neared the intersection with a sign pointing toward the south. Bandera Falls was less than 3 miles. She turned up the volume on the CB and picked up the mic. "Doyle, you still out there?" "Sure am, little girl. Did you collect the kid?" Tate laughed as she looked over to see Ben wolfing down his second piece of chicken and third biscuit. "Yeah, I got him. But I don't know how long I can keep him. He's eating me out of house and home." A voice interrupted. "You got him? Thank you. You don't have to keep him. He's my nephew." "Uncle Phil?" Dan asked. "Yeah, kid. I saw you and couldn't do a damned thing about it," Phil answered. To Tate's look of confusion, Ben clarified. "Uncle Phil lives on the hilltop not far from Bandera Falls. He's in a wheelchair. I was headed there." Tate held up her hand. "Okay, I'll see you get there, but not until I lend a hand to a friend of mine." She clicked on the mic. "Doyle, I'm 1051. Where exactly are you?" "If you've turned toward Bandera Falls, you'll see my truck 2.4 miles from the turnoff. Can't miss my rig alongside the road." "Hang tight, Doyle. We'll figure out something when I get there." 2 minutes later, Tate pulled up next to the red GMC rig Doyle had been driving the last time she saw him. She waved at Doyle and he stepped out of the cab with a beer in hand. "Well, scrawny girl, I never expected to see anyone I knew again," Doyle commented. Tate jumped from her cab and into Doyle's arms. "It's good to see you, you old goat." Doyle laughed and set Tate back on her feet.
"Interesting hair color. Is that in honor of the fucked up world, or to match your truck?" Tate shrugged. "Before the world got screwed. It was just a wild hair while I was in San Antonio." With a big smile, he asked, "Well, kid, what now?" "Let's see if we can get you some diesel," Tate answered. "Bandera Falls is close. Have you seen anyone?" Doyle chuckled. "Nope. After what I saw in Taco Town, I was hoping someone would drive by this morning and give me some idea what's going on around here. I haven't seen anything since I barreled through that clusterfuck back up the road." Ben jumped from the truck cab. "My uncle has diesel. I'm sure he'll help you." "Well, let's head there then." Doyle laughed. "Sooner I get some fuel, the better. I don't like leaving my rig on the road." "Let's get going," Tate answered. The trio got back in the truck with Ben still chattering. "When I was a kid,
We used to come up to the cabin, and Uncle Phil had all these neat toys for the kids. Stop! Tate raised her hand. All I want to hear out of you is how to get to your uncle's place.
Sitting on the edge of the sleeper mattress, a little more subdued, Ben guided them down the blacktop to a gravel road. Tate turned on the gravel road and followed a narrow path as it wound around the perimeter of an uplifted outcropping at least half a mile in diameter. As they drove the last 100 yards, the overhanging vegetation opened up to expose cleared grounds surrounding a fenced compound. An 8-foot hurricane fence enclosed half a dozen buildings. 2 of the buildings looked to be barns. One building was a metal shop with an open front, and another was a multi-door garage with what looked like an apartment on the end. One of the last buildings was a 2-story log house with a tower above the second floor. Tate downshifted at the sight of the compound gate.
When she got the rig stopped, she turned to Ben. Well, where do we go from here? I got this. He jumped from the cab and walked to the keypad and entered a code. The gate began to roll back with the rattle of chain and wheels on a rail. Tate drove through and the gate began rolling back into place. Ben jumped the cab step, clinging to the mirror and window. He pointed toward the house where a man was rolling a wheelchair down a ramp. With the rig barely moving, Ben jumped to the ground and ran to the man in the chair. Tate stopped and killed the engine. She and Doyle stepped to the ground and walked slowly toward the reunion. Tate smiled when she saw the old man wipe tears from the corner of his eyes. The man had a broad chest and strong, muscled arms, despite the wheelchair. His gray hair was thick and had been slicked back, exposing his weathered face and sparkling blue eyes. He showed no sign of decline, despite the wheelchair. I'm glad we're able to help, Tate stated. He's family, the old man answered. I can't repay the 2 of you for this. Doyle chuckled. Wasn't me. She did it all by herself without any help from me. Ben grinned. She's kick-ass, Uncle Phil. She killed all those creeps. She ran over 'em, then shot the ones that were left. Phil nodded. I saw it. He turned to Doyle and Tate. Please, come inside so we can talk. I could use any information you folks can share. He turned on the back wheels of the chair and led them inside. Once in the house, Ben raided the fridge and brought out a bottle of soda and 3 bottles of water. Where is the family, Uncle Phil? Without even waiting for an answer, he headed for the back of the house. Can I shower? I really stink. I still got some clothes upstairs, right? I'm so glad to be here. Really, I am. I'll be back in a minute, okay? Well, later, folks. Go on, boy. Make it a quick shower. Phil answered at Ben's retreating back.
We'll discuss the family later. Phil turned back to his guests. You folks come from the city? At Tate's nod, he continued, Can you tell me about it? Tate spent the next 10 minutes telling Phil and Doyle what she had experienced. When she was done, Phil turned to Doyle. Where were you heading? Doyle laughed. I didn't really have a place in mind. My ex-wife was in Houston, but I really hadn't thought about where I was heading to as much as what I was running away from. I can relate, Tate commented. Phil leaned closer. Where are you 2 planning on going when you leave here? Tate squared her shoulders. I got family out west. They evacuated Houston, so I'm hoping my mother and sister will end up at my cousin's place at Pine Canyon. What about you, Doyle? Phil asked. Doyle cleared his throat. Find diesel and get my truck. At Phil's puzzled expression, Doyle explained how his rig ran out of gas on the highway heading into Bandera Falls and was still sitting there.
No problem, Phil stated. I've got a tank of diesel out by the tool shed. You can fill a couple 5-gallon cans to get back here to fill it up. It's the least I can offer after getting my nephew here. If you want, you're welcome to spend the night. Chapter 22. Day's End. Liz woke to the muffled rumble of someone passing gas. She listened to a bombardment of hurled curses and insults at the perpetrator. Slowly, the growls and groans quietened, and a semblance of quiet returned to their corner of the dining room. Liz finally decided she was awake and wouldn't be going back to sleep and began moving. She sat up, rubbing at her neck. She looked across the table at John. Harry sat next to him. John slid a box of packaged breakfast rolls across the table to Liz. The lights had been turned back on in the kitchen area, and the smell of coffee wafted through the air. John held a steaming cup of black liquid. "Need a trip to the bathroom?" Harry asked. Liz nodded.
She stood and glanced around the room. Most of the bikers were still snoring. It looked as if they had just collapsed to the floor when they'd had enough to drink. 3 men milled around the coffee machine. One of them was Ryder. All except Ryder looked hungover and worse for the night of drinking. From the looks of it, they had finished off the store's beer supply. Harry led the way to the restrooms. Once inside the family facility, Liz used a wet paper towel to scrub at her teeth. She gargled with handfuls of water, drank deeply, and then used the toilet. Washing her hands one last time, she waited at the door until she heard the gentle knock. She stepped out just in time to see Ryder walk up to Harry. "You boys sleep okay last night?" Ryder asked as he tried to blink the sleep from his eyes. Harry answered, "As good as you'd expect." "We'll be leaving in 10 minutes, so be ready." He scrubbed at the stubble on his chin.
No excuses. Ryder walked away and Liz followed Harry back to the table. They gulped hot coffee and ate sweet rolls and beef jerky for breakfast. Liz stuffed several packages of dried jerky and crackers in her jacket's zippered pockets when the bikers were not looking. Harry, John, and Liz walked out to the bikes and saw their supplies that had been on the back of their bikes were gone. Their bikes had been stripped of anything useful, and their clothes left in a pile at the side of the bikes. Liz grabbed the backpacks and stuffed what was left back in the bags. She was glad she had not picked up bras at the resale shop. John's face flared red, and he turned to confront Ryder, but Harry caught his arm. "Let it go. I expected as much." "Fucking assholes," John cursed under his breath. Ryder strode over to John and Harry just as they started to mount up. "You ride in front. Lead the way or else." He placed his hand on the handgun on his belt.
"The first one I shoot will be the kid if you try anything."
Without responding, Harry and John got on their bikes and cranked the motors. Without looking back, Harry and John pulled out. One by one, the gang followed. Soon the group roared down the highway in a rough semblance of order. Once underway, John's voice came over the mic. "What if the horde is still hanging around the trailer? We'll be riding right into a clusterfuck." Harry answered, "I'm hoping they are. They can give Ryder and his boys something to worry about besides us. With a little luck, we blast through, and by the time Ryder and his boys roll into the mix, every dead fuck within 50 feet will be on him." "But," Liz interrupted. Harry continued, "We got no choice, Liz. John, we kick it when we get to the overpass." Liz clung to Harry and watched the landscape race by. They got closer and closer to the tiny town of Bozeman, the typical wide spot along Texas highways.
After 2 hours, Ryder raced forward to call a halt. Harry and John stopped and took off their helmets. Harry asked, "What is it?" "How much farther?" Ryder snarled. "If you're dicking us around, you're all 3 dead." Harry raised his hand. "It's not far now, maybe 10 or 12 miles at the most. There's a railroad overpass right before the town. The trailer was knocked off the tractor and sitting alongside the road on the back side of the overpass." "It better be," Ryder growled. Harry shifted the bike into gear, and he accelerated. Ryder tossed a beer bottle at them as they pulled away. The glass shattered only a few feet from Harry and Liz as the bike roared by. The assemblage of bikers took their time. Beers were passed around as the riders moved out. Ryder dropped back to carouse with his cronies. They had started drinking around 10 that morning and even foregone lunch for more beer and a couple bottles of JD. Ryder yelled something in their direction that Liz didn't catch,
but felt the hair on the back of her neck raise. Harry cranked the bike and eased further ahead with John close on his heels. "All those loud mufflers are drawing all kinds of attention," Harry commented. They passed houses and monsters appeared in the yards. It was easy to see they were being drawn by the sound of the motorcycles. More and more appeared from around buildings and out of doorways. Those trapped in stalled vehicles turned toward the sound, all reaching out and gnashing teeth. The gang's interest in John and Harry faded as they consumed more and more beer. Ryder was handed another bottle after tossing an empty bottle. Bottles tossed against road signs sound like shots from handguns. Laughter boomed above the sound of the motorcycles. More bottles sailed from drunken riders. Liz glanced over her shoulder just in time to see Ryder hurl a bottle at a monster amid a cluster of his brethren.
The bottle hit the monster in the side of the head and the gang exploded in celebration. They were less a mile from the overpass when Harry accelerated. Liz yelled into the mic, "No one is paying attention to us. Keep going." The gang was drunk, and Liz ducked lower against Harry as she waited for the impact of a bullet from Ryder's gun when he noticed they were pulling ahead of the pack. "Now!" Harry yelled at John, then gunned the engine. The bikes vaulted forward and raced toward the overpass, leaving the gang behind, still tossing bottles at random targets. Harry and John didn't wait to see how soon the gang noticed. Liz watched the roadside flash by. John matched the pace without giving a hint of easing up on the throttle. A sudden clank of metal and the report of gunfire made Liz duck. She looked back to see guns pointed at them. Another shot whizzed by and she screamed,
"They're shooting at us!" "Hang on!" Harry yelled back and opened the bike up with a deafening roar of the oversized motor. John matched the action. Together they pulled away quickly and began the gradual turn toward the overpass. Liz felt the back wheel on the left rise from the ground and she clutched Harry tighter. He made a guttural sound that was a cross between a laugh and a grunt of strain. Shots echoed in the distance while the closest bikes accelerated to a crazy pace considering how drunken most of the men were. Liz watched as they barreled after them, all the while firing wild shots. More of the infected were drawn toward them as the cacophony of roaring engines and gunfire grew. Harry dodged an infected and screamed into the mic in his helmet. "John, first cross street, take a right!" John's bike raced through the underpass with Harry at his back fender. Both men braked. Liz was thrown into Harry's back, then momentum pitched her to the left.
If not for Harry grabbing a handful of the leather, she would have fallen from her perch on the back of the bike. Harry pushed her back onto the seat, then accelerated again. They raced away from the overpass and the trailer. Liz looked back at the cross street and saw what could only be described as a clusterfuck of epic proportion. The first bikes flew through the underpass into dozens of the undead that had appeared around the disabled trailer and overpass at the trio's passing. Unable to see what lay ahead, the rear bikes slammed into the riders being attacked by the infected. More and more of the monsters stumbled toward the 20 or so bikers fighting for their lives. Motorcycles were knocked over. Riders were drugged from the bikes as the infected overwhelmed the gang. Harry turned around the corner of a large building and eased up on the accelerator. He and John slowed the bikes. They rode to the end of the business complex, turned a corner, and then headed back to the west, away from the road. They moved the bikes into the parking lot of a lumber yard and eased around the back of a storage area. Harry killed the motor and John followed suit. The quiet around them was deafening. They could still hear shots and screams in the distance. Both men pulled off their helmets. "That was bad," Liz commented as she pulled the helmet from her head. She took a minute to describe what she had seen. "We'll never get back through the underpass. Riders were pulled from their bikes and the ones behind them ran into the bikes and bodies." Harry shrugged. "They deserved what they got." "We gotta find a way to get out of this town and away from Ryder. That is, if any of them survived. They were drinking pretty heavy." John chuckled. "Fucking assholes. Got?" Harry pulled a map from his pocket.
He opened it and studied the colored lines.
We can go north on this farm-to-market road for about 40 miles, then head back west. I think we need to wait until tomorrow. He ignored Liz's look of frustration. I doubt we have much left in supplies, and we need to locate some weapons. John searched the saddlebags on either side of his bike, then opened the storage unit behind the seat. Empty. I got nothing. Harry stepped off his bike and flipped open his bike's saddlebags. He grunted, then opened his own storage compartment. Sons of bitches didn't leave us anything. We have to find weapons and supplies before we leave this podunk town. They were going to kill us, Liz asked in a hesitant voice. Probably, Harry answered flatly. They just wanted to make sure we were telling the truth about the trailer. It was the only reason we were still riding. The two men pushed the bikes into the shadow of a storage rack and listened to the sound of gunfire in the distance. Gradually, the shooting became more sporadic.
Then they heard a dozen single shots, then silence.
Do you think any of them survived?
Liz asked. Harry shrugged. It's hard to say, but I imagine so. I think someone was putting down the injured. They stood in the shade and listened. The firing stopped, and then the sound of motorcycles rumbled to life and faded into silence. John stepped closer. We need to find some weapons. Liz looked toward the lumberyard. Maybe we can find something in there? Harry led them toward the darkened building. They found an open door used by employees to access the storage area. As they got closer, they found a stack of construction scraps. Harry and John both picked up pieces of 2x4s, and Liz picked up a piece of rebar. Liz noticed only the emergency lights were on in the building when the trio crossed the garden area and stepped into the main building. It was not a chain store, so merchandise cluttered the aisles. Liz considered a display that she was passing and stopped.
She studied the 4-inch cylindrical tubes in a display, then picked one up and pushed a soft rubber switch at the bottom. A light flicked on. Both men stopped, and she tossed each of them flashlights and stuffed the remaining 3 in her back pocket. John stepped closer to the garden tools and came back with 3 machetes. He tore open the plastic and pulled the first one free. He used the sharpened edge to quickly open the second 2. With everyone armed with clubbing weapons and blades, they made their way deeper into the gloom. Harry picked up a canvas utility bag and walked over to a drink machine. He pulled water bottles from the shelves. "Do you think they have a break room?" Liz asked as she stuffed bags of peanuts from a countertop display into her pockets. "Could be food there if they have a break room," Harry shrugged. "John, find some crowbars or hatchets." He hesitated a moment, then added,
Liz, we'll look for a break room in the back. John headed off into the dark, and Harry whispered, "Watch your ass." Harry and Liz headed toward a hardware display. They froze in place when they heard the first moan. It was distant and a pitiful sound. Liz imagined it a keening of loss and pain. The companion sound that followed was angry and dangerous. "John!" Harry called out. "Out of here, now!" Steps could be heard stumbling toward them. John called out, "We got company, and he looks pissed. Time to move. Fast!" Harry grabbed Liz's arm and turned her toward the garden center. He started running and nearly pulled Liz into an infected man covered in blood from the neck down. Harry elbowed Liz out of the way and swung the canvas bag of water bottles, knocking the monster off his feet. He swung the machete with one hand, connecting with the side of the infected man's head, peeling an ear and a connected flap of skin from his skull. The monster righted itself and reached for Harry, still struggling to recover his own footing. Liz grabbed the machete from the scabbard at her waist and raised the blade in a 2-handed swing and chopped off both of the man's arms just below the elbows. The arms fell to the floor with a wet splat. The monster, ignoring the loss, raised his stumps and focused hungry eyes on Liz. Before Liz could act, Harry cleaved the man's head open. Harry caught her by her arm and held her still for a moment. "You okay?" "Yeah. I could have finished the job, Liz responded. It's just, well... Finally, she shrugged and fell silent. John caught up just as they jogged through the garden center. That was ugly. I had to take out the cashier in the break room. John caught up and continued. Her legs below the knees were eaten clear to the bone. The rest of her was big as a brood sow carrying a litter. Harry glanced over his shoulder at John and commented, Better pick up the pace, old man. Customer service is heading our way.
Harry hopped on his bike and pulled Liz up behind him, then cranked the engine. He eased forward while John got his bike started and began moving. They put helmets on and led a following of infected as they pulled away. After the first 2 blocks, they lost sight of their pursuers when they turned around a corner and made their way back out on a main street heading back through town. Keep an eye out for a place to pick up some guns, Harry ordered. Silent night. Steve debated about removing his prosthetics, but in the end didn't trust the safety of the barn enough to make himself that vulnerable. The barn was sweltering despite the sun setting. Della and the girls pulled bedding from the camper to take advantage of a hint of a breeze. Jimmy and Zach arranged bales of hay at the back of the camper as makeshift beds. Della and the girls cleaned up from their meal, then spread bedding on the bales.
They sat around the dim glow of the lamp, speaking softly. Martha glanced over her shoulder at Steve and Zach working on the van. Why do we have to stay here? There are people over there. They have lights and running water. Della sighed. We don't know who they are. Why does it matter? People are people, Martha argued. Della stood up and looked down at Martha. You need to understand the world is different than it was. There's no one left from the military base to contain the infection. Not everyone will be out here helping each other. We can't take a chance. Martha's eyes filled with unshed tears. Matthew was on the base. I'm sorry, Della whispered, but we have to be realistic. Martha jumped to her feet and ran to the ladder leading up to the hayloft. She scrambled up, and when Jimmy started to follow, she turned and screamed, All of you! Just leave me alone! They could all hear her crying in the dark. Finally, Della asked, Who is Matthew? Sandy answered, Her fiancé. They just got engaged last week.
Martha refused to come down from the loft, despite attempts at talking to her by both Jimmy and Della. Cloaked in the gloom of the barn and with only the sound of Martha's muffled sobs overhead, Steve and Zach went back to the van and began the task of removing the wheelchair ramp. Damn thing is just too slow. Besides, using a wheelchair is a death warrant now, Steve commented. Zach opened the toolbox and found wrenches. After looking around, he pulled out 2 pins that anchored the aluminum ramp extension to the lift mechanism. Once the extension section was out of the way, Zach held up his hand. He used a flashlight to look under the van, around the floor by the door, and then back under the van again. Finally, he stood grinning at Steve. This won't be bad as I thought. The unit is designed to fit in the van without modifying the vehicle.
I think we can remove the rest of the unit by taking off 2 plates on the undercarriage, and then the assembly at the door. Steve and Zach worked late into the night, disassembling the hydraulic system from the van. It was a tough job with the limited tools available. After a brief discussion, they left the electronic close mechanism on the side door, but disconnecting the safety that would cause the door to reopen if obstructed. A punch of the button and it'll close no matter what, Steve warned as he glanced toward the hayloft. I hope she's all right. Zach glanced toward the loft. I guess she hadn't figured it out. It may be a while before any of us know about families, if ever. Steve wiped moisture from his face with a rag and shrugged. Time to get some rest. We need to get out of here first thing in the morning. He glanced toward the back of the barn. I think I heard screams a few minutes ago from the buildings back there. Zach shrugged.
I'll wake Jimmy and he can keep an eye on them. Steve nodded and went to lie down on a couple bales of hay.
Tell him to wake us if any lights head this way. Otherwise, stay in the barn. The first rays of sunlight turned the darkened interior of the barn into a gray gloom. Della and Steve were the first to wake. When Jimmy heard the conversation near the camper, he came down from the back of the loft to speak to Steve. Jimmy whispered, "It's quiet now, but people were screaming and crying over there last night. I told Della and she found binoculars, and I saw they have guards posted that don't look real friendly. Something isn't right over there." Steve nodded. "Then we need to get out of here. Go wake up Martha, then get down here. We leave in 15 minutes. Della rousted Sandy with a gentle nudge. "Get up and pack up as quickly as possible. Be very quiet." Suddenly, Jimmy scurried down the ladder, gasping for breath. "There!" He pointed up to the open door at the apex of the roof.
With the fading of night and the glow of dawn dawning, they all could see the silhouette of a body hanging from a rope. The rays of the rising sun glistened off Martha's copper hair. Her body moved with the slight breeze of morning. Della yelped, then slapped her hand over her mouth. "Oh my God, oh my God," she whispered under her breath. Sandy looked up and screamed. The sound shattered the quiet of dawn with a long, piercing shriek. She kept up the screech until Zach slapped his hand over her mouth and pulled her into his arms. There was no way the sound could be mistaken for an animal. "Shit," Steve cursed. "You have to be quiet," Zach whispered. "Please, Sandy, you have to be quiet." "Do you think they heard?" Della whispered. "We can't wait to see. Throw what you can in the van," Steve ordered. "Zach, get Sandy in, then help Jimmy. Open the door." Della balled up bedding and threw it in the back of the van.
Steve threw camp supplies on a blanket and gathered up the corners into a knot. He pulled the bundle toward the van while Zach pushed Sandy inside and into a seat. Once Zach had belted her in, he pulled the bundle from Steve and then went back to the camper to pick up the last box of supplies. Zach shoved the blanket full of provisions inside the van and called out as he lumbered off toward the door. "I got it! Come on, Della!" Della jumped into the passenger seat. Zach and Jimmy raised the board from the door, and Zach tossed it aside. Jimmy pushed against the right door, and Zach took on the left. Jimmy's door pushed open easily enough until it caught on a clump of weeds. Jimmy struggled a moment, then a splinter of wood whizzed past his face. The rifle report echoed as the sound of the van engine roared to life. Light streamed in the open barn from the back of the structure as a door was opened. Zach charged against the left side door and slammed it back against the wall. Steve accelerated toward the door as Zach ran across the entrance to help Jimmy. The door lodged open, and they turned toward approaching van. The front of the vehicle reached the entrance, and Steve slowed enough for Zach to dive into the van, with Jimmy close on his heels. Zach turned to pull Jimmy into the van. With a determined grimace, Jimmy reached out and raised his right foot to leap. Zach grabbed his outstretched hand just as Jimmy stumbled. His left foot was anchored to the ground, caught on something. He yelped and looked back to see a beaten and bludgeoned infected woman clutching his leg. Zach called out, "I gotcha." Zach wrapped his massive hand around Jimmy's right wrist and pulled. "I won't let go." Jimmy fell to the ground with Zach still clinging to his wrist. He kicked at the claw-like hand still clinging to his pants while being drug along. "Stop!" Della screamed. "Oh, God." The ping of a bullet hitting metal and report of a rifle echoed from the back of the barn. 3 men clambered over the pile of hay bales with raised rifles. Steve slammed on the brakes and stuck the handgun out the side window. He squeezed off 3 quick shots at the men. "Get in here now! We gotta go!" Steve yelled as he slammed on the brakes. Another shot rang out. The bullet clanged off the back bumper of the van. Steve returned fire again. Zach jumped from the van with a stainless steel rod clutched in his hand. He slammed the knee joint down in the head of the woman, then pulled Jimmy to his feet. He pushed Jimmy toward the open door. "Go, Jimmy!" Zach yelled. Jimmy jumped into the van. He stepped aside and Zach lunged for the door. He rolled to the side and pulled his feet inside just as Jimmy slammed the red button. "Go!" yelled Jimmy. Steve slammed his hand on the accelerator as he fired 3 more shots toward the barn.
The door slid closed, and they lost sight of the barn as they turned the first curve.
Steve battled the van to keep it on the narrow path as they raced away from the outbuilding. Della turned to the trio in the back seat. "Are you three okay? Are you hurt, Jimmy?" Jimmy laughed nervously. "That was intense. I'm fine, though." He got to his feet and pushed the bundle of supplies toward the back of the van. He finally settled on an upturned crate. "Intense? Are you fucking crazy?" Zach asked. "That infected bitch tried to eat you." He got to his feet and duck-walked back to settle in the seat next to Sandy where she sat whimpering. Steve sighed. "We have to be a lot more careful from now on." He sent the van through the weeds and overgrown fence rows. "Why were they shooting at us?" Della asked. Steve sighed. "My guess is the dead girl had something to do with it. They were doing some things that they didn't want anyone else to see." "But we didn't see anything," Della protested. "Do you want to go back and tell them that?" Steve asked with a sigh of frustration. "Things are different now. We have to be careful, even with people that are not infected." The van grew quiet as everyone contemplated Steve's words. He guided the van onto the blacktop and headed north. Sandy whispered, "What happens if they follow us?" Chapter 24. First Goodbye. They wrapped the body of the infected child in a garment bag and laid it in the back of the Humvee. Matt looked at Jenkins, then back at Pierce. "You have to let me come with you. I don't want the kids to see me turn like the others," Peace demanded. "You know that's what's going to happen." Finally, Matt gave a quick nod. "I know," he whispered. The implication was not lost on anyone. He turned to Larry and the soldiers to be left behind. "No more accidents. Work in pairs or small groups, one person with a gun out and ready at all times. Double-check all the buildings, including the outbuilding down by the lake. Set up the recreation center to bed down the kids. Close off the outside entrances to the restrooms. They can stay open during the day, but I want the camp buttoned down by dark. 2 men on the gate." Larry made a careless salute. "Got it. No worries." He turned to Jake and Jenkins. "Let's go." When he looked at Pierce, he saw she was sweating profusely. He had not seen early signs or symptoms, so he had no idea how quickly the changes were occurring. Her complexion had grown cyanotic. Her lips were dusky and dark circles under her eyes had developed. The whites of her eyes turned blood red, and the color of the iris had started to fade. Pierce nodded. "I don't think I have much time." As she walked toward the Humvee, she began removing items from her pocket and passing them to the soldiers walking beside her. She removed her gun belt and pulled off her vest, then stripped down to her t-shirt. By the time she got to the Humvee, she no longer wore the trappings of a soldier. She wore only camouflage cargo pants and a t-shirt. She pulled a necklace with a cross over her head and held it out to Jenkins. "It's my mother's. I want you to have it." "I can't take that," he protested. "Then give it to Lawson when she gets over this shit about blaming herself. This was no one's fault. You have to make her see that." Pierce responded. Jenkins nodded, then stuck the jewelry in a pocket and sealed the Velcro tab. Matt, Jake, Jenkins, Pierce, and another soldier by the name of Ramirez got in the Humvee. Pierce settled in the middle of the back seat and began unlacing her boots. "What are you doing?" Ramirez asked. "That pregnant woman can use them. I saw she had on sandals." She sighed. "Can you beat that?" Pierce gave a rasping chuckle. "It's the end of the world, and she's wearing designer sandals." She handed the boots to Ramirez. No one answered, and she poked at Jenkins. "Lighten up, guys. We saved those kids. I figured we were all dead 3 days ago when Bishop rammed the striker into the ditch. I got a reprieve." "Reprieve is over."
Pierce leaned over to wave at the gathering of soldiers. They quickly came to attention and saluted. Matt guided the Humvee through the gate and saw Pierce wave through the open window at the two soldiers standing guard. He slowed. "You boys, take care," she called out. "Godspeed, Pierce," one of the men whispered. "Bye, Pierce," the other choked out. The faces of both men tightened around the mouth as they raised their hands to salute. Their eyes followed the Humvee as they secured the gate and the vehicle drove away. Pierce groaned. "This hurts like hell." She pressed both hands to her head. "We need to get this show on the road, guys." Matt accelerated around the corner and onto the highway. Trees flew past as they raced toward Martinsville. Minutes ticked by while Pierce's breath grew ragged and she groaned. "Stop," she moaned. "I can't stand it anymore."
My insides are on fire and my head feels like it's going to explode. Matt slowed and eased the Humvee off the road under a huge live oak. All four men jumped out, Jenkins reaching back to help Pierce slide across the seat. She struggled to stand, but her legs could barely support her weight. Jenkins and Ramirez draped Pierce's arms over their shoulders and wrapped their arms around her waist. They carried her across the grass and spring bluebonnets on the roadside to the edge of a deep ravine overlooking a small winding creek. The forested hill country lay ahead of them in all its rugged and vibrant beauty. Longhorn cattle wandered a meadow bright with wild flowers on the far side of the creek. Houses in the distance gleamed white and pristine, as if they could not be touched by the ugliness of the world when the dead rose up to devour the living. Matt walked up to the trio and looked at the glory of Lady Bird's beautification project. Lady Bird Johnson would always be remembered for seeding Texas roadways with native wildflowers. Those same wildflowers spread to meadows and pastures, resulting in collages of colors for all to enjoy. Jenkins fell to his knees in front of Pierce. "God, I'm sorry. If I could..." She laid her hand on the side of his face. "I know." She smiled at him. "I guess I shouldn't have held out so long." She sighed deeply. "You need to go now." He opened his mouth to protest, but Pierce shook her head. "No, you go. I won't have this on your conscience." She turned to Matt. "I just want to enjoy the view a few minutes longer." Jake and Ramirez grabbed at Jenkins' arms, but he shook them off. He slowly raised his hand in salute as tears glistened in the afternoon sun. Jake and Ramirez followed suit. With a nod from Pierce, they turned and walked to the Humvee. Matt stepped behind Pierce and quietly pulled his handgun. "I don't even know your first name." Pierce stared out over the river and shrugged. "Sally, can you believe it? I was named after a grandmother I never had a chance to even meet." She struggled to take a breath, then continued, "I hope she's there when I cross over." "I'm sure she will be," Matt answered. He fired and Sally Pierce slumped to the ground. "Sorry, Sally." Jake walked past Matt with the child wrapped in the garment bag. He laid the small body next to Sally Pierce. Together they stood looking at the bodies. Finally, Jake asked, "Should we try to bury them?" "We can't. We don't have time. It's nearly 3 and we have to get supplies for 30 people and get back to make sure we're buttoned down for the night." Matt turned and headed back to the Humvee. Matt walked to Pierce and straightened her limbs and slid his hand over her eyes, closing them. He covered the bodies with a tarp, then turned and headed for the Humvee. Jake followed. When he caught up with Matt and spoke softly, "That was bad." "It'll be with me for a while," Matt answered. When they got in the vehicle, he continued, "A long while." Jenkins was quiet for the remainder of the ride to Martinsville. When they got to the edge of town, he finally spoke. "She was as good a soldier as any of them." Matt nodded. "She died like a soldier." "Dead is dead."
Jenkins' face mirrored his distress. She should have been home having babies or some shit like that. She had a better chance of surviving this as a soldier than as Susie Homemaker. Jake responded. It was just bad luck that infected kid got in the luggage compartment. Not the kid's and definitely not Pierce's fault. Jenkins shrugged. It still sucks. Everyone fell silent until they saw a sign announcing a discount store in town. Matt announced, First thing we need to find is a truck or oversized van. It needs to be big enough to stock up for more than a couple days at a time. What about a rental lot like U-Haul? Keys would be on site and we'd have a pretty good choice of sizes. Jenkins answered.
That sounds like a plan, Matt answered. Probably sooner rather than later.
The Humvee got to the edge of town and the first retail business park included a small storefront advertising veterinary services, a dry cleaner, a tax office, and sports supply center. Nat slowed to examine the businesses, then suddenly stopped in front of the sports store when he saw the advertisement for school soccer supplies. What are you stopping here for? Jenkins asked. Nat jerked a thumb toward the business and grinned. Kids' clothes. There wasn't much in the luggage for the kids. This is single-stop shopping. Should be a lot of shorts and t-shirts, warm-up sweatshirts and pants. Jake laughed. Sounds like a plan. All we'll need later is underclothes, shoes, and socks. Matt backed up to the door. The 4 men stepped from the vehicle. The others watched the street and area around the strip center while Matt tapped on the glass. When he heard nothing, he turned to one of the soldiers.
Ramirez, watch our backs. Anything at all looks bad, give us a holler. When he found the door locked, Jake slid a crowbar between the door lock plate and jamb. He leaned his weight into the bar and pushed the door from the jamb and facing. The door popped open. Matt, Jake, and Jenkins stepped into the gloom. Matt made his way toward the back of the store and found the office. Inside, he picked up the local yellow pages. He found pages for a city map and located a listing for truck rentals. He folded the phone book and stuck it into his back pocket. Jake and Jenkins found garbage bags under a counter and began sweeping clothes off shelves into the bags. Matt walked to the back of the store to a door that sported a sign identifying it as a stockroom. He knocked on the door. When there was no sound from within, he opened the door a crack and peeked inside. The storeroom wasn't as full as he had hoped, but he found several boxes of children's sweatpants and shirts.
With his arms full of clothes, he stepped back into the storefront and found both Jenkins and Jake stuffing bags with clothes. Matt opened a bag and dropped his armful of clothes into the plastic bag, then carried 2 more bags into the storeroom and filled them with sweatshirts and sweatpants. He stepped into the front room and crossed the room to drop his bags by the front door. Let's get moving. He looked out the window. Ramirez was looking off into the distance, his face reflecting the concern. Obviously not getting a clear enough view, he stepped on the bumper of the Humvee. A moment later, he dropped to the ground and bolted toward the door. Matt stepped out to meet him. What is it? It's a military convoy with 3 strikers. If it's Bishop, he'll try to take us out, Ramirez declared. Matt stuck his head back in the store. We gotta leave now, guys. Trouble headed our way. They tossed bags into the back of the Humvee, and Matt guided the vehicle out onto the street.
A few minutes later, he turned down an alley, then circled around a paint store and pulled behind a garage. He killed the engine and watched the alley entrance. 3 infected on the street turned and headed toward the alley. Fuck, Matt cursed. I got this, Ramirez chuckled. These fucks are really stupid. Ramirez eased the back door open and stepped out on the pavement. As he walked to the alley entrance, he pulled a slingshot from his pocket and slid a metal ball into the leather patch. He pulled back on the sling, aimed, and released. A glass window nearly half a block away shattered. The trio of infected turned in mass and stumbled back toward the distant storefront. Long as they don't catch a whiff of us, we're good. Ramirez hustled back to the Humvee as the roar of the convoy grew louder.
Matt pointed toward the corner of the building, and they watched the convoy's approach. The convoy was moving fast, crushing any of the infected that stumbled into their way.
They barreled through town and past the garage without slowing. "Where in the fuck are they heading at that speed?" Jake asked. Matt picked up the radio and began scanning channels. After nearly a minute, garbled voices demanded, "Stop! Return! Base! Charges! Bishop! Court!" Then the reception dissolved into static. "Well, that answers a couple questions," Matt stated. "Bishop has gone rogue. He's going to shoot anything in uniform." "Can we hook up with regular military?" Jenkins asked. Matt shrugged. "I don't know how. The reception is sketchy at best. We don't dare transmit. Bishop can hear any channel the military is using. They could be anywhere up to 20 miles away. We can't load up the kids and start driving around the country looking for an FOB, not with Bishop going out there shooting at anything military." Jenkins nodded. "We have a pretty good setup at the campgrounds. It's a lot more secure than that damned park Bishop stopped at. Our asses were left hanging out for anything that came down the highway." "Let's move out." Matt pulled the phone book from his pocket. After a quick perusal of the pages, he pointed to a small map of the town at the front of the yellow pages. "There's a rental store on the east side of town and a discount store down the street from there, judging by the address." Matt tossed the phone book on the dash and shifted the Humvee into drive. He pulled out of the alley after a quick glance in the direction Bishop had taken. Jenkins hooked a thumb toward the back of the vehicle. "We need a cargo van or small moving truck to haul the supplies we'll need to take care of all those kids. We can only carry enough for a meal or two." "Yeah," Matt answered. "We've got a job to do, that's for damn sure." He slowed the Humvee as he neared the rental store. The yard was fenced and the only access blocked by a wrought iron fence with a padlock on a chain.
The storefront next to the gate advertised specials on short-term rentals and accepting all major credit cards. "There are 3 private vehicles in the parking lot." "That's a bad sign," Matt muttered. "There's probably 1 or 2 for employees and a customer or 2. Most likely the customer will have someone with him." "So we have at least 4 infected to deal with," Jenkins answered. "Yep, ain't no choice," Jake shrugged. "Keys will be in the office. His brother don't have a clue how to hotwire a truck." He laughed at his own attempt at ghetto humor. Jenkins smirked at him and groaned. "Let's do this as quiet as we can," Matt ordered. "Don't use a gun unless you have to. I don't want to advertise we're here." Matt backed up to the office, and all 4 men exited the vehicle. Jake and Matt pulled machetes free of scabbards. Jenkins held up a tire iron, and Ramirez a 3-foot piece of rebar. "Same drill, Ramirez."
"You watch our 6. "Yes, sir." Jenkins and Jake waited by the vehicle while Matt walked to the building. He stood at the side of the door and peeked around to look into the gloom of the office. Shadows moved around in the open reception area. Matt ducked below the sill and made his way to the side of the glass door. There, he pressed his back against the brick wall and motioned Jenkins and Jake to his side. Matt whispered, "There are at least 3 on this side of the counter. I'll open the door and take out whatever gets to me first, Jenkins. You go left, Jake right. Take 'em out quick and quiet." Matt raised a hand to quickly count off 3 fingers, 1 at a time. He jerked the door open and the 3 men exploded into the room. Matt first, then Jake darted through the doorway with Jenkins on his heels. Jake used his machete to cleave the top of an infected man's head. He fell like a stone, knocking over an end table and one of the 2 chrome and plastic chairs in front of a window. Matt took out a fat man in a white shirt and turned just in time to see Jenkins bash in the side of a woman's face. The infected woman slowed for only a heartbeat, and Jenkins swung again. The second swing embedded the crowbar into the temple of the woman. She fell to the floor behind the counter, taking the crowbar with her. Jenkins pushed open a side gate and leaned down to retrieve his crowbar. His wrist was captured by a hand covered in blood and gore. He yelped in alarm and fell back on his backside, kicking at the head of the infected man, pulling himself up Jenkins's leg. He jerked his wrist free and kicked at the body covering his left leg.
The body rolled aside, and Jenkins crab-crawled back until his hand met a previously downed, infected body. Jake stepped on the offending appendage and used the machete on the infected man's head. "That bastard is really in bad shape." Matt leaned over the counter.
Fuck. They did a real number on the counter guy. Matt swung the gate open and stepped around the body. "Let's get busy." Jenkins jumped to his feet and shivered. "That was nasty. Fuck." He snorted nervously. Jake slapped Jenkins on the back. "You move pretty fast for a white guy." "Fuck you," Jenkins snorted. "You move pretty slow for a black guy." Jake chuckled and punched him lightly on the arm. "I'll try to do better next time." Suddenly, Ramirez stuck his head in the door. "I don't want to interrupt this bonding moment, but we got company stumbling this way." Matt grabbed a key on a long stick with a tag identifying it as the gate key. He tossed it to Ramirez. "Get the gate open, then be ready to drive the Humvee. Jake, cover him." Jenkins looked out the window. "There's a 15-foot moving van near the gate. Only one out there." Matt opened a metal wall cabinet and studied the array of labeled keys. Each one bore a unit identification number.
"What's the unit number?" Jenkins called out. Jake called back the number. Matt picked up the keys and sorted through the tags one by one. Finally, he jerked up a key and headed for the door. He tossed the key to Jake and raced toward the Humvee. Jenkins stood between the Humvee and the truck, looking from one to the other. Finally, Matt pointed at the van. "Ride shotgun." Jake cranked the engine, and it roared to life. Jenkins jumped in, and Jake slammed the vehicle into gear. When Jake gave Matt a thumbs up, the Humvee took off. In the panel van, Jenkins shifted through the glove box and found a map and a couple of random pieces of paper. He looked behind the seat into the back of the vehicle. It was dark and empty. "We can carry a lot of supplies in here," Jake laughed. "It's got a full tank of gas, too. You gotta love an efficient business model." Matt directed the Humvee to the large box store with the truck following close behind. They parked at the edge of the parking lot, and Matt rolled down his window just as Jake pulled up next to the Humvee. "Single entrance. Could be good, could be bad," Matt commented. Jake shrugged. "Your call." "Jake and I go inside. Jenkins, you and Ramirez stay at the front door when we get it open. Jake and I'll bring supplies in carts. One of you cover the other while supplies are loaded into the vehicles." Jenkins made a curt nod and grinned at Ramirez. "If you see any beef jerky, can you grab it? Oh, and some clean underwear," he laughed. "As opposed to dirty underwear?" Matt remarked. "Okay, let's do this." With a nod from Matt, Ramirez released the brake and made a wide circle across the parking lot to stop with the back of the truck and Humvee facing the front of the store. All four men opened doors, and the men walked to the front of the store. Jenkins and Ramirez opened the back of the vehicles, then stepped to the outside to protect Matt and Jake. Matt turned to Jake. "When we get inside, you're on clothing and bedding detail. Pick up shoes, underclothes, and whatever else you think we need. Get a variety of sizes for the kids, but don't get too picky. Clear a shelf or two, then get bedding, sleeping bags preferably, but blankets will do. I'll get as much food as I can. We'll fill baskets, then drop what we find at the front door for Jenkins and Ramirez to load in the vehicles. I'll hit the drug department, pick up shampoo and soap and shit like that last. With the cots in the attic of the rec center, I know exactly what we need," Jake answered. Matt nodded at Jake. "Let's clear the place, then get busy. I don't want to be here more than 20 minutes. Matt and Jake peered into the gloom. "I see someone in there," Jake whispered. "Maybe more." Half a dozen vehicles. 2 were parked at the side of the parking lot, probably employees. The rest are right up front. That blue Fiesta has the door open and no one around. Jake nodded. "I can see blood on the door, and if they let an infected person inside." His voice trailed off. Matt pushed on the door, and it opened easily. "Not locked. Not a good sign." They peered into the dark for a moment and heard the first moan of an infected. "Shit," Jake cursed. "Can't any of this shit be easy?"
Matt shrugged and answered, "You two watch the door. We're going inside. We'll take out the infected before we start bringing up supplies. Just in case, don't get sloppy. Watch the fucking door, too." Jenkins nodded, then helped slid the door back. "Got it." Matt strode toward the sound of shuffling feet with Jake at his side. They faced two infected customers. Both had been working men in life, one with a thick body in blue coveralls, while the other dressed like a construction worker. Coverall man had a bandaged arm, while the construction worker had limbs horribly damaged, with gaping holes and open wounds. They each began shambling and reaching toward their intended prey.
Jake and Matt unsheathed machetes and stepped several feet away from each other. It seemed to confuse the infected men. They froze, undecided which man to attack first. Finally, both seemed to forget about Matt and faced Jake. "I know dark meat is sweeter than white, but boys, this doesn't work for me." He swung the machete and took the head from the closest monster. The body of the construction worker fell with a hollow thud. At the same time, Matt stepped up and brought his machete down at the second infected man's head. The blade glanced off the skull and drove into the collarbone of the man. The infected man remained focused on Jake and took a step closer, pulling the blade from Matt's hand. "Ah, shit." Jake stabbed out and drove his blade into the right eye socket, and the monster fell with Matt's blade still wedged in the head. Reaching for the weapon, Matt suddenly felt a brush of a hand on his sleeve. He jerked his arm free, spun around, and kicked out with his left boot. An infected teen went down in a heap. Jake pulled his machete from the man's head and made a wide arc with the blade. It connected with the teen's neck. Her head flew from her shoulders, hit a register, and rolled away. The head stopped with the face looking at them. The clouded eyes blinked, and the mouth snapped and gnashed teeth at them. "That's just nasty," Jake commented with a grimace. Matt stepped over and slammed his booted foot down on the head just as a nasally voice called out from the store speaker system. "They're coming from the back!" a voice warned through the store's public address system. "You have to block the warehouse door on the right side of the back wall, or they'll just keep coming." Both men were retrieving their weapons as Jake asked, "Who in the hell was that? And why ain't he blocking the door if he knows about it?" They headed toward the back of the store when Matt answered, "Don't know. Come on." "Let's do it."
As they jogged toward the back of the building, they heard a tortured moan. It began low and anguished, slowly rising in volume. It was answered by an angry keening of another infected. The pair of infected women saw the men and each changed directions to head straight for them. Matt watched as a monster that had once been a small woman with delicate features snarl as she limped toward them. The second monster was nearly as tall as Jake. She was massively overweight, and her face was masked by a thatch of orange-red hair, a color that could only come out of a bottle. Her throat hung in shreds around her ample chest. Blood covered her house dress, while the wound at her neck still leaked thick drops of blackened sludge with each step. Both women looked ravenous as they stumbled toward Matt and Jake. "I think the big one likes you, Jake," Matt called out. Jake chuckled.
"Thanks, asshole." They rounded a display case and saw the double doors to the warehouse entrance being held open by a jack with a loaded pallet left halfway through the swinging doors. Any time an infected leaned against either panel, they fell into the store. As if to verify the evaluation, one of the panels opened, and a monster in a blue uniform fell into the store. It slowly got to its feet and zeroed in on Jake and Matt. Matt ordered, "Let's take out Big Bertha and Twiggy, then you can dispose of the blue man." Matt headed toward the mammoth woman, but she seemed to only have eyes for Jake. He laughed and called out, "See? I told you. She likes you better than me." When the massive woman reached for Jake, Matt used his machete to remove her hands. She ignored the loss while she still focused on Jake. Matt kicked out and drove his boot into her kneecap. She fell to her knees, giving Matt time to glance at Jake. He had taken out the petite woman with a blow to the side of her head, and without looking back, stepped around the body and headed toward the blue man. Big Bertha was still struggling to get to her feet when Matt's next swing connected with the gargantuan woman's head. Her scalp peeled off with a pinwheeling flight of crimson tresses. The impact sent her to her knees, but she still didn't stay down. She pulled her feet under her and stumbled back to her feet. She turned to face Matt with teeth gnashing. "Fuck!" he cursed as he jabbed at her face. He missed her eye. She swiped it away with the remains of her arm. He took another swing at her head, but her flailing arm knocked the blade aside again. Matt backed away from the woman in frustration. Meanwhile, Jake took out the blue man. Bertha focused on Matt while he swung the machete again and took her left arm off at the shoulder. Still, the woman came after him. Matt swung the machete at her face, but she turned, and he hit her meaty shoulder, slicing off a slab of flesh. She moaned and reached out with her stump. All the while, her mouth opened and closed, her teeth clicking against each other. Matt took 2 steps back and glanced over to see Jake move the pallet jack against the warehouse door. With the brakes locked, no matter how much weight pushed against the doors from the warehouse, the doors wouldn't open. As he walked back toward Matt, Jake called out, "I know it's been a long dry spell, man, but I don't think she's your type. Kill her already." "Fuck you," Matt cursed. "I can't get close enough to take her out." With a grunt, Jake raised his machete and cleaved the back of the woman's head open. The top of her skull shattered, and black goo and gray matter spilled from the opening. She fell to the floor, the flimsy house dress riding up to expose a bare butt cheek and dimpled thigh jiggling with fat and the hint of a thong at her butt crack. "Damn, that's just wrong," Jake scrunched up his face and muttered. Matt and Jake both turned with raised weapons and peered into the dark as hurried footsteps approached. "I told you the military would come for us. All we had to do was wait," the nasal voice announced as a thin, disheveled man approached. He rushed to Jake and Matt with his hand held out. "Boy, are we glad to see the army." When he saw the blood and gore still covering both Jake and Matt's hands and weapons, he quickly dropped his hand to his side. "My name's Jasper Kovac. I'm the store manager." He stepped aside to introduce the 3 others with him. He introduced a 50-ish woman as Joan, a girl in her teens as Lisa, and the third person, a young man who was obviously Down syndrome, he called Carl. Matt stepped to a shelf and grabbed a beach towel. He wiped at the gore on his hands and pants. Finally, he cleaned his blade and answered. "We were in the military, but the army is out of commission right now, at least as far as we know. We have a group of survivors at a campsite about several miles from here. We came for supplies."
"You can't just take merchandise without paying for it," Kovac protested. Matt sighed. "We can, and we will. Your corporate bosses are either hiding or dead and part of the problem." He threw the towel to Jake and turned back to Kovac. "Here's where y'all have to decide. You can come with us, or go out and fend for yourselves." Matt picked up stacks of terry-cloth towels and threw them in a cart. He collected a stack of washclothes and tossed them in as well. He pushed the cart toward Jake and headed toward the front of the store. "Let's finish filling it up." Kovac and Joan huddled together for a moment, then called after Matt. "I think we'll come with you, gentlemen." Matt stopped and turned back around.
"Good. See if you can find the keys to that big extended cab in the parking lot."
"No problem," Kovac grinned as he pulled keys from his pocket. "Get carts and fill them with canned food. One of you women find Jake. We got a couple dozen kids. We need shoes, socks, underclothes, and shit like that." The team grabbed a cart and headed across the store. "I'll pick up health and beauty." When Matt looked back and scowled, she added as if he were a child, "We're going to need OTC and pharmacy items since there won't be doctors. Then I'll pick up soap, shampoo, tampons." Matt held up his hand, palm toward her. "I don't want to know. Just be careful." Chapter 25. What Needed Done. Liz tapped Harry on the shoulder. She spoke into the mic of the helmet. There, a pawn shop. Maybe they'll have guns. They rolled past shattered bodies and remnants of a typical small town in Texas. A flower shop, a bakery, and the remains of a boutique baby store.
At the end of the block was a sign in fading colors, advertising cash for jewelry, guns, and electronics. There were several bodies in the street around the shop, but none of them were moving. Some wore biker colors, while others looked like some of the townspeople. The front window was shattered, and remains of a mutilated body spilled over the glass shards sticking up from the opening. Harry and John eased to a stop. Liz jumped from the bike and hooked the helmet over a handle at the side of the seat. "Let me do this," Liz asked. "It's time I carried my own weight." She picked up a tire iron lying at the feet of the body in the window. She ignored the glob of gray matter and hair on the rounded end. Ready to strike, she looked at the door and sighed. The chances of finding weapons were decreasing by the minute. "Doors open," she called over her shoulder as Harry walked up behind her. Liz pushed the remains of the door out of the way and peered into the store. Finally, she called out,
"Hello? Anyone here?" "Get the fuck out of here! Let me die in peace!"
A gravelly male voice called out. Liz looked at Harry, then stepped into the gloom and responded, "We can help you." The voice forced a harsh chuckle and whispered, "I'm gut shot. Can't help this, little girl." He moaned softly. "Harry! John! I need help!" Liz called out as she pulled a rag from a shelf and pressed it to the hemorrhaging wound in the middle of an old man's stomach. Harry squatted down and moved the hand clutching the rag. "Sorry, man," he told the old man. "Who did this?" John whispered. "Fucking bikers," the man whispered. "Yesterday morning. About 24 or so mean-looking assholes. Leader was ugly, mean bastard with big hair and a do-rag. Ryder and his bunch," John whispered. "We ran into them ourselves. They cleaned us out, took all our food and weapons." "Bastards," the old man responded. "You're lucky to be alive." Harry patted the old man's leg. "We got some payback," he chuckled.
Let 'em right into a herd of deadheads. Last we saw, they were getting chewed up pretty good. The old man sighed and pulled a key from his pocket and held it out to Liz. "Behind the register, under the mat. The bag." Liz got to her feet and walked to the counter, raised the mat, and inserted the key in the metal door in the floor. "Harry?" Harry stepped to her side and picked up the handle of the heavy door. There was a gun safe embedded in the floor. Among the guns and ammunition was a white canvas bag with a red cross on the side. Liz picked up the bag and hurried over to the old man. "What can I do?" She unzipped the top. "There's morphine in the bag," he chortled. "It was for the cancer. But I need it now." Liz scratched through the bag and found several small bottles labeled morphine. She pulled a syringe from the collection of trauma supplies. She raised the bottle and inserted the needle. "All of it," the old man whispered.
She did as he asked, then turned to the man with the syringe in hand. At her look of confusion, the man whispered, "In the vein." Liz tied off his arm, inserted the needle, then released the tourniquet. The man's eyes fluttered, then his face relaxed. "My name's Ed O'Hara." His voice slurred, but he continued. "You ran into that bastard Willie Ryder?" "He took all our supplies and was going to kill us," Liz responded. Ed nodded. "They're bad as they come. I took out a couple, but couldn't stop them from cleaning out my place." Harry patted the man on the leg. "Rest easy. We put some hurt on him." John walked to the window and looked out. When he came back, he whispered,
Infected are headed this way. Get what you can use from the safe, Ed whispered. You have to get moving. Harry grabbed Liz's arm and pulled her to her feet. We gotta go. Liz let herself be guided to the safe. Without speaking, she helped carry ammunition to the bikes.
When only a few boxes were left, she walked back to Ed's side.
Thank you. Is there any more I can do for you?
He pushed the med kit toward her. Take it. I won't need it. She zipped it closed and slung it over her shoulder. I'm sorry we can't do anything more, she whispered. Go, Ed answered. Please, he whispered as he looked at John. John nodded. Harry called out, Now, Lizzie, we gotta go! Liz ran out of the store with Harry close behind. He forced a gun into her hand and pulled her onto the bike, then cranked the engine. Liz turned and fired at a monster less than 6 feet away. His head exploded, and he dropped to the ground. John, now! Harry shouted. John fired from inside the store twice, and a single infected fell to the ground. 2 more shots, and another infected fell. John ran to his bike, cranked the engine, and the pair of motorcycles raced from the parking lot to the street and away. Bent on destruction. Why were they shooting at us? Sandy demanded.
'Cause they're assholes, Jimmy answered. Now shut up, you almost got us killed. You heard that scream last night, Zach added. My guess is they killed that woman and are afraid we saw something. Della turned back to the back seats. Please, just be quiet. We're not out of this yet. Steve navigated the back road, driving as fast as he could on the narrow asphalt highway. All the while, he watched the mirrors for signs of pursuers. His heart hammered with the knowledge one gun could not protect them from 3 or 4 well-armed men bent of their destruction. He steered the van through a devastated community, turned to the charred rubble of a strip center before he pulled the vehicle behind the remains of a large metal building. I think we're safe now. Steve turned off the motor. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine. He rolled down the window and the smell of charred wood wafted on a gentle breeze. Jimmy reached behind the seat to scratch through supplies. He handed everyone a drink and a power bar. It's a good thing we didn't take a lot out of the van, Jimmy commented. We would have lost a lot more than a few pieces of bedding, that's for sure. Della agreed. We lost a lot. We lost Martha, Sandy said. How can you act like nothing happened? Steve turned around. I know what happened to Martha was upsetting, Sandy, but you almost got us killed. Sandy protested. We just left her hanging in that barn. We had no choice, Della responded. I'm afraid we'll see a lot of terrible things just trying to survive. We live in a dangerous world now. Sandy retorted. You mean you don't care if one of us dies? Steve sighed. No one is saying that. If we didn't care, we would have left you outside the closet door back at the center. I'm sorry Martha's gone, but we can't change what's been done. She made that choice. All we can do is try to survive. Maybe there are FEMA shelters out there. We should try to find one. Jimmy interjected. Wherever we go, we need weapons to get there, Della commented. How are we going to find guns? Jimmy asked. If my phone worked, we could Google it, Zach answered. Now we're stuck with yellow pages if we can find a phone book. What's the closest town? Steve retrieved a map from his glove box. After looking over the map, he answered, Hondo. I don't think it's much of a town, Zach answered. My folks used to drag my sister and me along antiquing on weekends, and from what we saw, it was mostly tourist shops and stores. Zach's voice trailed off, and he looked at his feet. I wonder if my folks are still alive. Steve looked over his shoulder at the big black kid. Wherever they are, I'm sure they're proud of you.
None of us would have made it this far without you. Zach looked embarrassed. Thanks. Now that we all understand how much we need each other to stay alive, let's head out. Watch for a gas station, pawn shops, or hunting stores, Steve advised as he put the van in gear.
Gas is getting to the point where we're going to be walking soon if we don't find some.
They rode in silence until Della pointed at a small mom-and-pop gas station at the intersection of a gravel road. Signs advertised post office, stamps, worms and cold beer and hand-tied flies. Steve slowed the van as he studied the building and surrounding area. With only 2 vehicles visible, he released the brake and moved the van to the fueling island. Light from inside the small storefront glowed through the large windows at the side of the building. They have power, Della declared excitedly. I think I see someone inside. Good, Steve warned. I'll fill up the tank before we check it out. Everyone waited while Steve inserted the pump nozzle into the gas tank. While the gas tank was filling, he leaned into the window and whispered, I think I hear big, heavy-duty engines. Della whispered, Should we leave? We'll come back when they've gone, Steve announced.
If it's them, there'll be trouble. The rumbling grew louder. They were moving fast and sounded like they were heading down the road straight for them. Steve pulled the nozzle from the tank, screwed the cap closed, and walked back to the driver's seat. He slid in behind the wheel and cranked the engine. He put the vehicle in gear and accelerated. The vehicle spun out and he steered it around the back of the building to a side road that headed up a tree-shrouded hill behind the store. When the asphalt turned to gravel, he eased off the accelerator and quickly slowed the van. I have to pee, Sandy whined. Why did you do that? Della snapped. He heard vehicles coming. They could be the ones from the farm. Oh, I still have to pee, she answered, then fell silent. Della raised her hand. Give me a minute. She retrieved the map and studied it a moment. It looks like this road loops back west a little further down and ends up running parallel to the road we were on for about 10 miles, then turns back to the state road. Steve guided the van down the gravel road to the curve and realized it was following a ridge about a quarter mile above the state road. I'll stop when we see the store. You can go in the bushes while I go down and see who that was. I want to make sure it's all right before we head back down the road. Ugh, Sandy complained. Pee in the bushes? Sandy folded her arms across her chest. Della turned around and scowled. Steve parked the van under a canopy of trees overlooking the building and parking lot below. He walked to the edge of the road and the sloping terrain between there and the rooftop of the station. As he studied the slope with the scrub trees, brush, and briars, Jimmy grabbed his arm. You can't do that. Steve scowled. I can. Zach stepped forward. It's not that. We know you can, but we can't protect Della and Sandy like you can if something happens. Jimmy and I can go down there and take a look. After a moment of hesitation, Steve nodded. Okay. Don't take chances. Look and see who it is, that's all. Surveillance, then get your asses back up here and report. Got it, Zach answered. Jimmy saluted with a smirking grin. Zach and Jimmy headed down the embankment toward the buildings below amid a landslide of gravel and dirt. Be quiet, Steve ordered as they disappeared behind a large clump of bush. Steve watched the boys pick their way down the first 100-foot slope. They clutched at small clumps of bushes and trees working their way down the steep incline. Steve finally lost sight of them. The 2 young men stopped where at the bottom of the slope 10 minutes later and worked their way through the bushes to the back of the building. Zach pressed his back against the cinder block wall and worked his way toward the front of the building with Jimmy close on his heels. When Zach got to the corner, he peered between the wall and the edge of a fenced enclosure. Jimmy squatted to get a good look at the scene in the parking lot. 2 trucks with massive off-road tires sat in the parking lot. One truck candy apple red and the other gunmetal gray. The boys listened as an angry voice rose above the idling engines of 2 pickups. An elderly couple, presumably the proprietors of the small store, and a middle-aged man, probably a random survivor, was pushed up against the metal brush guard of one of the trucks. "Which way did they go?" a bearded man demanded. "I wouldn't tell you if I knew, Willie Baker," the old man answered. "You'll tell me or I'll shoot you, old man," he yelled. "They killed my brother," the old man snorted. "What did you 2 do now?" He jerked his arm free. "I ain't helping you kill someone else."
Knowing you and your brother, you probably did something to provoke him.
You need to get yourself home and protect your family from the judgment coming. That's what we're doing. Squatters broke into the barn on Uncle Alvin's place. They tore up the camper and damned near burned down the barn. When we came after them, they shot Joe. The old man laughed. "As much as you and the truth are strangers, I doubt that. Speaking of, how did you suddenly come by these fancy rigs? I know those trucks don't belong to you, 2 boys. Who did you steal them from?" A sudden shot rang out and the old man fell to the ground. A red blossom appeared on the middle of his shirt. He lay still, unmoving. The old woman screamed and dove at the man with the gun. "Good-for-nothing bastard! You will pay for this!" Another shot rang out. The old woman fell to the ground next to her husband. The sole survivor raised both hands and began backing away. Willie Baker shoved his gun under the man's chin. "I want to know which way those bastards went." He pointed at 2 of the men with him. "Look around, see if you can track them." Zach grabbed at Jimmy's arm. "Gotta go," he whispered. "Now." Jimmy stood frozen in surprise and shock until Zach jerked him to his feet and pulled him back into the brush. They were turning away as a 3rd shot rang out. Zach pushed Jimmy toward the path leading up the slope. The ground shifted while vegetation did little to ensure their footing, but arms and legs pumped a frantic escape. "Did they kill him?" Jimmy whispered as he reached for a clump of grass to pull himself up to the next stand of scrub trees. "Climb! Just climb!" Zach wheezed. "They catch us, we're dead." Both young men grabbed at vines and roots from the stunted shrubs, pulling themselves higher and into the heavy brush out of sight. They continued the climb until they reached the top of the ridge. When they got to the top of the ridge, Sandy and Della grabbed at clothes and arms to pull them over the edge of the roadway. "What happened?" Della demanded. "Rednecks," Zach answered as he turned to pull Jimmy back on the roadway with a jerk of his wrist. "They're looking for us." The foursome bolted for the van and jumped inside. "We gotta get out of here," Zach declared. "They killed 3 people. It's bad. Really bad." Steve cranked the engine and eased the van into gear and accelerated. He turned the wheel onto the narrow gravel road. "I hope this road goes clear through, otherwise we are so screwed." "Don't matter. We can't go back that way," Zach ordered. "If they find us, we're dead. They killed those people at the store." Jimmy drew in a deep breath. "You ever see that Burt Reynolds movie with the banjos? Their first cousins are after us." Chapter 27. Picking Up Strays. Matt pushed another cart in line, then stopped to look at the collection of supplies waiting by the door. He made a mental inventory of the types of supplies and worried he was forgetting something. He'd never cared for kids and worried they would miss something important. While Jenkins and Ramirez stood guard, Jasper Kovac loaded canned goods in the pickup. Clothing, linens, and bedding had been stuffed into the back seat and trunk of the Toyota Camry Joan claimed as hers. The older woman walked up to him with 2 shopping bags of bottled spices. She dropped the bags into a basket. When Matt looked at her, Joan answered, "For cooking." With a shrug, she kept talking. "I don't think we can get much more in my Camry. Carl will be riding with Jasper and Lisa can ride with me. Carl wanted to go home, but I told him his folks were out of town.
I know if they were still alive, they would have come for him. Probably, Matt agreed. Same for the girl. Joan watched Kovac shift cases of food across the bed of the pickup. That last day, we came in early.
I managed the coffee shop, so I needed to get things started for the day.
I listened to the little TV in the kitchen. I told Kovac it was getting really bad out there and tried to get him to lock the doors. He wouldn't have it. All he could think about was covering the registers. Lot of people didn't believe what was going on, Matt answered. All those folks that worked in the store are dead because he let someone in that had been bitten, Joan lamented. Mr. Kovac let an injured man in the store and took the man to the break room. He told the assistant manager, Mark Douglas, to get someone to stay with him and wait for EMS. Mark was always cornering the girls in the break room, trying to get them to go out with him, all the young, pretty ones. Obviously, the bastard thought he was God's gift. Joan added sarcastically, then continued. Mr. Kovac went back to his office to call 911 and didn't come back down. I think he was up there calling corporate to ask them what to do. She winked.
Poor Mr. Kovac couldn't fart without their permission. Joan chuckled, then grew solemn. The girls came in one by one and went to the break room to get aprons and put purses in the lockers, but never came back out to the registers. Douglas stomped around the registers, cussing and fussing about it until he finally headed back to chew 'em out. My guess is the man changed, then attacked the girls, one after the other as they came in. I was walking to the back room to get supplies just as Douglas got to the break room, all puffed up and ready to give him hell. He slammed the door open, and all those girls, covered in blood and open wounds, pounced on him. It was terrible. I stood there staring as the door swung closed, him still yelling and cussing. I ran. Joan took a deep breath before she continued. Carl was moving that pallet when I came through the back doors, and I just grabbed his arm. We ran for the front of the store.
I told him to get Lisa and the other girls and go to the office while I went for Doris in the coffee shop.
He could only get Lisa to go with him. By then, 2 of the checkers had been attacked. When I got to the coffee shop, Doris had been attacked and was just getting to her feet. When she came at me, I picked up a skillet and slammed it over her head. I ran upstairs to warn Kovac, and by then those people you took out were in the store. We were trapped. All we could do was watch them come and go. I don't know when that big woman came in, but she was really scary. You're right on that one. She was pretty terrifying, Matt answered as he walked away. It took another 10 minutes to finish loading the rest of the supplies. Every vehicle filled, leaving only enough room for a driver and 1 passenger. They had gathered a lot more supplies than Matt imagined they could, even with the 2 extra vehicles.
The last 10 minutes had been tense, with the infected in the area noticing the activities around the store. Ramirez and Joan stood to the side speaking softly, while Kovac and Jake stacked the last of the canned goods in the bed of the truck. With all the activity and movement around the store, the infected began to notice. One by one, they turned and stumbled toward the store. Matt called out, "Time to go. Keep it close and tight." He looked at the 2 civilians. "Stay behind the Humvee. The white truck will be at the back." In less than a minute, everyone was loaded up and moving out. Matt tried to watch the vehicles in the side mirror as they made their way through the streets. He worried the Camry was too small to really protect the occupants if they got overrun with a horde of infected, but could think of no better way to protect them. Heading back to the campgrounds was nerve-wracking with the number of vehicles. As a result, he constantly watched for infected and tried to anticipate the time it would take them to reach the convoy. Matt studied the road ahead as they passed an abandoned construction site. He glanced at the side mirror again, just in time to see Jenkins and Ramirez in the white truck peel off and disappear into the barricaded site. He slammed on the brakes, and the pickup and Camry were forced to stop as well. He turned to pick up the radio, but Jake pulled it from his hand, laughing. "Just wait. Give it 2 minutes." Matt scowled.
What the fuck is going on? We can't afford to be sitting out here like this. You realize that Camry is little more than a tin can? It's going to be dark soon. The white truck reappeared. Right behind it, a large food truck turned the corner to fall in line. The drivers waved and gave a thumbs up. Matt cursed. A fucking taco truck? Jake grinned. It makes sense. When I was riding with Jenkins, we discussed cooking for so many people.
Joan mentioned a few suggestions when I mentioned the kitchen in the office would be hard-pressed to provide 3 dozen meals 3 times a day.
Ramirez is thinking long-term. Long-term, Matt groused. We're supposed to be getting the girls to their family. We can't drag 3 dozen people to someplace that we know nothing about. Jake shrugged. No, we can't. I figure God gave us a job to do. It just got a little bigger than we originally thought it would be. They got to the turnoff for the campground, and Matt almost drove past it. The signs on the side of the road had been removed. The grass had been pulled back up to hide the evidence of removing it. A gate at the side of the entrance had brush woven through the lower wire, and one of the soldiers stood at the entrance, ready to close it once they drove through. Looks like Larry's been busy. Matt guided the Humvee onto the narrow roadway. Jake answered.
We sure don't want Bishop and his men to find us. Larry stood at the deer fence gate, staring at the caravan of vehicles driving through the opened barrier. He pointed to a couple soldiers to close the gate, then jumped on the running board next to Matt's open window. You brought company, I see. Matt shrugged. Couldn't leave them. They were trapped in the discount store we raided. We could use a few more hands on deck, Larry advised. Don't know how much help they'll be. We got a store manager and 3 of his employees. Not much need for a stalker or cashier as I see it. Larry jumped to the ground when the Humvee pulled up in front of the manager's office. We need to have a talk when you get the vehicles settled. We've done some exploring and found some real good stuff. Matt nodded. For now, park the vehicles next to the bus. Put the food truck at the side of the rec center. The pickup can park up here to offload.
We can use the bus for food storage until we get something better figured out. On it. Larry jogged off with a wave of his hand. 2 of Jenkins' men came running. Matt turned to look out over the campground. We have to find some campers or something. We can't all sleep in the rec center indefinitely. People will start getting on each other's nerves. Campers would work. Sanitation and water hookups are available already, Jake commented. We can take a 4-man crew and bring back 2 or 3 at a time. Food is not going to last long at the rate we're dragging in strays, Matt mumbled. Someone else needs to manage this shit, not me. Matt stomped into the manager's office to see Amanda holding Claire and giving her a bottle. Well, hello, she said with a smile. I thought I'd give Amy a break. She's a good caretaker for her sister, but she needs time to play with the others and be a kid. No one has time to be a kid anymore, Matt answered.
The world has gone to shit. They're still children. For now, they're safe, so they need to be kids. She protested. Matt turned away and reached into the refrigerator. He pulled a cold bottle of water from the shelf. Did you bring baby formula? Amanda asked. That and about 1,000 pounds of other shit, even shampoo and laundry soap. Amanda asked. What about... Matt interrupted. Look, I don't know what all we brought in. Someone is going to have to sort out all that stuff. 30 minutes later, a couple of camp lanterns lit 3 picnic tables pushed together for the meeting. All the adults sat around with bottles of water or soda in hand. Matt stood at the head of the table and looked at the expectant faces staring at him. Thanks for coming, folks. We got a lot of things to think about, but I'm not sure I'm the one best suited for this. I'm a soldier, not a manager. Sergeant? Maybe I can help. Amanda interrupted. Matt stepped back and Amanda continued.
I think what Matt is trying to say is that we need to organize. I spoke with several of you, and I think I have a pretty good picture of our resources.
She looked up from a list in her hands, then at Matt, and smiled while she placed a hand on her swollen belly. The military needs to do what they do best. The rest of us need to step up and take the burden of everyday activities from their shoulders. Matt took a deep breath and sighed as he crossed his arms and leaned back against a tree trunk. Amanda continued. Mr. Novak has already started sorting and distributing the clothing for the children. He's also begun an inventory of supplies on hand. If there are no objections, I would like to suggest he be placed in charge of inventory and distribution. Everyone nodded, and Amanda continued. As most of you know now, Joan and Lisa have food service experience, so meals are covered.
Some of the older teens have been helping with the younger children as needed and will continue doing so. Amanda held out her hand.
Larry, will you report what you found during your exploration of the property?
Larry stood up and grinned. The property extends nearly half a mile further than we originally thought. There's a pond and barn with half a dozen horses still in the paddock. The barn is full of hay and includes a stocked tack room. There's even a shed with half-dozen canoes and fishing tackle. Oh, I even found 4 paddle boats for the kids. There are a few life jackets as well.
Thank you, Amanda continued. Since the sergeant and the rest of the military with us have already proven their ability to protect us and procure supplies, we will rely on them to continue to keep us safe. The rest of us will do as much as we can to take care of ourselves and not be a burden with everyday affairs.
In addition, we women will provide laundry service.
Lawson jumped to her feet and protested.
Hell no!
Matt interrupted. We do our own laundry, no discussion. He looked at members of his and Jenkins' groups. We're big boys and girls. He glanced toward Lawson, then continued. We take care of ourselves. We'll be helping around camp where needed when not on guard duty or out scavenging. We all have to work together to survive. Amanda nodded. As you wish. She took a deep breath, then continued. We need a way to prioritize what is being brought into camp. I don't think a wish list is a good way to address supply runs. When she saw a nod from Matt, she continued. I would like to suggest a meeting between Mr. Novak, Joan, Matt, and myself before each supply run to set priorities. Again, her suggestion was met with nods, so she smiled as she looked from face to face. Is there anything else to address right now? When there was no further discussion, she added,
I guess meeting adjourned.
Matt and the other soldiers remained. Matt turned to Larry. Well, I take it you have more to add. Larry laughed. As you saw, we took down the signs at the road, camouflaged the gate, and closed it after you came through. It won't stop a truck, but maybe keep any infected from wandering up the road. I set up a 2-3-man shifts rotation guarding the grounds for now. Maybe it would be better to do 3 men, 3 shifts, Matt commented. No matter which way we do it, we're light on personnel, Larry nodded. We need guard stands built inside the campgrounds. I'd like a hidden stand in a tree near the road as an early warning, or maybe set up video. Shit. I suppose we could do a driveway alarm even. Matt held up his hand. I know. We have a bucket load of issues. For now, let's have 3 men on at all times. 1 at the gate, another on the far side of the grounds, and 1 rotating in and out.
That leaves 2 to help the kids and women with whatever needs done.
After a quick discussion on guard locations, Matt rose and headed toward the manager's office. He walked into the living room to see Amy sitting on the floor with Claire. Mr. Matt, you look tired, Amy commented as she looked up from changing Claire's diaper. Matt shrugged. Long day. You got everything you need? Yes, sir. Mr. Novak brought formula and diapers this afternoon. He even brought baby food. Claire Bear is all ready for bed. Amy set Claire down on the floor and she crawled toward Matt. I told Ms. Amanda she could have the bed. Mr. Jake brought a bed for Claire. It's pretty cool. It folds right up.
I guess we'll have to have another one when Ms. Amanda has her baby. Claire pulled at Matt's bootlaces. Matt leaned down and pulled her into his lap. Well, baby girl, you all ready for bed, sweetie? She reached out and giggled. Matt gave her a peck on the cheek, then handed her back to Amy.
Good night, Mr. Matt. Amy disappeared up the stairs.
Matt picked up a plastic bag of shaving supplies and headed for the shower at the rec center. He grabbed a brand new pair of underwear, sweats, and t-shirt from a second bag. The new underclothes and socks were his allotment, according to Novak. Once showered and shaved, Matt held up the cargo pants in the shower to wash away the blood and gore from his day. He finished his shower, then rolled up his clothes in a bundle and stepped back in his combat boots to walk back to the manager's office. He passed through the rec center where accordion dividers had separated the massive room into 3 sections. The boys were bedded down outside the men's restroom, while the girls on the opposite side near the girls' restroom. The middle section provided plenty of room for adults. Matt shrugged. It wasn't ideal, but at least they weren't spending another night on the bus. Matt walked outside and across the grounds to the manager's office.
He draped his wet clothes over a rope tied between 2 trees at the back of the house, along with others' recently washed pants and t-shirts. He walked into the kitchen and began opening cabinets. He turned at the sound of footsteps approaching. Amanda, wearing an oversized t-shirt and sleep shorts, was brushing damp hair. "Oh, sorry," she whispered as she turned to go back to the bedroom. "No, it's all right." Jake and Larry had already turned in and now lay out on the carpet. He stepped out of his boots and sat them under the chair. "I was looking for a drink." He felt the color warm his face. "I was going to fix some tea." She walked to the stove where a kettle sat over a flame. "Sweet Dreams tea. Do you want some?" Matt shrugged. "Why not? Sure." Once they were settled at the small kitchenette table, Matt asked, "When's the baby due?" Amanda placed her hand on her belly. 6 weeks. She caressed the swell lovingly. Matt shifted in his seat and wrapped his hands around the warm cup and looked at the swirl of amber liquid. Amanda continued speaking without looking away. "It's a boy. His father was one of those the soldiers killed to get in the bus." She sighed. "He would be glad. He would never have wanted to hurt anyone like that." "I'm sorry," Matt whispered. "How did you make it off the base? I heard it was overrun within 8 hours of the attack." "I wasn't on base. In fact, I was drunk on my ass. If it wasn't for Larry and Jake, I wouldn't have made it." Matt nodded toward them and chuckled. "They threw me in a dumpster. That's where we came across Amy and Claire. Their mother led a bunch of infected away while they hid." "Oh God, where is she now?" Amanda asked. Matt shrugged. "Don't know. The girls have family near Guadalupe State Park at a place called Pine Canyon. We were headed that way." "And now?" "I don't know," Matt answered as he rinsed the cup and turned it upside down in the drain rack. "Good night. Thanks for the tea." Chapter 28. Offer Hope. Tate woke to the sound of voices. She glanced around with a deep sigh. Spending the night at Phil's place was the first time she had slept in a real bed in more than a month. She had forgotten how good it could feel. She stretched out on the clean sheets and decided it was heaven, even without air conditioning. She slipped from the double bed and into fresh clothes she'd brought in from the rig. After using the bathroom, she padded down the stairs to the huge open room on the first floor. Phil, Doyle, and Ben sat at a massive farm table eating biscuits, ham, and eggs. The 2 men had mugs of coffee while Ben a can of soda. Phil glanced up and nodded a greeting. "Get yourself some breakfast." He pointed at the kitchen, then continued his conversation with Doyle. "The family went into Bandera the day it happened.
I haven't heard anything since a phone call from my wife saying they were in trouble and headed to my sister-in-law's house. If they made it there, my family could be alive. Tate poured herself a cup of coffee. Is that why you were here alone? Phil nodded, but he forced a smile. Ben's folks were on the way to Beth's house too, and they were supposed to pack up and head this way as soon as they got there. Something had to have happened, and there hasn't been a thing I could do about it. Tate looked at Doyle. He nodded slightly, then picked up the coffee cup and brought it to his lips. Tate asked, Bandera Falls? Right up the road from where Doyle's truck ran out of gas? Phil nodded. No, Bandera. It's the difference of 12 miles and 90 and 900 people living there. We have 2 rigs. Maybe we could head up there and pick them up in the trucks, Doyle asked. We could take Ben if he knows the address. Tate continued. No, I'm going, Phil stated. I've got weapons and I know how to use them. Ben needs to stay and take care of the livestock. Ben jerked his head up from his third biscuit. I can shoot, H protested around a full mouth. They're my family too. I know, kid. And when we come back with them, if the place is overrun, they have nowhere to go. Someone has to protect the compound. Ben beamed. Since you put it like that, I guess I'm your man. 2 hours later, Doyle and Phil rolled out of the compound in Doyle's rig with Tate following behind in the orange bitch with a trailer attached to a makeshift trailer hitch. Once outside, she picked up the CB mic and turned the radio to a channel they had agreed on using for the operation. Okay, Phil, what's the deal with Ben? You didn't want him to come with us. Why? Phil answered. Last I heard from his folks, they were headed to Bandera. My brother-in-law was going to pick up my wife and the family at Beth's house. If it's bad, I don't want Ben seeing it. Tate sighed, then answered. Got it. The sister lives on Old Hondo Highway. The problem is the only way to get there is to go into town. If it's overrun, your little diversion should give us time to get to them. I'm locked and loaded, Tate answered with a grim smile. You boys just take care of your end and get the family. She laid the rifle on the seat next to her and patted the pockets on her vest. She had 3 extra magazines and a box of ammunition courtesy of Phil. There was also a box with 6 glass bottles half filled with gasoline with rags hanging out of the top. The smell of gasoline was so intense, she lowered windows hoping the slight breeze would pull the fumes from the cab. As she drove, Tate imagined 900 monsters lined up waiting for them. She knew it was ridiculous, but couldn't help it. Now that she had convinced the men she was the best one to create the diversion, she was getting nervous.
Talking about her mouth overloading her ass. She'd done it this time. The world was screwed, and she wondered if anyone would survive. People were becoming monsters, then attacking anyone left standing. She hoped the government nuked the people responsible for this mess. The drive to Bandera was way too short. She followed Doyle as he passed the green sign advertising the city with a population of 937 people. The radio crackled and Doyle's voice announced, Not good, Tate. Looks overrun. Tate pulled to the left to get a better view of the road ahead. It was disheartening. The highway ahead was littered with dozens of vehicles. Some stopped in the middle of the road while others were pulled to the side and abandoned with doors left open. Dozens of infected milled around the front of a storefront. At the sound of the trucks approaching, the monsters raised their heads and begun stumbling toward the rumbling engines. Shit. Tate picked up the mic and said, Okay, I'm working the plan. Phil answered immediately. Drop back and follow us. Don't shoot unless you have to. Got it, she answered. Tate stepped on the clutch and downshifted the bitch. Doyle pulled away with a rumble of the powerful engine. The horde of infected stumbled toward them with dogged determination. Doyle steered his rig between 2 vehicles and crushed 4 infected. 2 were gray-skinned men wearing dark blue uniforms.
Another was a child still wearing a big yellow bow in her hair, while the last was a teenager in a t-shirt and leggings. More and more of the infected stumbled toward them. Those monsters that didn't make it quick enough to approach Doyle's truck before it passed stumbled after the rig down the middle of the road. Tate rolled over them. The stench rose up in a nasty cloud of putrefaction. The fumes from the jars of gasoline made it impossible to close the windows. Besides, she needed to be able to use her firearms if Doyle got into trouble.
She swallowed the bile rising to the back of her throat and picked up the mic. "How much farther?"
2 more blocks, then we take a left. Try to block access and entertain the masses while we get around the curve in the road right after the turnoff. Out of sight, should be out of mind, hopefully.
Got it. When you get out of sight, I'll turn on the music and Pied Piper my way to the ball field. After I set off the diversion, I'll haul ass back to the intersection. Just get the family.
Tate accelerated and closed the gap between the trucks. She slowed when Doyle's brake lights flashed and the truck downshifted. She could see the sign for Old Hondo Highway ahead and gave Doyle room to turn off. She downshifted again and stopped in front of the highway. She revved the engine and turned on the iPod. Speakers on the dash blared music by the Cranberries. The sound drew more and more of the infected to her. When Doyle's rig disappeared around the curve, she stepped on the clutch and shifted the bitch into gear. She wanted to make sure she continued to keep the interest of the walking dead. Painstakingly slow, she began to move forward. She blew the horn, revved the engine, and shifted to second as the music blared. The bitch was surrounded by monsters. The ones in the front of the rig fell under the press of the brush guard and knocked down some of their brethren in the process. Dozens of infected were falling under the massive tires. As she accelerated, more monsters turned and followed. She watched as at least 100 monsters stumbled after her. She grinned as she realized it was working. With a little luck, she would give Phil plenty of time to gather his family. It was a painfully slow trek to the far side of town and the baseball field. She drew more and more of the monsters to her. Finally, she saw the big lights sticking up over the buildings in the distance.
She looked at the digital clock on the dash. It had taken half an hour to get to the park. She gunned the engine and raced down the block. Tate accelerated away from her followers and rolled over the fencing at the side of the ballpark. She stopped on second base, grabbed the music player with the mini speakers, and she jumped from the cab. She ran to the trailer, set the player under the metal tripod, then dragged a cinder block from the trailer. She positioned the stone under the trailer tongue and pulled the pin on the hitch. She ran back to the cab and climbed back inside just as hundreds of monsters spilled into the ball field. She cranked the bitch and began rolling forward. Tate flicked a grill lighter and used a piece of duct tape to keep the flame fueled. She dropped the end into the cup holder, then passed over the flame the end of a gas-soaked rag hanging from one of the bottles. When the rag caught, she eased it out the window and tossed the jar about 5 feet from the trailer. The flames exploded with a whoosh. She repeated the process 3 more times, eased off the clutch, and accelerated toward the back fence. She hit the hurricane fence, then jerked the wheel to the left and tossed 2 more lit bottles of gasoline at the break in the fencing. She accelerated for half a block, then turned down an alley and slammed on the brakes. She killed the engine. The bitch sat still and silent while Tate grabbed her rifle before climbing from the cab. She hurried to the corner of the building and peeked around the brick. The scene on the ball field was horrendous. Hundreds of infected had followed her through the opening, then stumbled toward the trailer and the blaring rock music. They shuffled into the flames around the trailer. They had hoped the flames would draw on the infected, but protect the anchored tripod with the butane cylinder mounted on the top. The first part worked, not so much the second. Flames didn't discourage the infected from bunching up and jostling the trailer. Phil had mounted the tank, then used a roll of plastic wrap to surround the tank with nails and ball bearings. Now, all she had to do was hit the valve and blow the tank. She hoped she hadn't overstated her skill.
Tate pulled the rifle to her shoulder and sighted the valve of the cylinder. She took a deep breath, then released. Her heart raced when she saw half a dozen infected stumble through the flames and stagger across the road toward a nearby wood structure. There were hundreds of monsters milling around the blaring music, with at least a quarter of them near enough to the flames to catch fire. She took a breath, released it, and squeezed the trigger. The shot took out a bald man with flames climbing up his leg. He fell into the firestorm. Shit! Tate took a deep breath and blew it out in frustration. She pulled the rifle back to her shoulder.
Without hesitating, she drew in another breath, released it, and fired again. This time, the projectile sheared the valve at the top of the tank. The detonation was deafening. Tate fell back from the corner to the ground. Windows overhead shattered and glass rained down on her. She dropped the gun and fell to her knees with her arms covering her head. Scorching air burst out from the ball field, along with chunks of projectiles hitting the brick of the building. Tate huddled against the wall of the brick. When the only sound was the roar of the flames, Tate stuck her head around the building. The ball field was pure carnage. Hundreds of the infected were scattered around the grounds, in pieces, and lay unmoving, while even more were on fire and stumbling over the shattered bodies. Tate imagined she had attracted at least half of the town. She picked up the rifle and got to her feet and turned back to the truck. Her breath caught when she faced an infected man.
He looked like a reject from a horror movie, with half of his face gone and gray hair covered in carnage. He raised his arms. His hands reached out to her as if to draw her into an embrace. She swung the butt of the rifle up and connected with the side of his head. He staggered back a step, but the impact failed to take him down. She followed with a swift kick out with her foot and caved in his knee. His leg buckled and he fell to the ground. Tate raised the rifle and fired. The man collapsed in a heap. Tate turned away from the body in time to see half a dozen more infected heading her way. She ran to the cab and climbed inside. She cranked the engine and jammed the bitch into gear. She shifted through the gears as it picked up speed, and she made her way around the side streets back to the highway as fire found more and more structures behind her. The radio crackled to life. "Tate, you got your ears on?" Doyle's voice asked. "I'm here," Tate answered. "I'm headed back your way."
Got the family? Doyle sounded dejected. Long story. Let's head home.
What? Tate asked. Family is gone. The house is destroyed. The occupants held off a horde before the place was overrun, Doyle added. Tate sighed. I am so sorry, Phil. She turned left a final time and went to the end of the side street. She slowed and looked to the left and then to the right. She was on Highway 16. She turned right and headed back to Old Hondo Highway. When she got to the intersection, she saw Doyle's rig sitting at the turnoff waiting. He saw her and pulled out ahead of her. She followed. 40 minutes later, they pulled up to the gate and waited for Ben to appear. Instead, a bear of man strolled out of the house with a big grin on his face. He gave Doyle and Phil a careless wave and opened the gate. Doyle and Tate pulled the rigs through the gate. When the man had closed the gate, he jogged to the passenger side of Doyle's truck and jerked open the door.
Phil reached out to be caught in the arms of the big man. You son of a bitch, Phil pounded on his companion's chest. Beth? The girls? Tears were streaming down his face. All fine. The man picked up Phil and headed across the yard as if his weight was nothing. They're a little tired, but fine now that they're home. Tate and Doyle followed the pair as the big man carried Phil to the house. Doyle leaned over and whispered, I'll be damned. If you had seen what we did, you'd be amazed any of Phil's family is here. Tate asked, What do you mean? There was blood and body parts everywhere, shell casings, and at some point there had been an explosion. We figured everyone was dead.
I thought the man was going to climb out of the cab when he saw the house. I convinced him to let me look around. I told him it looked like people got out, but honestly, it didn't. Tate slapped his arm. I'm glad you were wrong, Doyle laughed.
So am I, believe me.
By the time Tate and Doyle got to the house, Phil had been deposited into his wheelchair and was surrounded by a bevy of people. 2 men and the bearish man from the gate, 4 women, and half a dozen kids from toddler to teens. When Doyle and Tate got to the porch, Phil introduced his wife Beth and 2 daughters. Then he introduced John and his wife's sister Mary, then Martha and her husband Bill, Ben's folks, in addition to the handful of children. A woman with a small child in her arms stood off to the side of the group. Gina, come here, honey, Phil called the woman closer. The woman stood unmoving. Beth stepped to her side. I told you it would be all right, honey. Phil is glad you're here. Tears welled up in Gina's eyes. She clutched the child so tightly the baby began to whine and fuss. Phil reached out with a calloused hand. Gina, you're safe here. You belong to our family now. You and the child have a home with us.
You don't have to be afraid of anyone hurting you again.
The young woman began to weep, and Phil opened his arms. She fell to her knees in front of Phil and leaned into his chest. Together, the man, the child, and young woman clung to each other for several minutes. Finally, Gina sat back and smiled. Thank you, Gina whispered. He's dead. Beth stepped up and wrapped an arm around Gina. Let's get you and the baby cleaned up. The last 3 days of walking and hiding wasn't easy on any of us. We'll get you settled in a room. The girls won't mind using the sleeping porch. It's time we all get something to eat and rest. She led the woman away. The rest of the family disappeared into the house, leaving Doyle and Tate to sit with Phil. I led you on a wild goose chase. Doyle shrugged. Hey, we got rid of a lot of infected. Maybe it'll be easier to scavenge supplies from Bandera now. You're a good man, Doyle. As for you, Tate, you're an even better man, he said with a chuckle.
That was pretty ballsy doing what you did. You made a hell of a boom. Sure was a lot of black smoke when we left town. I hope the whole town didn't burn.
Doyle laughed, and Phil continued. Both of you know how to take care of yourselves. I can use good people around here. I would like you to stay. Chapter 29. Act of Kindness. Harry eased his bike around another traffic pileup using the torn and trampled medium between strips of asphalt. The sound of the bikes brought more and more of the infected out of the shadows. By the time the monsters reached the street they rode on, leaving them behind. Harry and John moved far enough away for any new arriving infected to join the herd following the rumbling of the motorcycles. Harry raised his hand to point toward a side street at the next intersection. They eased down an incline and across a paved parking lot. He pulled ahead and guided his bike down the street to another intersection.
They turned at the back of a big brick building, and suddenly they were leaving the small town and its cluttered streets behind. Liz looked ahead at the endless line of vehicles stopped on the highway. She could imagine the terrified people trying to escape the infected when they ended up in a traffic jam that went on for miles and miles. She could see a distant rise, void of vehicles on the roadway. A disabled vehicle or an accident had caused the massive backup. Everyone behind the blockage had been trapped. She imagined after hours of sitting, waiting for someone to clear the accident, they began running out of gas. The infected arrived, and people left their vehicles in a headlong rush to escape. They would take what they could carry, and it wouldn't take long for the infected to catch up. Those attacked soon became part of the wave of monsters on the roadways that followed them. Evidence showed those too terrified to leave their vehicles fared no better. They ended up trapped. The infected swarmed around vehicles and shattered glass and attacked those hiding inside. In the end, they were devoured or turned. It was an ugly death, a death she was terrified her children could suffer. Liz turned away from the long line of cars with a troubled sigh. The blacktop heading away from the interstate was rough and in poor condition. Both men had to go slow enough to avoid rough, careless patches on the asphalt. "We're getting nowhere fast, and it's almost dark," John commented through the helmet mic. "Besides, that herd of fuckheads following us is just getting bigger." "We need a distraction," Harry added. "Something for them to focus on that's not us." When the pavement evened out, they stopped at a two-car accident. The front fenders were locked together in a twisted joining of metal. The road ahead looked clear for several miles. "I got an idea," John announced. "Harry, can you get a radio or horn going?" John took a t-shirt from his pack and dipped the end in his gas tank. Harry watched as John stuffed the rag in a gas tank. When he gave a nod, Harry turned the key in the ignition of one of the cars and pushed a couple buttons, and a heavy metal band blasted from the custom speakers. He stepped back on the bike and kicked the machine into gear. He raced ahead while John held a lighter to the rag. A heartbeat later, John caught up with Harry and they gunned the engines, laughing like a pair of bad kids. Liz clung to Harry, waiting for the explosion. After a full minute, it came. She looked over her shoulder and saw a mushroom of crimson blossom up from the vehicles. Dozens of infected came investigate the noise, were hurled into the air from the explosion. After the first mile, Liz could no longer hear the roar of the fire, but she could still see the billowing black smoke.
She had no illusions the infected were no longer out there. But there was a morsel of peace in not being able to see them following. The countryside opened up, and knee-high cornfields on either side of the road waved in the breeze. As dusk settled, a gray behemoth of a farmhouse came into view. It was set back from the road on a slight hill. The fenced property was a graveyard of abandoned farm equipment. Outbuildings included a metal shed and tumbled-down barn. Harry guided his bike toward the narrow lane. "Do you think there's anyone here?" John asked. "No lights through the windows," Harry answered, "but the gate is closed." After a moment of hesitation, Harry opened the gate and rode through, with John following. He refastened the chains used to secure the gate and headed toward the house. As they got closer, Liz leaned forward. "Windows are boarded up. Are you sure we want to do this?" They stopped in front of the porch and turned off the bikes. Harry called out,
"Hello, inside the house," a gravelly voice answered. "What do you want?" "Sorry to trouble you folks, but we need a safe place to stop for the night," Harry answered. "We mean you no harm. If we can just pull into the barn and close the door, that's all we need. Just a place to be safe for a few hours so we can sleep." Liz called out, "I promise we're not here to hurt anyone or steal anything." A flashlight beam appeared and pointed at each of them in turn. Finally, a female voice, nearly as raspy as the man's, responded. "You don't need to stay in the barn. Park those motorbikes at the side of the house under the shed. Then you come in and have a cup of coffee." "Hazel, you don't know. They might be infected," the old man protested. "Oh, poop." A frail hand brushed at the old man, then turned to the three and asked, "You folks ain't sick, are you?" "No, ma'am," Harry answered. John turned to Harry and pulled off his helmet. "You think it's safe?" Harry shrugged. "From the sounds of them, they can't be much of a threat, but keep your gun close." They did as told, then made their way back to the front porch just as the front door creaked open. The trio stood in the afternoon gloom and waited to see who would come out. A diminutive woman, well in her 80s, with a pleasant face, pushed the stooped grandfatherly man aside, opening the door out, and grabbed at Liz's hand. Ignoring Liz's startled gasp, she announced, "You folks come on in." She eased the old man aside. "It's the Christian thing to do to give you a safe place to lay your head for the night." John stepped through the door, grinning. It sure is nice to see a friendly face.
Last encounter we had nearly got us killed. Both you boys come on in too. You're safe here. She pulled Harry and John into the front room. Benny, be a dear and lock up the house while I make a fresh pot of coffee. She led the trio into a dimly lit kitchen.
A single kerosene lamp rested on the table at the back of the house. She turned up the wick and the room brightened. Did you folks close the gate? It keeps most of those sick people out of here. She moved her face from left to right. Poor folks. Don't know they're walking around without a soul. Liz looked around and realized no one would be jumping out from the shadows. She took a deep breath and asked, "It's just you two?" "Yes, dear." Hazel busied herself making coffee in an old-fashioned percolator. She turned on the gas stove and the flame danced under the metal coffee pot. "Thank you for taking us in," Liz said. "It's a scary world out there." "I'll bet it is, dear. My name is Hazel, and that is my husband, Benny Hilton. We've lived here for near 65 years. Hazel explained as she readied 4 cups for coffee. Benny nodded, then left the kitchen to settle in a rocking chair in the next room. He picked up a Bible from the nearby table.
He turned up a small lamp and opened to a marked page. Hazel set cups on the table and settled on a chair to wait for the coffee. Just ignore Benny. He decided when this happened he needed to get right with God. Not that he's ever been on the wrong side of God. We're just both closer to meeting our Maker than we were a few weeks ago. She shrugged, then smiled at Harry. Now what about you folks? Where have you come from? San Antonio, close to the military base, Harry answered. We met Lizzie when it first happened and have been trying to find her 2 girls ever since. We've been following 3 soldiers who found her kids and rescued them. Liz asked, You haven't seen 3 soldiers with a 10-year-old and a baby, have you? Hazel shook her head and answered, No, dear, I'm sorry, but I'm sure those children are in the safest of hands they can be in with those soldiers. Harry nodded. We think so too, but we still need to find them. John interrupted when he saw tears welling up in Liz's eyes. How have you folks been managing? It's pretty ugly out there. The property is fenced, and we lock up the animals at night. During the day, they stay behind the buildings in a small pen. Only a few of the sick have wandered down the road. If they linger, Benny goes out and gives them peace. You know you have to be careful. A scratch or bite will transmit the illness, Harry advised. Hazel nodded at Harry. Oh, we know. We had television the first few days. The news services had helicopters filming the roadways and the infected. It was terrible. We had some plywood out in the shed. We used it to board up the windows and reinforce the doors. Being out here so far from town, we always kept a lot of canned goods and supplies on hand. Add that to my canning and, well, I think we're fine for now. What about water? Harry asked. Hazel shrugged. We got a windmill. Benny did a bit of hillbilly plumbing, and now it pumps into the cistern. She gave them a gap-toothed grin. I turn on the faucet, and I got water, and we can flush the toilet. A chuckle erupted. Liz looked excited. Hot water? Easy enough. You poor dear. I'll bet you could use a nice bath. She stood up and started filling pots with water. She placed one on each of the 4 gas burners of the stove. She turned back to the trio. Are you hungry? Before they could answer, she continued, Of course you are. I'll get you something to eat while the water is heating. Hazel pulled a loaf of homemade bread from a plastic bag and began slicing it. She peeked around the corner into the next room. Benny, be a dear and go downstairs and get a quart jar of peaches, please. Benny crossed the room to a door. He picked up a flashlight, then disappeared through a door at the side of the kitchen. The narrow beam disappeared into the black hole. A couple minutes later, he reappeared, clutching a jar against his chest. Anything else? Bring some smoked ham from the pantry and slice some for our guests, please. Again, Benny disappeared, only to return with a cloth-covered bundle with a string tied on the end. He went to the counter and pulled the cloth from the bundle to expose a ham. He drew a knife from a drawer and began slicing meat. When he was finished, he made a long, suffering sigh, then disappeared back into the sitting room. Hazel chuckled. Poor man, so put upon by a nagging wife. She set a small bowl of coarse yellow paste on the table. That's homemade mustard, but if you'd rather, I can whip up some fresh mayonnaise. She sat a plate of bread, smoked ham, and sliced cheese on the table. That won't be necessary, Liz answered. This is a feast. We lost our supplies, so anything you set in front of us is great. We're not picky. Both John and Harry grinned in agreement as they began building sandwiches.
Finally, Harry stilled his hands from his sandwich making and looked up. Hazel, do you know there are some real bad people out there?
Of course I do, young man, Hazel retorted. I'm 87 years old. Benny and I have seen a lot over the years. We've done what we can to protect ourselves, but at our age, we're not changing who we are. Helping good folks is the right thing to do. She passed out bowls of peaches and fresh tomatoes and cucumbers to eat with their sandwiches. Liz laid a slice of bread on the plate, slathered it with mustard, then added slices of ham and cheese. She spread condiment on a second slice of bread, then closed the sandwich. She groaned with pleasure at the first bite. Once she swallowed, she mumbled a compliment around another bite. Harry and John wolfed their first sandwich without a word, then began building a second. At Hazel's smile, Harry finally spoke.
Been 24 hours since we ate last, and it was a week-old sweet roll. He slurped at the coffee until Hazel poured 3 glasses of water and placed one in front of each of them. Liz savored the last crust of bread, then smiled at Hazel.
I wish I could make bread like that. That was just about the best sandwich I've ever tasted.
She spooned a mouthful of peaches between her lips and sighed at the sweetness. Steam wafted from the pots on the stove, and Hazel called out again.
Benny, dear, would you carry the hot water to the bathroom, please?
Liz grinned. She imagined when Hazel requested something of Benny, there was no room for argument. Benny arrived to make 4 trips back and forth carrying water. By the time he was done, Hazel grabbed Liz's hand to lead her down the hall.
Come, dear. Now, that's all hot water in that tub, so turn on the faucet and cool it down a little. Towels are in the cabinet at the end of the tub.
I'll lay a nightgown outside the door for you, and you can wash your unmentionables and hang them up. They should be dry by morning. I'll put more water on for your companions. You can use the bedroom at the top of the stairs, so I put a candle on the table in the bathroom for you. She smiled, then added, Oh, there's some proper hair scissors in the medicine cabinet. Liz had forgotten about her hair. She blinked away the tears that threatened to spill again. Thank you, she whispered as she disappeared into the bathroom. The scent of lavender wafted up from the steam when Liz stepped inside the bathroom. She reached down and turned on the old-style water spigot. In another time, she would have been enchanted by the clawfoot tub and hand-woven rag rug. She pulled off the leather jacket, shoes, her t-shirt, and jeans. When she was out of her underwear, she used a plastic container to add water from the tub to the plugged sink.
She dipped her underwear in and scrubbed them against a bar of soap, then dropped them in the water to soak. She turned off the cold water and stepped into the tub full of warm water. She eased her aching body down into the liquid and let thoughts of the girls wash over her. Sobs of despair racked her body. She imagined her girls in a place without hot water and clean clothes. She prayed the men were protecting them and keeping her girls safe. She slipped under the water, holding her breath while she lay in the tub, listening to the silence. When her chest was near exploding, she sat up and took a deep breath. With water dripping down her face, she spilled a small amount of shampoo into the palm of her hand. She lathered her hair and hurriedly completed her bath, then stepped from the bath. She was clean for the first time in nearly a week. Liz looked into the mirror. Her hair was a chaotic mess. She had made a hurried job cutting it the first time, and it showed. She grabbed the scissors and began trimming. When she was done, she had a shaggy cut that resembled the female lead in a popular television show. Her version was far from professional, but a lot better than before. She left the front a little longer, just in case she needed to impersonate a boy again. It wouldn't be much of a stretch. When she was done, she ran her fingers through the blonde strands and turned from the mirror. She peeked out the door and found the neatly folded floral print nightgown with smocking at the oval neckline. She picked it up and stepped back inside. After slipping into the gown, she folded the towel over the rack and gathered her panties and damp t-shirt. She opened the door and faced a smiling Hazel. "Benny and I will be going up to bed now. There's water on the stove for the men. You can use the bedroom at the top of the stairs. I offered Harry and John beds, but they are determined to sleep downstairs in the sitting room."
"I got them a couple quilts and pillows," she shrugged. "I can understand it. We barely got away from some really bad people." Liz answered, "I think they're still a little wary of them catching up to us." Liz retrieved the rest of her clothes and gun from the bathroom and went up the stairs. Once inside the bedroom, she draped her damp clothes on the foot of the bed and closed the door. She told herself she was being paranoid, but still propped a straight-backed chair under the doorknob. In the darkened room, she walked to the window and looked out over the pitch-black landscape. She was exhausted. Her body was sore from riding the bike and sitting in the booth the night before. Sleep seemed so far away despite her aching muscles. She stood at the window until she could pick out the International Space Station in the darkened skies. She wondered if the current crew would ever come home. Would the Russians bring them home without the United States paying for it?
Would the men in the station even want to return home? And if they were brought back, would they be forced to stay in Russia or Europe? How long would it be before those countries were infected? How could even a terrorist not see this atrocity would not be contained? The whole world would be lost. With a deep sigh, Liz made her way to the bed and pulled back the handmade quilt. She slid between the sheets. The mattress was old and lumpy, but for Liz it was heaven. Her muscles relaxed and her eyes grew heavy. Morning came with the sound of a rooster crowing, then the echo of a distant gunshot. Chapter 30. High Price. "They won't stop looking for us," Jimmy whispered. "They killed those people in the store when the old man couldn't or wouldn't tell them which direction we went. They said you shot someone at the barn." "Damn," Steve responded as he steered the vehicle through a dry creek crossing. "I don't suppose pleading it was an accident would help." Zach smirked.
"They don't look like the understanding type." Steve slowed the van and turned off the motor. He opened his window and leaned his head outside. After a moment, he settled back in the seat. "Did you hear that?" Steve asked. Della whispered, "I think I hear a motor in the distance. I can't say for sure." Steve cranked the engine and slammed the van back in gear. He accelerated too quickly and the van jerked forward, slamming the riders back in their seats. By the time they righted themselves from the sideways momentum, they were racing down the road again. Della grabbed at her seatbelt with trembling hands. She snapped it into place, then glanced over her shoulder to the trio in the back seats. They bounced and jerked from side to side as they grasped at whatever they could find to hold on to.
Steve, you're going to kill us if you go off the road driving this fast.
"Buckle up. If they catch us, we'll be in a lot worse shape," he answered.
I heard a truck motor. The gravel road disappeared, and the van traveled a path overgrown with more patches of weeds with each passing fence post. Steve reduced the speed as the path grew rougher with deep washes in the hard-packed dirt hidden by the weeds. When the path opened up, Steve accelerated, and they were racing down the road at over 40 miles an hour. Brush and overhanging limbs slapped against the sides of the van. They hurled along for nearly a mile when they raced around a curve in the road and a massive barrier of green appeared. Vegetation covered the middle of the road. Steve braked, but it wasn't quick enough.
The front of the van was airborne for a fraction of a second, then hit a solid wall on the distant side of a massive wash in the road. The van landed with a shuddering crash that could be felt through the undercarriage and threw belted occupants toward the front seat.
The steering wheel jerked from Steve's hands while the back end bounced and tossed the occupants again. The grill hit the opposite rim of the crater and came down so hard the axle collapsed, with the front end settling on bent wheels and flattened tires. Steve jerked the accelerator lever back and slammed the van in park. He turned off the motor and slammed both hands against the steering wheel. The van grew quiet, and the only sound was heavy breathing and whimpers from the back seat. "Everyone okay?" Steve asked. Zach looked around the back of the van, then answered, "We're fine back here." He began righting crates of food and supplies. "Is the van drivable? I heard something that didn't sound good." "No. We're walking until we get another vehicle. Get what we can carry together. Throw out the crap in that canvas bag and that backpack. Put food and water in them," Della asked. "We're walking?" "No choice. The van's toast," Steve answered. "Then let's get out of here, people," Della sighed. Zach grabbed the duffel and began stuffing food into the bag. Steve opened the glove box and retrieved 2 boxes of ammo and a spare magazine from inside. He pulled a jacket from the back of his seat and dropped the ammo in the pockets and zipped them closed. He tied the arms around his waist. "Where are we going?" Jimmy asked as he slid the backpack on his shoulder. Steve answered, "Back the way we came. We don't know where this road comes out on the other end. I'm hoping they left at least one of the vehicles at the store we can take. For now, we have a long walk. With a little luck, they split up and we will only have the occupants of one vehicle to deal with at a time." Della waited for Steve to exit the van. She picked up 2 filled plastic bags and stepped to the ground. "What happens when we meet those rednecks? You know it's going to go bad for all of us," she whispered. "We hide," Steve answered. "We hear a vehicle, we hide. Until then, we move as fast as we can." I figure we traveled at least 5 miles from the gas station. Steve called Jimmy and Zach to his side. "Head down the road past the van and go into the woods about 100 yards down the road. Drop some trash and stomp around, then head back this way as quick as you can. Try to make it look like we all went that way, and don't step in bare dirt coming back. You have 5 minutes to catch up." Both young men nodded, then took off. Della and Sandy began walking back the way they had come. Steve soon passed them and set an easy pace until the boys caught up. They managed 2 miles in less than 20 minutes. By the 3rd mile, all were struggling to keep up the pace Steve set. Sandy gasped, "I can't go on like this." 5 minutes rest, Steve relented. "Drink plenty of water while you can." Everyone pulled plastic water bottles from bags and gulped the contents. When Jimmy went to toss his bottle in the grass, Steve stopped him. "We may need the bottle later. Put them back in the bags. We don't want to leave a trail for the rednecks to follow." Sandy wandered away to pee. She found a bush and squatted behind it. She grumbled as she swatted at bugs flying around her. "Fucking mosquitoes." She pulled up her pants and straightened her clothes. When she headed back toward the others, she paused to cock her head. She turned back toward the distant sound for a moment, then raced back to the gathering. "I hear a truck." Steve glanced toward the road. "Move it, people, let's go." He set a grueling pace for about 2 minutes, then stopped at the edge of the road near a cluster of bushes under a rock outcropping. He stepped into the shadows, then waved the others toward it. "Hurry!" he ordered as he broke a branch from the back of a scrub and dusted at their footprints in the dirt at the edge of the road. "Break off some branches from the back and pass them up to me." Della hustled the trio under the outcropping, guiding them deeper into the shadows of the overhang. The roar of the heavy-duty truck engine grew louder and closer. Zach and Jimmy snapped 2 thumb-sized branches with fans of leaves. They passed the foliage back to Della, and she passed them to Steve. He backed into the gloom, brushing at the dust and dirt.
He planted the branch in the dirt at the opening and backed from the branch and squatted on one knee. Steve pulled his handgun and pointed it toward the road and sound of the big engine. Everyone receded deeper into the shadows as the sound grew louder. "Quiet, everyone," Steve whispered. The roar of the truck filled the afternoon silence. The vehicle raced toward them, filling the air with the angry growl of a motor being pushed hard over rough terrain. The truck rolled down the road at an alarming speed. Everyone cringed at the sight.
The flat black, heavy-duty pickup with jacked-up body and massive tires, sporting wide treads, sported a heavy-duty brush guard and 6-inch roll bar. 4 mounted lights rose above the cab. 2 men clung to the roll bar, holding rifles on their hips as they shouted at the man driving the truck. The roar of the engine and shouts grew more distinct. Steve melted back into the shadows as the vehicle raced by. They waited for a full minute before Steve pushed the brush aside. He stepped to the road and motioned the others to follow. "Now, we have to get to the intersection before they come back. Hopefully, it will take them a while to figure out the trail is bogus." Steve took off jogging again with everyone following. No one protested the pace. Another 20 minutes they made it to the place Zach and Jimmy had slipped down the hill to the gas station. After a moment of hesitation, Steve raced over the side. The rest followed. Everyone was gasping for breath and dripping wet with perspiration when they stumbled into the parking lot. The truck and car, seen earlier, still sat in the lot undisturbed. 3 bodies lay at the front of the truck. Zach ran to the extended cab truck. "Door open, but keys are not here," he called out. Jimmy tried the door handle on the Oldsmobile 88. The door wouldn't open. "Nothing here." Della went to the younger of the 2 men, pressed her fingertips against the front right pocket of the man's jeans. She looked up and shook her head, then moved to the left pocket, and again felt nothing. In frustration, she worked her fingers into each of the pockets and spilled the contents to the ground. She turned the man to his side to check his back pockets and saw the key ring clip anchored to his belt loop over his right back pocket. She unclipped the keys and raced toward the red truck. "In, everyone," Steve yelled, then turned to Della.
"Can you drive it?" Della reached for the back door as an answer. Zach laughed. "I got this. I always wanted a big-ass truck like this." They threw the bags in the back, and Steve got in front while Sandy and Jimmy followed Della into the back seat. Zach settled in the driver's seat, and Della passed him the keys. He stuck the key in the ignition and turned it. He laughed nervously. "Really, I've always wanted one of these." The first shot took out the side mirror on the driver's side and shattered the glass and plastic. Screams filled the cab as Steve pulled the gas nozzle from the gray extended cab truck, locked it open, and raced to the cab and jumped in. He yelled, "Drive!" Zach thumped the truck in reverse and stomped the gas. He slammed on the brakes as another shot rang out. The back glass shattered with an explosion of glass. Jimmy, Sandy, and Della were thrown to the right with bone-jarring crash. "Stay down," Steve ordered.
He struggled to his knees in the passenger seat and leaned out the window. He clung to the doorframe and pointed the handgun back at the huge black truck racing toward them. He fired 3 quick shots and the truck swerved. Zach slammed the truck into drive and pressed his foot to the floor. The truck swerved around the fueling island and fishtailed onto the gravel and broken asphalt. More shots pinged off the top of the cab. Steve leaned out the window with the next swerve of the truck. Della grabbed his belt as he overbalanced and nearly fell out the window. Once righted, Steve leaned back out of the window to take another shot. Della clung to his belt while Jimmy and Sandy remained slumped across the back seat. Zach righted the vehicle and slammed his foot down on the gas. The truck's Hemi kicked in and the vehicle raced toward the blacktop. The pursuers came around the corner of the building and raced at them. Steve took a final shot at the asphalt next to the fueling island just as the black truck raced by. The black truck exploded. The fire billowed out like a living creature to engulf the men in the bed of the truck. Screams from both men could be heard as they were enveloped in the flames. The driver and passengers screamed as the flames roared, surrounded the cab, engulfing the passengers and into the open windows of the cab. Steve knew the fire would destroy them. The vehicle hit the second pump, and the truck, pump island, and station went up in a mushroom of flames and billowing black smoke. The truck rolled from the funeral pyre with the charred remains still clinging to the structure behind the cab. Zach clutched the steering wheel and eased off on the gas as he witnessed the devastation in the rearview mirror. He forced breath from his lungs and glanced toward Steve as he settled back into his seat.
Della released Steve's belt and tried to ease back on the seat, but Jimmy and Sandy still lay behind her. "Okay, you two, you can sit up now," Della ordered. When neither one moved, Della looked down and gasped.
Oh, God, stop the truck. The kids are hurt.
Zach slammed on the brakes. Steve opened the door, and someone moaned softly. Chapter 31. Caring for All. Jasper Kovac, Amanda, and Joan each presented a list of supplies they announced were essential for the health and well-being of the camp residences. Matt looked over the pages and huffed. "You know, if I get a quarter of this shit, we'll be lucky." Joan spoke up. "We have almost 36 people in this camp now. Do you know how much it takes to feed that many people 3 times a day, even twice a day?" Matt raised both hands, palms out in defeat. "I know. I'm sorry, but every trip out looking for supplies gets more dangerous. The infected have started coming out of the city and the suburbs. It just keeps getting worse."
We have to be careful not to lead them back to the camp.
Jasper squared his shoulders. We need to get larger quantities. He took a deep breath, then continued. I've been thinking about it, and there's a place we can get really big quantities. Matt looked at him with renewed interest. All right, I'm listening, but we can't devote a lot of men. We need to make this camp as secure as possible and start becoming more self-sustaining or think about finding a place more suitable. I agree, but until then, there's a freight depot north of San Antonio. Loaded shipping containers come in by train and are offloaded there, broke down into pallets, and sent out to the grocery warehouses. You could pick up shipping containers filled with goods. All you need is trucks and trailers to set the containers on. All? Matt snorted. Are you out of your fucking mind? Larry, who had been standing nearby, interrupted. No, listen to him, Matt. He may have something there.
We make one big haul, then we're stocked up and we can focus on security. We'd need drivers, at least half a dozen. Can you drive a big rig? Matt asked. Larry shrugged and Matt continued. We have a camp full of kids. Out of all the people we have here, we have less than a dozen adults, 4 women included, 1 pregnant, 1 barely out of high school, and the other ready for retirement. Young man? Joan interrupted, lines creasing her face. Excuse me, Matt responded, then continued. That doesn't leave enough adults to provide security and scavenge for supplies at the same time. A trip to that place would take days to complete and involve going into the city. Besides that, we'd need to find drivers or we'd be leaving the camp without protection. But, Jasper protested. Matt held up his hand. We don't have enough people. Plain and simple. We have to keep the camp secure.
That has to be a priority, so we can't take more than 4 people for supply runs.
Jasper's shoulders slumped and he shrugged.
I guess you're right.
Wait, Jake stepped up to the small group. He's onto something, just not the right location. There's a train about 15 miles east of here filled with storage containers. Matt shrugged as he rubbed at his temple. He wanted to head back to the house and the bottle he had stashed behind the couch. Finally, he answered. That's still a lot of moving parts to work. How far is the track from a highway? That's the good part. The road runs parallel to the track where the train is sitting. It's probably 3 miles of cars with containers double stacked. Jasper grinned. Was it a southbound train headed into San Antonio? Jake shrugged. On State Road 16, west of us.
They would be headed that way, I guess. How will we know what's in those cars? Larry asked. Matt shrugged. We can't.
I'm sure it's all electronic inventories these days, all computer controlled. I would think the engineer would know what he's carrying. But that was him, and won't be us. We'll have to open containers until we find one we want. Then we load it. Larry snapped his fingers and grinned. If we can find a heavy-duty crane truck, we can move whole containers. We won't have to transfer supplies into a trailer that way. We'd only need 4 people to get 2 or 3 containers at a time, Jake commented. In and out in less than an hour. I can tell you the type of containers by what would we do with all those containers, Jasper asked. Matt answered. We offload them and use them for storage and security. They could be used inside the fence as added protection. We can weld plates between the units on the outside. Amanda nodded. That sounds like a long-range plan to keep us safe. Joan nudged Jasper. What do you think? If I could get some help inventorying, Jasper began. Matt looked back at the gathering. Okay, then it's settled. We'll need a couple days to locate a crane, rigs with container trailers, and maybe even scout the train. That evening, Matt sat at the table with a glass of amber liquid clenched in his hand. His eyes drifted from the glass to the yellow pages. Amy sat a few feet away on the floor playing with Claire. Amanda sat in the kitchen going over an inventory listing of supplies in a spiral binder, adding items to the list to be given to the Matt in the morning. How long are we going to stay here? Amy looked up and asked. Matt looked up from the yellow pages of ads. Honestly, I don't know. There are a lot of people here who need our help. If we leave, there won't be enough folks to find food and supplies or protect everyone from the sick people. I miss my mom. Amy looked up at Matt with sad eyes. How will my mom know where to find us? I know you miss her, sweetie. I've been thinking about that. I'm going to start leaving messages for your mom.
Matt answered. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It was the drawing Amy had done for her mother. It was a red heart with Amy and Claire's names in the middle of the heart. I think she recognized this message. Yes, Amy nodded excitedly. Amanda gathered her papers and stacked them on the binder. She turned to Amy. Let's get you and Claire in bed. Amy got to her feet and followed Amanda up the stairs. Matt downed the 2 fingers of Jack Daniels and poured another. An hour later, he stumbled into the living room to join Larry and Jake on cots, recently retrieved from a sporting goods store. The next morning, Matt downed 3 Tylenol and found the supply list, phone book, and the map still sitting on the table. He fanned the pages and dog-eared the page for a sign service company he'd seen listed in the yellow pages. He glanced over the route for the scouting trip to locate a crane and the trucks.
Matt walked out of the house and met Jake, Jenkins, and another soldier by the name of Dreschel at a picnic table to plan the coming supply run. Larry came out of the rec center, and Matt looked up. You're off? Larry asked. Matt nodded. In a little bit. Roger that. Guard shifts are squared away. I'm taking some of the kids to the garden. We're going to try to resurrect some of the plants and get them producing again. Later, Matt mumbled as he leaned his head back against the headrest. Jenkins pulled the Humvee through the wrought iron gate. 2 soldiers pulled the gate closed as they drove away. Larry gathered the 6 oldest kids and headed for the garden. Each carried a thick wooden stick with a sharp point. He stopped at the corner of the office and picked up a coffee can of dirt. The can contained night crawlers he had gotten up early to collect from the dew-dampened grass. Mister, Larry, what are we doing today? A 16-year-old girl asked as they all walked toward the back of the property. Larry stopped at the back gate. We all have to contribute. You girls get a choice. Pick tomatoes and peas and weed the garden or clean out the barn. He chuckled at the screwed-up faces looking back at him. He studied the trio in matching soccer shorts and t-shirts, a blonde, redhead, and brunette. We all have to help out, he added. I'll pick vegetables, Mandy, the blonde, answered quickly. The girls with her nodded their agreement reluctantly.
Larry grinned at the boys. Well, looks like you boys will have to muck out the barn. One of the boys screwed up his face in protest. Hey, we believe in equal opportunity. I would rather work in the garden, Larry interrupted. It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. I appreciate your volunteering, fellas. The girls laughed.
Larry took the time to hand the girls 2 buckets and point out the peas and tomatoes to be picked. Joan said bring a couple onions too. Pay attention and don't miss anything ready to harvest. We want the plants to keep producing. One of you take what you pick back to Joan, and then come back and you can all spend an hour weeding. After that, you're on your own unless Joan or Amanda need some help with something or replanting to do. The girls walked into the fenced garden while Larry led the boys toward the barn. He stopped and called over his shoulder. Don't forget defense training this afternoon. Keep your weapons close by and don't miss practice. Larry walked away with the boys in tow. During his first inspection of the property and the fence line, he had rounded up a 6 horses, a dozen goats, and the coop netted over 24 chickens. The side of the property ended at a steep bluff with a 30-foot drop, while the back of the property was bordered by a lake of several acres. The fence started at the edge of the lake with a natural rock formation and ended at the edge of the cliff. Larry pitched another fork of dirty straw into a small wagon as he pondered the limited protection offered by the deer fence around the property. If the fence fell, they would be in trouble. He hoped the scheme to bring in shipping containers worked out. The smell of animal waste filled the air. For Larry, its aroma brought images of being a kid and working on his grandfather's farm. He spent summers in the hills of West Virginia. He imagined all the family back there and wondered if they were safe. Trying to chase away the ghosts of clan that could be lost to him, Larry asked, "Carl, you boys know how to fish?" "Sure, Mr. Larry," Carl answered as he wiped his bare arm across his forehead, smearing a dark smudge across his skin.
I used to go with my family to Lake Austin. His voice trailed off. Mark interrupted. How do you know fish are in the pond? Larry answered. There's no reason to think there isn't, since it doesn't go dry. Add that to the fact I found a brochure in the office that advertised great fishing in a natural spring-fed pond. I imagine the owners stocked it every year or so. How long are we going to stay here? Carl asked. Larry shrugged. Don't know. It's dangerous out there. He tossed another forkful of muck, then continued. We don't have enough men or weapons to move this many people. What are we going to do then? Just sit and wait for a bunch of monster people to find us? Ben asked. Hell no. We're going to make a place that's as safe as possible. In time, we'll find some other survivors to join us. He pressed the metal points of the fork into the ground and leaned against the handle as he studied the 3 young men. Look, fellas, we're all winging it here.
I don't have answers, and I don't think anyone else does either. But what happened? Carl asked. Why are the dead eating people?
Larry hesitated, then answered, I guess you could call it that, but I think they're infected with a virus that controls their actions. My unit investigated an outbreak about a year ago. A terrorist group infected a small village in the Middle East. It's a bioagent that could pass through blood and body fluids. The important part is, it affected the infected, causing cannibalistic behavior. Local authorities dealt with it. No one survived and the village was burned. After all, humans have been suffering from new illnesses from time to time since we began walking upright. No one knew for sure what the authorities knew. It was our first hint of an agent causing unpredictable behavior. How did it get here? Mark tossed a fork of straw toward the window. Larry went back to work as well and continued. It was a deliberate attack.
Someone released the agent on military bases. They flew a drone over the base with an aerosol release device. Mark nodded. Do you think it's all over the country or just here? He used the fork to pull the last of the dirty straw into the open to pick up. Larry and the boys set the forks aside and pulled 4 bales of straw from the stack at the back of the barn. Larry cut the strings and began tossing armfuls into the stall. Finally, he answered. Yeah, strategic bases were hit. They chose bases they knew would have big civilian populations surrounding them to spread the contagion quickly and cause the most destruction. Carl shook at a clump of straw. Can the sick people get better? My mom and dad were on the base when I went to school. Larry stopped and turned to the boys. Listen, I hate to tell you this, but we may never know for sure what happened to your folks. Just know they would want you to survive. He tossed a final cake of straw toward the back of the stall. Let's go fishing. He led the boys into the tack room and sorted out rods and reels, bobbers, lead weights, and hooks. When he was satisfied he had 2 poles and 2 working rods with reels and a bucket for the catch, he led the boys to the lake, carrying the can of worms. Larry found a stump and settled down for a cigarette as he watched the freckle-faced redhead, Mark, pinch a worm in half and expertly feed the squirming body on the hook. He made a tentative cast and dropped the line across the water. Carl brushed his hair aside and adjusted his glasses before he settled down on the grassy bank to bait his hook. Still seated, and with a jerk of his wrist, his line dropped a dozen feet from the shore with the bobber resting on the top of the water. It wasn't long before Carl yelped in delight. His pole bent over and he jerked the pole upward. The fish landed on the dirt at his feet. I got one! One of the other boys walked over to Carl and congratulated him and helped him take the fish off the hook and fill a bucket with water. With a plop, the 3-pound catfish was dropped in the bucket. Carl waved at Larry with his face glowing with his accomplishment. I fished good, Mr. Larry. He grinned, then turned back to the stare at the bobber dancing on the crystal-clear water. Larry watched the boys as they each pulled in catfish and rebaited hooks, then tossed the lines back into the pristine water. When he was satisfied the older boys were helping Carl and the 2 younger boys that wandered over, he put out his cigarette and walked back to the barn. He harnessed one of the horses and walked it to the wagon. He backed the mare he'd taken to calling Bessie between the shaves and buckled the harness to the wagon. He led the animal forward until he'd cleared the edge of the barn and made his way to the garden. The girls had both completed the harvesting and headed back to the food truck with the bounty. He guided the wagon to the edge of the garden where a compost pile had been started by the previous owner. He pulled his shirt off and pulled the contents of the wagon to the pile. If they stayed, the compost would be mixed into the garden before the fall planting. When Larry finished with the wagon, he cleaned it out and returned it to the barn and let the pregnant mare out into the pasture. He walked back to the pond with a second bucket. He found the boys still fishing. He looked into their buckets and found 3 in one bucket and 4 in the other. All in all, Larry figured the boys had caught at least 25 pounds of fish. Not bad, fellas, Larry commented. It's about time to head back for lunch. Carl puffed up his chest. I'll catch more. He cast the bait and it landed in the water with a splat. Mark nodded. We're on a roll, aren't we, Carl?
Can't we stay for a while? I guess another 30 minutes won't hurt anything. Just don't miss lunch or you'll be waiting until the evening meal. Defense lesson is at 1. Larry sighed. I'll clean what you have and take them back to Joan. Sure, Mark laughed. Maybe you can teach us to shoot a gun and we can kill some deer tomorrow. Larry laughed as he dumped the water from one of the buckets and spilled the fish into the second. Don't think that's going to happen. We won't be any shooting around camp if we can help it. We don't want to draw any unwanted attention. He picked up the bucket. You boys clean what you catch before you take it to Joan. Bury the trash in the back corner of the garden and make sure you clean up when you're done. Larry stopped by the food truck just as lunch was in full swing. He called out to Joan. Can you fix a meal with fish? Joan stopped dishing macaroni and cheese long enough to give him a quick wave. Sure, I have all the makings for a gumbo. We can use the fish and deer sausage the fellas found yesterday. Larry opened the door at the end of the truck to pick up a metal pan, fillet knife, and a butcher knife. Joan grinned. Bring back my knives in the same condition you found them.
she ordered. Yes, ma'am. Larry carried the fish to a trailer pad at the back of the yard. He pulled a short hose and tested the water pressure, then put on a nozzle to control the water. He dropped a short cutting board on the concrete and went to work. He spent the next hour cleaning the catfish. Life at the camp was becoming one of quiet routine. He looked up and smiled at the sound of children laughing. Chapter 32. Run, don't walk. Liz dressed quickly, descended the stairs carrying her shoes and the drawn handgun. She saw Harry and John standing at the window looking through the narrow openings between the wood slats on the outside of the glass. She made her way to the parlor and to a worn armchair.
There she sat down and stepped into her shoes. What's going on? Liz asked as she tied her laces. Another 2 shots echoed in the distance. They seemed farther away than the first. John continued to watch the front gate while Harry turned to look in her direction. You look better than you did yesterday? Harry commented, then asked. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I felt as bad as I looked. Liz smoothed her fingers across her shortened hair at the side of her face. Do you know who's shooting? Shots came from the other side of that stand of trees across the road. Do we need to go see what it is? Liz answered. Harry shrugged. I don't know. He turned back for another look. I don't see anything. Hazel and Benny came into the room with cups of coffee for each of them. Hazel handed Liz a cup. You don't need to worry about that shooting. That's just old Clyde down the road. Benny spoke up. He's giving peace to those soulless folks coming from the highway down south. That's why we don't get many coming up this way. They have to go past Clyde's, and he sits at the window shooting anything that walks past his place. Benny chuckled. Long as you drive, you're fine. I wouldn't want to be on foot and walking too slow, though. Hazel slapped Benny's arm. Now, don't be scaring folks. You know Clyde don't shoot no one running. John chuckled. In other words, run, don't walk. He and Harry accepted cups of coffee and settled on 2 straight-backed chairs. Benny swigged a mouthful of coffee, then settled into his recliner. You got time for breakfast? John answered. Sure. We don't have many supplies. Breakfast would be appreciated. An hour later, Hazel and Benny stood on the porch waving as the trio pulled away and headed down the driveway. Liz asked, Why did you accept all that food? They'll need it soon enough. Harry answered, No, I doubt it. Benny's pacemaker battery was scheduled to be changed last week, and Hazel is almost out of insulin. It'll be a toss-up who checks out first. Maybe, Liz began. Harry interrupted. Maybe what? We can't do anything for either of them. Even if we found insulin, electricity has been off for a long time. It would be bad. As for Benny, nothing can be done. Liz, we'll help people that we can, but in this case we can't. We leave them in peace. All we can do is hope they'll die quietly without any help from the rest of the world, John commented. Liz sighed as she blinked away tears. They closed the gate and headed down the road toward Clyde's place. They rode a mile, then saw a well-kept ranch with the house situated 100 feet from the road. The property was surrounded by a white board fence. A wrought iron gate stood open, allowing an old man to drag a body from under a natural rock-arched entrance. The man looked up and waved. Hello, young fellas. Clyde dropped the legs in his hands. Nice day for a ride, young fella. Harry pulled off his helmet.
His gray hair was pulled back from his face with a red bandana around his forehead. He smiled around his grizzled beard. Not as young as my boyish good looks imply, he chuckled. Well, guess you're not, the old man commented. Excuse me for not shaking hands, but got my hands full. World has gone to shit with these dead fucks wandering around. John stepped off his bike and kicked the stand in place. He reached down with a gloved hand to grab a handful of pant leg. I got this, old-timer. He pulled the body off the road and across the asphalt to lie next to 2 more bodies in the middle of a charred circle. One body was dressed in khakis and a Best Buy shirt, and the other in a tattered house dress. All three had grievous wounds beside the holes in their heads.
"Thanks, young fella. Where you boys headed?" Clyde asked.
Liz pulled off her helmet and answered.
"We're looking for my children. They're with 3 soldiers in an army Humvee."
Have you seen a military vehicle?
Clyde looked at Liz. "Guess you ain't a boy," he chuckled. "As for your question, only soldiers I seen blew through here in half a dozen vehicles. Was about 3 days ago. Had Humvees, but they didn't stop, so I couldn't say nothing about no kids. Of course, I didn't flag 'em down, but from what I saw, they didn't look to be the babysitting type."
Harry turned to Liz. "I doubt they would be racing around like that with the kids. I'm sure there are more military vehicles in this neck of the woods than the Rangers. We're less than 100 miles from San Antonio." Clyde interrupted. "Maybe the military is setting up refugee camps for the people they evacuated from the city." "Would they go there? I mean, to some place like that?" Liz asked to no one in particular in a near panic. Her stomach felt queasy at just the thought of her children wandering around an overcrowded camp without someone to care for them. Harry answered, "Who knows? But it wouldn't be my first choice." "With communications down now, how would anyone even know where to go?" John answered. "I think our best chance is still our original plan. Those boys are Rangers. They would take it personal and make it their mission to get those kids to family, not drop them off in an overcrowded camp. Your older girl knew where you were headed and why, right?" Harry responded. "Yes," Liz answered. "She loved visiting my father." "They would know as well as we do those camps are a bad idea for a lot of reasons. I still think they'll head to the Guadalupe Mountains. It makes sense. There's a place to set up defenses, and with the wildlife, it includes a way to stay alive." Liz nodded. "You may be right, but we still have to keep looking." "Well, old-timer, I guess that means we're on our way." "You take care," Harry advised. Clyde laughed. "Hell, you folks are the ones that need to take care. This shit beats all." John laughed without much humor. "You're right about that." He stepped onto his bike. "You take care." Clyde pulled a single-shot .22 from his belt. "Saving one to make sure I don't end up like these poor bastards." Liz frowned. "I hope it never comes to that." Clyde shrugged. "I landed on Normandy and survived when a lot better men than me didn't make it. I spent 2 years in Korea and a year in Vietnam with the French. Hell, I've been skating on thin ice since I was 17. Most likely I'll be here when all those poor bastards have rotted to dust." Harry laughed. "I wouldn't be surprised." He stepped over the seat of the bike and nodded at Liz. "Goodbye, Clyde. Godspeed." Liz called out as she crawled on the seat behind Harry. "You too, young lady. You too," Clyde answered. He picked up a red gas can and walked across the road to the bodies in the blackened circle. He began splashing liquid on the dead as they rode away. Harry called over his shoulder, "Let's get back to looking for those girls."
Chapter 33. Paybacks. Della slid over and pulled Jimmy from where he rested on an unconscious Sandy. Sandy's clothes were covered in blood, but it didn't take long to realize it was from a wounded Jimmy. Blood ran in rivulets from his neck. Della ignored Sandy and pressed a rag to Jimmy's neck. He moaned softly. Still pressing her right hand against the wound, she jerked the door open with her left. She slid out, pulling Jimmy after her as she stepped from the vehicle. "I got this." Zach slid out the open driver's door and reached for Jimmy. Della stepped aside as Zach grabbed Jimmy under his arms. He gently eased him from the truck seat. Della stumbled along, still pressing the rag against his neck as Zach made his way across the road. They stumbled to a huge oak tree and laid him against the trunk. Steve climbed from the front passenger seat and jerked the second door open. With Della and Zach focused on Jimmy, he concentrated at Sandy. She lay slumped across the back seat, unmoving. Blood covered her left shoulder, neck, and the back of her head. After a quick examination, he realized she had no wound to account for all the blood. He laid 2 fingers on her neck. The beating beneath the fingertips was strong and steady. He leaned her back against the seat and saw the gentle rise and fall of her chest. The middle of her forehead had a golf ball-sized knot that was growing darker as he watched. Steve left Sandy stretched out on the seat and hurried around the truck as quickly as the blades allowed him after grabbing the backpack with first aid supplies. When he got to the trio under the tree, he stumbled to a halt. It was bad. Della's hand was pressed to Jimmy's neck while the blood oozed through the rag and spilled between her fingers. Steve fell to his knees and pulled at the zipper of the bag. He pulled a package from the bag and tore it open. He pulled Della's hand away and quickly pressed the compression dressing to the wound, then pressed her hand back in place.
When she looked back at him, tears streamed down her cheeks. Jimmy moaned, and his eyes fluttered open. "Hurts," he whimpered. Steve forced a smile. "Easy, kid." Steve turned to Zach. "Get a couple bottles of water, man." Zach lumbered toward the truck, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "Is it as bad as I think?" Della whispered. Steve nodded. "It nicked the carotid. There's nothing we can do." Zach reappeared with bottles of water in hand. "Sandy's waking up." Steve took the bottles. "Keep an eye on her. We got this." Bandages soaked through nearly as fast as they changed them at the side of Jimmy's neck. Steve pulled 2 more compression bandages from the bag, opened the packaging, and exchanged the soaked one for 2 clean ones. Jimmy sighed. "Am I dying?" Steve nodded, then whispered, "I'm sorry." "Well, fuck," Jimmy whispered as his eyes closed. A moment later, his eyes opened with a look of terror. He grabbed at Steve's hand. "I don't want to turn into a monster." "You won't," Steve answered. Zach walked back to the old oak tree. Along with Della and Steve, he watched Jimmy's eyes lose focus, and his face relaxed. Zach cleared his throat twice, then gave up as tears spilled from his eyes. He cried quietly. Della sobbed as she brushed hair from Jimmy's face. "I'm sorry, sweetie," she whispered. "I wish I could do more." Jimmy's chest rose and fell more slowly as the color faded from his face. It rose one last time, then his whole body relaxed and the tension in his face disappeared. Steve reached to Della's hands and pulled them from the blood-soaked bandages. She leaned back and watched as he used the bottles of water to wash the blood from her hands. When he was done, she took the dampened towel and wiped blood from Jimmy's face, her dark skin accentuating the paleness of his skin. Della whispered, "I feel like I've lost a child." Steve swallowed hard. "So do I." Zach stood behind them with tears glistening on his round cheeks. "We've been friends since 6th grade. When we were kids, his mom told me she knew he'd be safe with me." Zach snuffled. "I let her down." "No, you didn't, Zach. You did everything you could to keep him safe. We all would have died at the center if it hadn't been for you," Della said. Steve nodded. "There will be paybacks, I promise, if we come across the rest of that bunch. They're dead." A distant moan interrupted, and Della jumped to her feet. "Oh God, I forgot about Sandy." Steve looked up, and Zach pulled him to standing and let him get balanced on the blades. "Is she going to be all right? She has a really big goose egg on her forehead." Zach picked up the backpack and pulled the zipper closed. Steve added, "She was unconscious, so she could have a concussion. It's hard to tell. We need to keep her awake for a while when she comes around."
By the time Steve got to the truck, Della had Sandy sitting up.
Digging around behind the back seat, she found a roll of paper towels. She poured water on the paper and began wiping at the blood covering Sandy's neck and side of her face. Steve reached behind the back seat and retrieved a faded t-shirt that had seen better days but looked clean. Della pulled Sandy's blood-soaked shirt off, finished cleaning her as much as she could, then pulled the clean shirt over her head. "My head," Sandy whimpered. She reached up to feel the knot above her left eye. "I feel sick." Della leaned her out of the truck, and the remnants of a meal of energy bar and water spilled into the grass. "Look, y'all," Zach called out suddenly. Steve looked back down the road to where Zach pointed at a distant plume of dust. Steve called out, "Come on, Zach, we have to go." "We can't leave Jimmy," Zach protested. "I can't leave him." Steve grabbed a blanket from behind the seat and hurried to Zach. Together, they wrapped Jimmy into a cocoon of army green wool. Zach leaned down and pulled his friend into his arms and hurried to the back of the truck. He laid the body gently in the bed of the truck and raced around the back of the truck to the driver's side. He got behind the wheel while Steve climbed in the passenger door. Della buckled Sandy and herself into the back seat. "Go, I see them coming," Della called out. Zach turned the key and the motor roared to life. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and they sped down the road with no real destination in mind. Zach made random turns until Steve finally pointed to a crossroad at the base of the steep hill they had just crested. "Slow down," Steve ordered. "It'll take them a few minutes to get here, and I got an idea." They could see multiple vehicles ahead had been abandoned on either side of the road. One of the vehicles was Department of Public Safety, white and black. "What are we doing?" Zach asked. Steve's mouth turned up in a lopsided smile. "Paybacks. Stop by the DPS unit." "Okay. Then what?" Steve used the drive time it took to get to the DPS vehicle to outline his plan. With tire iron in hand, he climbed out of the truck and walked to the black and white vehicle. He quickly realized the officer sat slumped into the steering wheel. A headshot had taken the officer out, shattering both driver and passenger windows. It looked like a vehicle had pulled up and either the driver or passenger pointed a gun and fired. Steve looked into the front seat and saw the officer's service belt and revolver were gone. The service shotgun was no longer in the rack under the dash. At seeing that, Steve still couldn't imagine anyone taking the time to remove the spike strip from the trunk, so he reached inside the door and popped the trunk. He strode back of the unit and smiled when he saw the trunk had not been disturbed. The officer's trunk was a study in organization. It included 2 plastic totes with file folders for forms and papers, a toolbox, several items to use for roadside assistance in a canvas bag. In addition to the 2 spike strips and a large plastic gun case. Steve leaned over and flipped the clasps and grinned. Inside was nestled a scoped rifle and several boxes of ammunition for the rifle. He left the rifle and other supplies for the time being and pulled both spike strips from the trunk. Tucking the tire iron in his waistband, he tossed several items from the trunk into the canvas bag and picked up both spike strips and headed up the hill where Della and Zach were finishing moving cars as he had directed. 2 vehicles were pulled to the center of the road, with their front bumpers meeting in the middle of the road. Zach grabbed one of the spike strips from Steve, then lumbered after him as he made his way around the blockade. As Steve lurched past Della, he called out, "Head down the hill and open some of the car doors."
"Make sure it's safe first. If no one's inside, then toss the contents around. Make a big show. We want the guys in the truck as distracted as possible so they don't see the spike strips." Della took off toward the cluster of vehicles after checking on Sandy. Steve rolled the first spike strip across the road and could clearly see the zigzag pattern of spikes. He motioned for Zach to roll out the second strip. He looked across the road and realized the truck driver would have to be blind or extremely distracted to not notice the dark strip of spikes lying across the asphalt. "Will they see the strips?" Zach asked. "That's the reason for tossing things around," Steve answered. He pointed at one of the vehicles and continued. There's a propane tank in that blue pickup. Get it, would you? I've got bungees from the unit.
We're anchoring it between the bumpers, and if they hit the strip full speed, there's a good chance they'll slam into the cars, and hopefully the tank will go boom. Steve grinned. Zach brought back the tank and helped mount it between the two vehicles. When they were done, they got back in the truck and headed down the hill. They studied Della's handiwork. They saw what looked like a woman standing at an open car door. As they got closer, Zach's eyes got big and Steve snorted. I'll be damned. Steve snorted. A life-sized plastic doll had been taped to a car door with duct tape. The plastic arm extended up as if waving. Della had pulled a glittering sequined shirt over the doll's upper body, and now the dime-sized sequins on the shirt sparkled in the sun and light breeze. Now that's something you don't see every day, Zach noted. He slowed the truck and Della climbed in next to Sandy. She glanced over her shoulder and commented, I'll never stop being amazed at the stupidity of people.
What kind of person takes a blow-up sex doll with them when they're running for their lives? Steve smirked. It works for us.
Della leaned over Sandy to check on her. She was slumped against the window and dozing. She shouldn't be sleeping, Della commented as she attempted to rouse Sandy. Della dampened a rag and wiped at Sandy's face. Zach stopped the truck at the side of the police car and Steve stepped out to retrieve the rifle and filled the canvas bag with additional salvageable goods from the trunk. When he was back in the truck, he pointed to a side road at the base of the hill. Zach drove down the hill and made the turn. When he had gotten far enough from the intersection to be hidden from the highway by a stand of trees, Steve told him to stop, again. Stay here and keep an eye out.
If you hear that truck make it around the roadblock, or you see anyone else besides me heading through those trees, take off and don't come back. He scratched around and retrieved a plastic bag from the floor, then dropped 2 bottles of water and a couple energy bars inside. He picked up the plastic gun case and opened the door. Where are you going? I'm making sure these assholes don't go after anyone else. Steve grabbed the strap of the rifle and slid from the passenger seat of the pickup. He pulled the rifle strap over his shoulder. Don't stick around if you see anyone else besides me heading this way. Zach nodded. Got it, man. Della reached out. You should let me go with you. No, Steve stepped away. I have to do this. You have to take care of the kids. Steve looked back without smiling. Attempting a Terminator impersonation, he answered, I'll be back. Della forced a smile while Zach shook his head and laughed. That was really bad, man, Zach commented. Steve gave them a careless wave, then turned and walked toward the wooded grove overlooking the trap. He maneuvered carefully through the brush and briars until he found a spot he had noted earlier. It was a gentle rise, crested with a cluster of boulders. He laid the rifle on the biggest rock and eased onto a smaller rock behind it. He dropped the plastic bag next to his leg. He opened a bottle of water and drank most of the bottle. He was tired. The stump of his right leg hurt like hell. He wanted to pull the thermoplastic cup and silicone sleeve from the tender flesh, but he didn't dare. If his little trap failed to stop the men chasing them, he had to be able to move quickly. The sound of an engine in the distance interrupted his silent musing. Steve rose and looked toward the hill in the distance. The big truck with the roll bar and lights crested the hill. The vehicle had been jacked up to allow room for the massive, oversized wheels with thick tread. Mud tires.
The engine screamed as the truck vaulted over a distant hill, with the tires leaving the road for a heartbeat. Steve raised the scoped rifle to his eye and watched as the vehicle landed hard and the sound of its approach grew louder. He waited for the truck to climb the last hill before the trap. The truck raced to the top, caught air, then landed with a bone-jarring thud, the engine screaming in protest.
The driver struggled to control the vehicle, but didn't let up on the gas. Steve aimed at the driver, then moved the barrel to lead his target. He took a breath, then let the air out and squeezed the trigger. The explosion of the shot was all but obliterated by the roar of the truck engine when the driver slumped forward. Steve watched through the scope as the passenger jumped into action, reaching the stirring wheel, struggling to get control of the truck. The front tires hit the spike strips. Tires exploded. The vehicle swerved to the left, and the tires lost any semblance of traction. The truck tipped and began to roll. The two men in the bed, clinging to the massive roll bar, sailed over the side of the truck, then disappeared under the crush of metal as the massive machine made the first rotation. The second rotation took the truck into the two cars with the propane tank. The resulting explosion was deafening. A billowing mushroom of flames rose up from the twisted metal. One by one, the gas tanks of each vehicle succumbed to the heat and exploded. Within seconds, the entire trio of vehicles burst into flames. Debris fell from the sky all around the crash site. Steve pushed himself onto his blades. He picked up the bag and rifle. He turned to walk back to the truck where Della and Zach waited. He grimaced with each step. By the time he got within sight of the truck, he was using the rifle to support his weight. Zach jumped from the truck and raced to Steve's side. He grabbed the bag and pulled the rifle from his hand. He slid his shoulder under Steve's arm and took the weight off his right leg. They stumbled back to the vehicle. Della opened the passenger door and Zach eased Steve inside.
"How bad is it?" Della asked. Steve grimaced as he eased the cuff from the stump. "Bad enough." Della pulled the blood-filled silicone sock from the stump. The skin across the stumps was raw and angry red. Pressure sores had formed and opened. Blood seeped from the open eruptions. "Oh my God," she whispered. "I guess it's a little worse than I thought." Steve rubbed at the skin above the stump. Della pulled at the second prosthetic. When it was also removed, she found the skin was red and angry, but not yet blistered or broken. "Well, at least it's not as bad as the right leg." "We have to get out of here," Steve advised. "After I clean and bandage your leg," Della replied as she pulled the canvas bag from the back seat. "And you will not be using the blades for a while." "Is he going to be okay?" Sandy asked.
Della nodded. "He'll be fine." She finished dressing the wound, then allowed Steve to turn around in the truck seat. She poured water into the silicone sock and rinsed the blood from it. She wiped both out with alcohol wipes from the first aid kit. When she was finished, she picked up the blades and handed them to Sandy to store on the floor in the back seat. She closed up the bag and passed it back as well. "Zach, get behind the wheel. We need to find a place to hide out for a few days," Steve ordered. Della climbed in the back seat and slammed the door. "I second that." She passed Steve 2 white pills from the medical kit. Zach turned the extended cab pickup around and steered the pickup back on the main road. He saw a sign advertising Utopia only 20 miles ahead. "We're heading to Utopia? It's pretty far off the beaten path." Steve downed a couple Tylenol. "I'm hoping so. Let's see what it looks like."